The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1301 Ice Age. Hill was certainly not happy. Although this woman had caused such a big mess, her value could not be denied. After all, being able to blow up the earth was a manifestation of her ability. Most people could not do it. Hill felt that she still had a lot of value that could be used. He should not have made such a hasty decision. Moreover, Kai himself was not qualified to arrest people. That's why I must take people away. Kai pointed out the problem bluntly. I'm afraid that this will happen in the United States next time. Was Hill's reason sufficient? It was too damn sufficient. Because of this, Kai's reason for taking people away from S.H.I.E.L.D. was even more justified. The previous few times S.H.I.E.L.D. made trouble, it only threatened the United States, but this time, if it went wrong, the whole earth would have to go with it. As for saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. would restrain its impulse to make trouble, to be honest, except for S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, no one else would believe it, not even the U.S. government. Because there were too many previous records, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not abolished now because it was already a behemoth and involved too much. If it was abolished rashly, there would be too many troubles in the future. So now the government is adopting the approach of slowly dividing and suppressing, just like what they did to the FBI. When the US government feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. can be almost controlled, this kind of suppression will disappear. But it is not possible now. S.H.I.E.L.D. is still huge, so no matter who it is impossible to let such a dangerous person stay in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could do nothing. She actually knew it very well. In the end, Carter stood up and made a smooth the situation, saying that they would take over Ms. Octopus. Kai didn't say much. Anyway, the person will definitely fall into their hands in the end. This woman is related to the stability of the parallel plane, and Carter knows the seriousness of the matter. My God, the temperature is dropping, and the temperature is still dropping. A high-ranking agent looked at several technicians angrily and shouted, "Quiet, this is the North Pole, and the temperature is dropping." A young man waved his hand to interrupt the middle-aged agent and shouted loudly, "But the temperature of the seawater near the Cobra base was close to 30 degrees before. Now it's freezing there, freezing there." The young technician seemed to suddenly think of something. He lowered his head and controlled the computer in front of him to take a look, then asked a technician next to him, "How far did Kai tell us to evacuate just now?" The technician stared at the screen in front of him and said indifferently, "He asked us to evacuate the Arctic and said that the ice age is coming soon." Hill, who was sulking on the command desk, also noticed the conversation between the two technicians, and then asked loudly, "How far are we from evacuating the Arctic Pole now?" The technician heard the question from his boss, glanced at the screen in front of him, and said, "The mothership is now 100 kilometers away from the pole." Then the technician said with courage, "Director, I think our distance is enough. I know that the artifact in Kai's hand is very powerful, but it shouldn't be that powerful, right? 100 kilometers, it's safe enough." Unfortunately, Hill didn't bother to listen to him. "Retreat at full speed, immediately." The technician obviously felt that his director was a little worried. How could there be such a powerful artifact? It was as if it could send the entire Earth into an ice age. And with the performance of the flying aircraft carrier, it doesn't matter even if the world enters an ice age. It's safe enough here. Unexpectedly, Carter also spoke at this time. "I think we'd better listen to Kai," but as soon as she finished speaking, the technician who had been careless just now was shocked to see through the glass of the command room that a large amount of snowflakes suddenly condensed in the sky near the location of the Cobra base. In the distant polar sky, large patches of dark clouds gathered, and in the dark clouds, bursts of blue light flashed like lightning. Boom! Suddenly a beam of light broke through the clouds and hit the ice surface fiercely. After the snowflakes formed, they stagnated for nearly a second, and then there seemed to be an invisible explosion in their center, and then the snowflakes began to spin and dance rapidly. "The wind is coming." Looking at the flying snowflakes in the distance, a group of people were a little stunned. What happened? Crackling. A slight sound attracted the attention of an agent. He looked up and found that frost had appeared on the thick observation window on the bridge, and the frost was spreading very quickly. "Quick! Back off immediately." "Full speed," Hill shouted hurriedly. The companion of the agent who first discovered the frost on the observation window looked at his frightened expression with a little amusement, and chuckled and said, "Are you afraid too? This is just a heavy snow, maybe it's some kind of meteorological weapon." The agent ignored him, but stared at the glass window not far away that had begun to condense frost, and said, "What kind of snow is so cold? It's usually 24 degrees here. How do you feel now?" After saying this, the agent also felt a little cold. "Is the air conditioner pregnant?" He raised his head and looked at the air outlet of the air conditioner, where warm air should be coming out. But he could not feel any warmth. Suddenly, someone pointed out the window and shouted in shock, "Look, what's going on there?" This shout attracted everyone's attention. Under the light column in the distance, huge ice blocks grew from under the ice field. Those ice blocks were like plants under accelerated photography, growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the place where the entrance of the Hydra base should have been was covered by the grown ice blocks. An iceberg actually grew in front of them. What's more terrifying is that under those blue lights, the originally flying snowflakes became violent as if they were injected with chicken blood. The snowflakes carried by the strong wind began to quickly collect free water molecules in the air, and then quickly grew larger and turned into hail. Then countless hail formed a huge ice storm and spread around. To be honest, this was the first time that everyone here encountered such a thing. The storm carried countless fist-sized hailstones. How did this thing get blown into the sky? And the wind speed was surprisingly fast. The rapidly retreating air carrier obviously could not leave the safe zone before the ice storm hit. "Everyone hold on. The storm is coming." The observer was the first to shout a warning, and then the alarm of the mothership was sounded. It was a warning to prevent turbulence. All members in the mothership found and grabbed the fixed objects around them as quickly as possible. Then more than 10 seconds later, the storm engulfed the flying carrier. Hill held the railing on the command position with both hands, and his face was livid as he watched the palm-sized hailstones spinning like cannonballs and hitting the deck of the flying carrier. The dense collisions made everyone feel like they were attacked by enemy barrages. And this collision continued. Of course, the flying carrier, which was the pride of S.H.I.E.L.D., would not be damaged by hailstones. After all, they were all steel structures, and the mothership armor was very thick. But the low temperature that came with the storm changed everything. A group of people looked out the window, and the dozen fighters that stayed on the deck grew ice like magic, like ice hedgehogs, and then the hailstones hit them again. The result was completely different. Under low temperature, the fuselage of the fighter jets became brittle. You know, before the fighter jets are delivered, they will undergo extreme environment tests. According to the experimental requirements, the fuselage of the fighter jets must withstand a low temperature of -40 degrees. Even if the fuselage covered with ice cones is frozen into popsicles, it is necessary to ensure that the fuselage structure will not crack or deform. But now the hailstones hit the fuselage of the fighter jets, just like hitting real ice cubes. Soon the fighter jets turned into a pile of fragments. There was no explosion at all. The flammable and explosive aircraft fuel froze before it flowed out. In other words, the temperature here has dropped to -60 degrees at least. Of course, they no longer care about the fighter jets at this time. Everyone on the bridge focused their attention on the glass windows of the bridge. The high-strength glass several inches thick blocked the impact of the hailstones, but the spider web-like patterns on the glass made everyone feel cold. Maybe it was not a chill in the heart, but at some unknown time, an incredible chill was transmitted into the control room through an unknown gap. What happened? Is God angry? A technician looked at the coffee cup beside him, like a little girl facing a gangster, grabbing her collar and screaming loudly. It turned out that he found that his hot coffee had frozen without knowing when. Hot coffee. Frozen. Hill was almost mad at this time. Are you waiting to die? You are actually dazed at this time. Hurry up and open the protective shield. Idiot. If there's any positive effect of the Chitauri invasion, it is that the United States has stockpiled a large number of Chitauri's high-tech equipment. For example, energy protective shields. With Hill's order, the technicians woke up from their dreams and immediately hurriedly started the mothership protective shield. Director. The system has started to fail due to low temperature, then start it manually. Do I still need to teach you how to do things? Hill was almost mad. She was just feeling lucky that their flying mothership had been upgraded long ago, and the flight engine was replaced with an anti-gravity suspension engine, which could resist extreme temperatures. After all, the extreme temperatures in the universe were much more extreme than they are now. When the Chitauri were sailing in the universe, they had to consider the temperature issue. The low temperature in the universe was absolute zero, but in the atmosphere, it was impossible for absolute zero to exist. After all, the atmosphere was heat conducting. So she didn't have to worry about the mothership falling down for the time being. Of course, if it continued like this, the possibility of freezing to death would be higher. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were still qualified. After all, they were elites. After the order was issued, the damage control and technicians quickly activated the protective shield at the fastest speed. When the protective shield was propped up, the temperature dropped much better. The technology of the cosmic race was strong, and the protective shield could actually resist the invasion of temperature. These people in S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to thank the Chitauri technology. But they were not safe, because the protective shield was not omnipotent. It was impossible for it to completely isolate the air and temperature, otherwise they would have suffocated to death, so the heat of the mothership was still dissipating at an alarming rate. So they still had to escape. The agent in charge of monitoring the temperature looked at the screen in front of him and shouted loudly, "We are still within the killing range, speed up, speed up." The mothership was still moving very fast, and soon they clearly felt that the storm around them was much smaller. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a technician shouted, "No, no, no. We are not out of danger, the low temperature is spreading. We have to fly up. The cold air goes down, don't fly level, don't fly level. We go up. Quick. Fuck. Back off quickly, otherwise we will be frozen to death." At this time, the agent who prayed before closed his eyes again, still mumbling. "Hey. Man, what are you doing again? Pray again, will God listen? Are we praying too often?" the companion asked hesitantly. When Kai took the artificial sun away before, they prayed once, and it turned out to be safe. How long has it been now, and they are praying again? Is God too busy? If he is God, he will definitely not like such believers. If I go back alive this time, I will quit my job and become a clergyman. The praying buddy rolled his eyes. We are already in this situation, and you still worry about whether God is busy or not? If he is not busy, we will really have to go to see him. I hope God can help us again because I will dedicate my life to him in the future. Oh, is it too mercenary? Isn't this how you believe in God? Unfortunately, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He also prayed. Because this person is not a believer, his prayer text is a bit out of place. God, help me, if I go back alive this time. I will delete all the Rainbow Pony videos I saved. I will never watch such exciting videos again. Rainbow Pony? Isn't that a children's animation? But the next second, the buddy suddenly realized that it was the kind of unspeakable Rainbow Pony video. Fuck. It's so fucking heavy. You compensate me for my Rainbow Pony, and I won't dare to look at that thing in the future. If you do this, God will never care about us. I don't know if God really heard the strange prayer of that guy and felt that the Rainbow Pony still needed to be saved. It really worked. After they rose to a certain height, the storm stopped and the temperature began to rise. There was only a huge vortex under them. The air conditioner in the bridge finally made people feel a little warm. The temperature in the control room had reached dozens of degrees below zero. The sudden warmth seemed so obvious. Several technicians and agents near the air conditioner outlet were stunned for a moment, then jumped up and hugged each other in joy, venting their joy of surviving the disaster through wanton roars. Happiness quickly filled the entire control room, and everyone was happy that they had escaped death again. Twice. Escaped death twice in one day. Many people felt that if they didn't thank God when they went back, they would be a little sorry for him. Are you still going to be a clergyman? The Rainbow Pony actually cared about this. The agent pushed the little pony with a sullen face. Get lost. Asshole. You made me afraid to watch cartoons with my daughter in the future. Enough. Hill saw his useless subordinates, and his face was not happy at all because of escaping. It was too embarrassing. You are professional agents. Not a mob. Go do your own thing. A group of people immediately ran back to their workstations in shame. Then Hill asked in a cold voice, what was that just now? What kind of weapon would have such power? But obviously, no one could give an answer. Chapter 1302, Be Frank. On the circular spaceship of the Shunmiao Bureau, Zhang Xian looked at the North Pole in the distance and took a deep breath. It seems that this winter, there will be a large area of snow in my hometown. The weather witch walked to Zhang Xian and said, I just checked the data. The temperature in the Arctic is about 10 degrees lower than the lowest temperature observed in history. This is also thanks to a large amount of seawater turning into glaciers. If it were on land, this year would definitely be an extremely cold day that only occurs once in 100 years. Hearing you say it so easily, it seems that it is not all bad news. As the director of the Shenmiao Bureau, Zheng Xian naturally could not show a weak expression in front of his subordinates. That would only affect everyone's morale, so even on the surface, he had to be relaxed. Of course. Have you ever paid attention to the global climate? The Arctic and Antarctic glaciers have been weakening, which has led to a series of impacts, such as hotter summers and more frequent extreme weather. If the Arctic glaciers can recover, it will be good for the entire northern hemisphere. Won't there be any sequelae of such a sudden drop in temperature? For example, cute polar bears will be frozen to death. The weather witch glanced at Zheng Xian, then said, "What are you thinking about? Before human industrialization, the Arctic had the same temperature as it is now. It's only been 200 years since life became less fragile. It might even be better to say that it is because the temperature is getting higher and higher that there are fewer and fewer polar bears." Then Kai, is this also a contribution to global warming? Zheng Xian said with a smile. The weather witch looked at her director seriously, and then said, "There are only two of us here, so there is no need to pretend to be strong. You are actually very worried, right?" Zheng Xian's shoulders suddenly dropped. "Can't you pretend not to know?" Then Zheng Xian looked out the window again. "This is a monster. Fortunately, he is not in the country, otherwise how can I live? No, I should say that I am not living well now. An American has such a weapon. I believe no one can sleep. Indeed, Americans are troublesome." The weather witch nodded and admitted it. "I'm really sorry. What does it have to do with you?" "Wait," Zheng Xian answered subconsciously, but immediately reacted. Why did the weather witch's voice become a male voice? The two immediately turned their heads and found that Kai was standing not far from them at some point. Zheng Xian's pupils shrank, but he immediately returned to normal. It was the weather witch who became very nervous. Who wouldn't be nervous? Mr. Wayne. If you want to be a guest of our SHIE Bureau, you can go through the formal channels. We are willing to make friends. Zheng Xian patted the weather witch and told her not to be nervous. If the other party really had some plan, she would not have interrupted just now. In reality, who would want to be like those villains in the movie, who have to grumble before killing people? The right way is to kill directly. Sorry, Kai apologized insincerely. We are all family, so there is no need to be so troublesome. Next time for sure. Hearing Kai's insincere apology, Zheng Xian didn't know what to say. Act tougher? Are you kidding? The artifact that can freeze the entire Arctic is still in his hands. Fortunately, Kai didn't come here to provoke. Don't worry, I borrowed that thing from Asgard. It is their treasure at the bottom of the box. It is very troublesome to borrow it, and they will not lend it to me casually. So you don't have to worry that I will use this thing to harm others. Oh, that's all a misunderstanding. I just said it casually. Kai looked at him speechlessly. I'm not a child, I know this. Don't worry, Asgard won't agree to me using this thing to cause trouble on Earth. This is of course a fabrication. The ice box is Asgard's reward to Kai, so it belongs to Kai. But the question is who can verify it? It's up to Kai to say it. Seeing that Zheng Xian still didn't believe it, Kai could only sigh and make up a lie. No, to explain. Think about it, if you have this thing at home, would you give it to others casually? If it weren't for the carelessness of those unreliable bastards at S.H.I.E.L.D., Asgard wouldn't have lent it to me this time. This made Zheng Xian and the others believe it. Indeed, this thing looks unusual at first glance. How could it be given to others casually? Seeing that they relaxed a little, Kai decided to make further efforts. That artifact is called the Ice Box, and it's the artifact of the Frost Giants. Yes, that's the Frost Giants you're thinking of. The weather witch was a little interested. Is there really a Frost Giant kingdom? Of course. The 9 kingdoms in Norse mythology actually exist. They are not made up. Even Norse mythology itself was spread by the Asgardians, as Kai told them about the runaway berserkers lies all over the earth. You mean, Norse mythology is actually a lie made up by an Asgardian warrior with post-traumatic stress disorder in order to cheat for wine? The weather witch asked in disbelief. Yes, I asked him personally, and he told me this himself. Because of this incident, he has never dared to return to Asgard. After all, he was making up lies for his own king. As a result, he can only pretend to be a historian in college to explain Norse mythology to others. He interprets his own lies. To be honest, he actually likes this kind of work. Anyway, it's all nonsense, and the key is that there are still many people who listen. This fact made the weather witch and Zheng Xian speechless. It's not the first time that the icebox has appeared on Earth. It appeared during the last war between the Frost Giants and the Asgardians on Earth. Later, Odin defeated the Frost Giants and took it away. They are also afraid that the Frost Giants will take it back. You know, this thing can only play the greatest role in the hands of the Frost Giants. When the Frost Giants invaded the Earth, they wanted to use this thing to turn the entire Earth into a big ice block. Kai once again added to his lies. Let them be more convinced that this thing will not stay on Earth. After saying this, although Zheng Xian and others would not completely believe it, they did feel a lot more relaxed because it is in line with human nature. Of course, this is also based on information asymmetry. Asgard really doesn't care about this thing, and has been keeping it in the warehouse to collect dust. As for being afraid of being taken back by the Frost Giants, that's even more ridiculous. Even if they take it back, Asgard is no longer afraid. The Frost Giants are indeed a very difficult enemy, but since they were defeated last time and even their hometown was almost taken away by Asgard, the Frost Giants have never developed for thousands of years. The massive population loss has made the Frost Giant still unable to recover today. In addition, the Frost Giant King Uther was defeated, and his son and artifacts were taken away, causing him to be depressed for thousands of years. He has been staying in his palace. Recently, he was backstabbed and killed by his own son, Loki, resulting in the vacancy of the Frost Giant throne. Since Loki has no offspring, the War of Succession broke out in the Frost Giant Kingdom. According to Asgard's observation, the strength of the parties competing for the throne is about the same. If this war is fought, it will be no problem for 1,000 years. If they really finish fighting, the Frost Giants, who have not recovered their vitality, don't know how many years it will take to recover. So Asgard is not worried at all that the Frost Giants will take back the icebox. Because if they take it back, there is no threat. Unfortunately, the people on Earth know this, except Tony and Kai, no one else. Mr. Wayne, you are not here just to explain this to us, right? Oh, I almost forgot, I came here for another thing. The scorpion is in your hands, right? You want that person, Zheng Xian suddenly realized. Yes, he is very important to us. Kai hesitated for a while and said, the Lei family father and son told you about his origins, right? Parallel worlds are really amazing. If I didn't know the Lei family father and son, I would have thought they were dazed by some third-rate science fiction. Zheng Xian nodded. There was no need to hide it. The news itself came from someone else. That's good. There are some things I haven't told the Lei family father and son. That is, the arrival of these people not only let us know the existence of parallel worlds, but also made our world encounter the so-called crisis. This is very familiar, right? Damn, in recent years, our world has always had problems. It's really unlucky. Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch looked at each other and waited for Kai to explain. They came to our world by some coincidences. At the same time, this also means that they broke the barriers between the original parallel time and space. This is very dangerous. According to the speculation of Master Ancient One, this will lead to two consequences. One is to let our time and space barriers continue to collapse, and then countless time and space will be connected to us. At that time, there will be more and more such parallel time and space visitors. This is the best result. The other possibility is that our time and space will completely collapse. The world we are in will directly send a message. Kai looked at the two and said, I know you have contact with Kamartaj. You can go and confirm this news? Zheng Xian nodded. He didn't perfunctorily tell Kai that such a big thing must be confirmed. So what do you want to do with the scorpion? Master Ancient One gave a solution, using a spell to reverse what happened to them and send them back to their original time and space. Let time and space return to normal. Kai naturally couldn't talk about the two Infinity Stones. That thing just didn't exist. The key to the problem is that none of those visitors from different time and space can be missing. This is the safest way, and we can't afford any mistakes, Kai said. Zheng Xian thought about it and said directly, I want to make a phone call, okay. Then Zheng Xian walked aside and called Ancient One directly. Kai was stunned. Ancient One has a phone? That woman Ancient One actually has a phone? The Weather Witch said strangely, what's the big deal? They even have Wi-Fi in their temple. What? This really surprised Kai. Are these wizards so modern? Seeing Kai's surprise, the weather witch felt a little proud. Soon Zheng Xian hung up the phone. He walked over and said, I can give the person to you, but the armor on him, I only want the person, nothing else matters. Kai had never thought about the armor on Scorpion, so he was very generous. In addition, the Lei family father and son hoped that they can guard the person. After all, Scorpion knows a lot of Kunlun secrets. For mystics like them, their secrets are more important than anything else. That's no problem. As long as he doesn't kill or lose the person, I can accept it. Kai is always very generous to his family. That's no problem. Zheng Xian didn't expect Kai to be so easy to talk to. After all, according to Kai's relationship with the US government, he thought the other party would have a verbal battle with him. As a result, Kai didn't make any requests at all, but was unusually easy to talk to. This made Zheng Xian feel very strange. Seeing Kai so happy, and obviously had no ill will towards them, and even had a very good impression of them. This was strange. According to their intelligence, Kai was a pure foreigner, without any experience related to China. Zheng Xian couldn't help but feel curious, so he used the most despised method of the agents to explore the reason. It's a bit rude to say this, but I still want to know why you are so friendly to our Shenmiao Bureau. Yes, it was a direct question. Haha. It seems that my friendliness makes you think I have other intentions, right? No. I mean, no need. I'm a policeman, and I naturally know that there is no love without reason in this world, except for your parents. Kai waved his hand generously, and then he hesitated for a while before saying, it's not accurate to say that I really have no other intentions. In fact, I do have some plans for you, Kai also said directly. Zheng Xian's eyes lit up, and then asked, what do you need us to do? In their line of work, are they afraid that others have other intentions? As long as you have a need, we can talk. I think you Shenmiao Bureau also know that the world has changed. Right, Zheng Xian's eyes brightened even more. Come on, is Kai going to surrender to the Communist Party? Oh. How can this be embarrassing? The world is not like before. It is no longer a game between countries. Zheng Xian's passion faded all of a sudden. Oh, he doesn't plan to surrender. Every day, new threats appear in the world. Some threats can be handled by each of us, but some, we must make one thing clear. Such events that affect the whole world will definitely continue to happen in the future. I am not omnipotent, and neither are my friends. Zheng Xian also agreed with this point. Although he could not feel as deeply as the Americans, the world was indeed becoming more and more dangerous. So, I hope that at some point, you can stand with me and deal with possible threats together. Zheng Xian nodded. He felt that Kai's words were correct. In terms of the overall situation, the Chinese have always been much better than those foreigners. But why don't you go to SHIELD? Kai looked at Zheng Xian as if he was an idiot. The weather witch was the same. She felt that her director was really old and could say such a thoughtless thing. If they were reliable, I wouldn't come to you, Kai said bitterly. How many times have I cleaned their asses? I'm already thankful that they don't drag their feet. Zheng Xian smiled a little awkwardly. It was really awkward, and the smile was also really a smile. The embarrassment was because he was an idiot. The reason for laughing is that SHIELD has come to a point where even its own people despise it. How lame it must be to do this. I'm not asking you to harm the interests of you and your country. I just hope that when the time comes, you can help us for the sake of the whole world. That's no problem. You can always trust China on this point, Zheng Xian said firmly. After all, the earth belongs to everyone, and when it's time to contribute, they are SHIELD and will never let down their guard. Just say this. By the way, I have to inform you that after a while, I may use the ice box to release it again in Antarctica. Since we've already borrowed it, it would be unreasonable not to seek some benefits for the whole world, right? The penguins in Antarctica also need to be saved. Chapter 1303 Follow-up. The negotiation with the Shield went very smoothly. In fact, the Shield did not value Scorpion. They valued the armor on Scorpion more. The technology on it was more practical than the information in Scorpion's head. Although Scorpion's armor was nothing compared to Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, his armor had one advantage, that is, it was cheap. Scorpion's armor was not a simple mechanical creation. On the contrary, it had very advanced biological technology. After all, martial arts required flexibility. If it was a mechanical creation, no matter how exquisite the design was, it would affect the action. But biological armor did not have such a disadvantage. This thing had a wide range of applications. At least the Shield thought that it could design several combat uniforms specifically for agents based on it. Naturally, Kai had nothing to disagree with this request. In addition, I'll tell you something. Before leaving with his men, Kai suddenly said to Zhang Xian, "What? Batman and I are friends, very good ones." Then Kai flew away without looking back. Zhang Xian and the Weather Witch were left standing there. After a long while, the Weather Witch asked, "What does he mean by this?" "He wants to say that he has always known about the connection between Batman and us," Zhang Xian said. "I know, I mean, what does he mean by this?" The Weather Witch could naturally hear this meaning, otherwise Kai would have nothing better to do than to talk to them about Batman, because in the eyes of the whole world, Batman is an American and has nothing to do with China or even the SHIE, and Kai suddenly told them this at this time, naturally reminding them that I know about you and Batman. But the Weather Witch was not sure why Kai brought this up. He is reminding us that he values the whole world more than disputes between countries. Zhang Xian heard the true meaning from it. Really, the Weather Witch was a little unconvinced. What else? Don't you think he plans to sell out his country and then join us? Zhang Xian curled his lips and shook his head. The young people nowadays really have no ideals and no longer believe in the spirit of internationalism. The Weather Witch thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he is disappointed with the US government? Right. Or maybe he has discovered the superiority of socialism." Tisk, you are blinding your mind. Who is he? He is the face of the American superhero. Going to the White House is like going home. He also has a huge jebel. In addition, his girlfriend, well, his girlfriends are all Americans, and his family and friends are all Americans. Do you still think he will betray his country now? The Weather Witch curled her lips and had nothing to say. Some things are very clear when they are laid out. He is just reminding us that instead of spending time on guarding against him, we might as well do more work, Zhang Xian continued. After saying that, he turned and left. He was very busy. He still needed to report this incident to his superiors. There are too many important situations in it. There are actually very few reports about the crisis in the Arctic. No one wants the public to know that they have once again survived the end of the world. Everyone focused on the news that the White House was captured again. It must be said that this has provided a lot of material for the people of the world, even more than the French jokes. Question: where's the safest place in the world? A. The White House. Q. Why? A. It was attacked twice, but the president is still alive and well. Similar jokes began to spread wildly on the internet. This kind of joke is okay, although it is a bit embarrassing. It can't hurt the United States at all. But it's not the case in the United States. A large number of Americans angrily questioned the government, whether they can still guarantee the safety of the people. Even the White House was attacked by terrorists, and twice. Who would believe that this government can protect Americans? Benjamin, the president, was also questioned by many people. After all, he led the government. Fortunately, the two parties have a very consistent tone on this matter, condemning those terrorists and calling on Americans to support the government. There is no political force to use this incident to suppress Benjamin as the president. In the eyes of many political commentators who do not know the truth, this is simply unimaginable. Forget about the ruling party. You, the Elephant Party, as an opposition party, actually watched such a good opportunity slip away? When did the Elephant Party become a vegetarian? In fact, the Elephant Party has no choice. Don't they want to use this incident to overthrow Benjamin's hegemony? The problem is that they can't. Because this matter was done by an insider, and what's even more terrible is that this insider is from their Elephant Party. Exxon has been confirmed to have been killed. His body was found in Exxon's holiday estate, and it was rotten to the bone. In other words, the pretender actually used Exxon's head and face to be active in the American political arena for almost a whole year, and he was just a little bit away from becoming the President of the United States. If Benjamin reveals the truth at this time, the image of the Elephant Party will definitely be ruined. The people will not think so much. They only know that there is a traitor in the Elephant Party, and he almost destroyed the entire United States. So even for their own sake, the Elephant Party has to stand up for Benjamin. At the same time, the Elephant Party also acquiesced to the fact that Benjamin will be re-elected in the next term. Their candidate will not really threaten Benjamin. At the same time, the Elephant Party hopes that the position of vice president can be handed over to them. Regarding this, Benjamin and his Donkey Party are negotiating. There are great differences, and the donkey party does not want this to happen. After all, the vice president has the first right of succession. And considering Benjamin's work experience, the chance of this position becoming a regular position is very high. It can't be helped. Who can blame Benjamin for his bad luck? If he is unlucky one time, he will really be GG. The elephant party actually saw this point and made this request. You can't give no hope at all? You should at least show some sincerity. The two parties are fighting fiercely on this issue. But Benjamin is not very willing to express his opinion on this matter. In short, the public opinion environment in the United States is very strange during this period. The people have scolded the government, but the political arena seems to be performing a two-party family, peaceful and harmonious unity. There is no sign of fighting. It's very weird. Of course, this has little to do with Kai. Although he is also the protagonist, Kai is notorious for not liking to be interviewed. How is it? Is she okay? Kai is in the Cradle of Life laboratory in Stark Tower with Tony at this moment. And the purpose is for Ms. Octopus. No problem, Dr. Helen said confidently. The new generation of the Cradle of Life can already repair the skin. Just one more treatment will be enough, Dr. Helen said confidently while using a computer to monitor Ms. Octopus's physical condition outside the Cradle of Life. The current Cradle of Life has been updated to the third generation. The ultimate goal of the Cradle of Life is to enable it to cure all human diseases. This goal is very difficult. Anyway, Tony admits that he can't do it. For now, the International Classification of Diseases issued by the World Health Organization is the most authoritative human disease classification manual in the world so far. It gives all known diseases, including various factors that cause poisoning, trauma, and allergic reactions, independent codes to facilitate medical staff to query. According to the 10th edition, ICD-10, released in 1998, there are 55,000 disease codes, which means that there are currently 55,000 diseases and related factors recorded and named. There is also a saying that there are 156 major categories of human diseases known so far, and each category has many different forms. If all are calculated, there are a total of 3,364 diseases. Let's not talk about the difference between the two. Just say that wanting a machine to cure everything is basically the same as a myth. After all, everyone's reaction to the disease and the treatment they need are different. This will produce countless possibilities, and a machine can't do it at all. Dr. Helen naturally knows this, but it doesn't affect her research. Helen herself said that this means that she has something to do for the rest of her life. She regards the Cradle of Life as her lifelong career. And for now, the Cradle of Life is top-notch for the treatment of trauma. Ms. Trainer, how do you feel? Kai walked outside the treatment chamber of the Cradle of Life and asked Ms. Octopus inside. Ms. Octopus's original name is Caroline Trainer. She is not a different time and space isotope with the Dr. Octopus that Benjamin, Parker and Stacy are familiar with. It should be said that she is a student of the original Dr. Octopus Otto Gunther Octavius. In her world, Dr. Octopus Otto Gunther Octavius is dead, killed in a battle with Spider-Man. She inherited Dr. Octopus's will, hoping to develop an artificial son to prove his teacher's theory. So she took on her teacher's mechanical tentacles, and then, in short, she was just a somewhat naive scientific researcher. Her nature was not bad. In the Arctic Cobra base, she had an accident with the artificial sun, which caused her mechanical tentacles to break down, and she also woke up from her madness. Now she has returned to her nature. I feel very bad, I can't feel my lower body. It's terrible, I'm paralyzed, right? Although the accident made him wake up from his madness, it also injured her spine. The mechanical tentacles themselves are directly connected to the spine. This is a punishment for me. But I am happy to accept this result. I can't believe what I have done, but Caroline can still accept such a result. After all, she was just a little bit away from destroying the world. Don't worry, Caroline, we will heal you. After all, prisoners also have human rights. This was said by Helen. Kai would not be so saintly. For him, the only reason he didn't kill this woman now was because she was still useful. If she wasn't closely related to the safety of the world, Kai would have shot her. On the contrary, Helen felt that it was not her fault. After all, her brain was affected by artificial intelligence, which led to madness. Kai was too lazy to argue with her. Although Kai didn't think that this reason could let her escape punishment, after all, this woman was not from their time and space. What he had to do now was to throw her back to her original time and space. As for how the people in her time and space planned to treat her, Kai didn't care. He didn't have to argue about this. Then can I ask questions? Kai looked at Helen. Yes, her treatment has ended, and she is just recovering now, but it doesn't affect her language ability. Helen didn't like Kai's indifferent attitude. After all, a person who is determined to invent a machine to cure all diseases is generally kind-hearted. She felt that even if Caroline really committed a crime, her human rights needed to be respected. I want to know the whereabouts of Kingpin, Kai asked directly. King Bing. Caroline thought for a long time before saying, New Jersey XXXXX, I only know this place. He is most likely to appear there. He came to this world just to have a family again. That is where his family hides, but he should not be there. I know King Bing. He failed to kill me, so he will definitely be on guard against me. He will not give me the opportunity to catch his family and threaten him. That's good. Kai turned around and left. He and this woman had nothing to say. But before he could walk out of the door, he heard the alarm in the building. Okay, I knew it would be like this. Kai looked helpless, then looked at Helen. If you want to protect the human rights of this woman, quickly transfer her. What happened? Helen looked at the alarm outside in surprise. This is Stark Tower. Who dared to come here to make trouble? Take her away quickly. I'm afraid that not only will her human rights not be guaranteed, but she will also lose her right to survive. Helen quickly called for people to transfer. Kai also sighed and left quickly. Hand over that woman. Otherwise I will blow up the whole building, a little blue-haired girl carrying a rocket launcher shouted loudly. Tony looked helplessly at the group of people rushing into his building, and said weakly, Jarvis, turn off the alarm. By the way, see where Kai's and let him solve the mess here. Okay, sir. Mr. Wayne will arrive in 2 minutes. Jarvis' words made the group of intruders panic. What's going on? Why is Wayne's father here? When a little girl heard that Kai was coming, she immediately grabbed a little girl with red and black hair beside her. It's over. If Wayne's father knew that we skipped school, he would definitely spank us, the black-haired little girl said with disdain. Humph. He doesn't dare to hit me. Why, if he dares to hit me, I dare to scream molestation, the little girl said proudly. The little girl's eyes lit up. Yes, unexpectedly, the little girl lowered her head and looked at her sister. Bernard. You can't use this trick. Why? Why don't you let me use it? The little girl shouted indignantly. Because, you are only 6 years old, no one will molest a 6-year-old girl. But just as the voice fell, a quiet little girl behind them put away her book and said calmly, Yes, what? There are many adults who like to molest children. Such people are called copper smelters. The little girl immediately asked, Does Wayne's father smelt copper? Tony covered his face when he heard this. What on earth have these children learned? Fortunately, I don't have children. As expected, children are the most annoying. At this time, the little spiders also arrived. They originally lived here. Hey, isn't this? Parker saw these girls and immediately pointed at them. Stacy nodded and said, Yes, the children of Uncle Wayne's family. That's right, the people who came were the pretty girls. This time, all the members were present. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over that octopus. The blue-haired girl shook her head to get rid of the strange atmosphere. She raised a rocket launcher that was taller than her and shouted, Otherwise I will blow up this building. Behind her, a girl in a black mecha also raised her hands, and the palm cannons in her hands were aimed at everyone. Chapter 1304 Liz's Choice. That was Liz. Liz was very nervous now. She didn't want to be enemies with Tony and others. After all, she knew that they were good people. But thinking of her father, Liz couldn't sit idly by. Liz was a sensible girl. She knew that her father was not an honest businessman as she had thought, but an arms dealer with blood on his hands. But anyone could despise and hate Adrian, but she couldn't. Adrian loved her, there was no doubt about that. He always wanted to give her the best, and he was willing to commit crimes for this. For her, that was enough. She had to take revenge. Liz, Peter saw Liz doing this, and his expression under the mask became very tangled. It was all his fault. He shouldn't have told lies about the arrest of Ms. Octopus without thinking. He just didn't want Liz to do those dangerous things again. Liz was different from them. They all had their own reasons for coming out to do justice, or they really wanted to do something for others. But Liz was not like that. She was just an ordinary high school student. She didn't have such a high level of awareness, and she didn't even like violence. Whatever she didn't do it for justice. She just wanted revenge. Peter didn't know if this was right or not, but he felt that a person should resort to violence for revenge, because it would get out of control in the end. Besides, Liz herself didn't want such a life. So he thought about telling Liz, letting her know that Ms. Octopus was arrested and justice was served. But unexpectedly, Liz also noticed Peter. Seeing Peter, she felt guilty. She had promised Peter. But then she thought of her father. Liz held back her tears and raised her weapon stubbornly. She knew that this would make Peter hate her, but she couldn't care less. Hey! Have you had enough of making trouble? Teresa saw that the atmosphere at the scene had changed subtly, and quickly gave her sister a head slap. We are here to help Liz get revenge. Don't do unnecessary things. Little Bernard also reacted at this time. She pouted her lips, trying to make a I am fierce expression, and shouted, hand over the octopus quickly. Otherwise, I will beat you. Emma covered her face. Do you know what a threat is? Sure enough, seeing the expression of little Bernard, the group of people did not feel the urgency of being threatened at all, but felt that they were healed. Even Tony felt that if his daughter was so cute. In fact, it is not unacceptable to have a child, right? On the contrary, Keith did not think there was any problem at all, but shouted, yes, yes. Hurry up and hand over the person. Otherwise, we will not be polite. At this time, Emma suddenly turned around and shouted sweetly to the people behind her, Dad Wayne. Why are you here? All of a sudden, the bodies of several beautiful girls froze. Teresa's neck was stiff like a rusty faucet, and she couldn't turn it. She carefully asked little Bernard, Emma is joking, right? She is playing a prank, right? It must be right? Didn't you say it would take 2 minutes? Little Bernard was a little braver. She turned her head quickly, and then quickly turned back. Emma is not joking. Dad Wayne is behind us. Teresa was silent. You three. Kai was almost pissed off by his 3 little darlings. From now on, the pocket money for the next 3 months will be cleared. The reward for doing housework will also be halved. This time Teresa couldn't hold it anymore. She turned over and pounced on Kai, grabbed Kai's clothes and started howling. No. Kai? I don't dare. I never dare again. This guy is in debt. If the pocket money stops, she will go bankrupt. The key is that she still owes Emma's money. Emma is the calmest. Pocket money? Of course, with her intelligence, she naturally can't show it. At this time, she also covered her face and cried falsely. But Bernard. This guy has no place to spend money at all. The biggest expense is buying candy. But because she went to the dentist last time and was warned by the dentist, her candy was also limited, and she even saved a lot of money on buying candy. And she doesn't like to work, she just wants to play. So she doesn't do housework at home to make money, so it doesn't affect her. If she really needs money, she will go to Afu and Merlin to act cute, and she can get what she wants. So she had no idea of what pocket money was. Emma took all her money, saying that she was keeping it for her. Emma didn't covet her money, but lent it to Teresa, and she just made money from the interest. This is what Emma read in a book, that's how bankers make money. But when Bernard saw Teresa doing that, he joined in the fun, holding onto Kay's feet and howling. Seeing the performance of his 3 precious adopted daughters, Kay's forehead was bulging with veins. Why not 3 boys? If it were boys, he would have let them know why the flowers were so red. Kay took a deep breath, and instead of paying attention to the 3 funny guys, he looked at the other 2 troubles. Yes, Kay was Kay's adopted father in name, but unfortunately, Kay didn't like living in his house. Although there was a room for her at home, she would occasionally go there, but she spent most of her time in the sewer. Kai did not force her to change her choice. After all, Kate is so old now. Although she is underage, she knows everything she should know. Kai can only guide her appropriately, and it is impossible to interfere forcefully, otherwise the result will be worse. But fortunately, she will go to school obediently. This is a good sign. I will not give in. I will definitely support my good sister. Kate will never ask Kai for pocket money. Even if Kai gives her, she will not take it. She has her own small business. She is the richest among these girls. Tisk, Kai knew that he could not talk to her when he saw this situation. So Kai could only look at Liz. Liz? Come out, let's talk. Liz was silent for a while, and finally walked out of the mecha. But her eyes were firm. Kai grabbed Bernard, who was still howling but actually moving his eyes around, and held her in his arms and walked to the sofa. Peter, take off your mask. There are some things that Liz has the right to know. Bernard saw this situation and knew that everything was fine. She whispered in Kai's ear, "Dad, I'm hungry." Kai was stunned. He looked at Teresa and Emma. "Didn't you eat?" Teresa and Emma were stunned. Then they knew something was wrong. "No." Bernard raised his hand and answered actively. Kai glared at the two older children fiercely. "It's okay for you to make trouble. Why do you want to drag Bernard into it? Don't you know that she is still growing? How can she not eat?" Kai's way of educating the three children has always been that he does not advocate luxury, but he must eat well. Especially Emma and Bernard, who are both very young. How can they not eat well? Kai is a very traditional Chinese parent, always thinking that it is better for children to be fatter, and being too thin is unhealthy. So when eating, you must eat a lot. "Jarvis, prepare some food for me. Don't use junk food." Tony especially likes cheeseburgers, but Kai always thinks that stuff is not nutritious. Tony felt puzzled. Kai's thinking was always very strange. He said that cheeseburgers were not nutritious, but whole wheat bread, cheese and beef were nutritious. Is there any difference? In Kai's mind, only dishes cooked honestly in the kitchen were nutritious, and fast food was not nutritious at all. Yes, Mr. Wayne, when there were many people, Kai would not educate the children too much. After all, they were all grown up and understood face, so Kai needed to take care of them. "Sit down." Kai asked the children to sit down. The four Spider-Men on the other side looked at each other and finally took off their masks. When they saw Stacy, the children were shocked. Then when Kai introduced the three Peter Parkers, the children were even more shocked. "You said they all came from parallel time and space." Keith stared at the four Spider-Men with wide eyes. "You didn't lie to me." Kai was cutting steak for Bernard. "Do you think I need it?" Tony stared at Kai with wide eyes. He never thought that Kai actually had this side. Bernard, on the other hand, found Tony's silly look very funny. He kept giggling and even stopped eating properly. Finally, Kai couldn't stand it anymore and directly picked up a piece of bread and threw it at Tony. "Hey! What does this have to do with me? Should he teach that kid a lesson?" Kai ignored him and continued to coax Bernard to eat. "But does this have anything to do with us not being able to seek revenge on that octopus woman?" Kai said as he gave Bernard juice, "because she is related to the safety of the entire world." Then Kai explained the consequences of their crossing from a parallel time and space to this side. "Now the time and space barrier is becoming more and more unstable. We don't know when we will be unable to hold on, so we need to send them back as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. So you can't kill her. Otherwise, she would have no chance of being arrested, and I would have killed her long ago." Kai explained the cause and effect. This is all he can do. Although it's a bit sorry for Liz, this is the real world. For the benefit of the vast majority of people, the interests of some people must be sacrificed. Kill one person for the sake of 10,000 people. Kai doesn't have to choose this kind of thing at all. He doesn't have that much moral pressure. What's more, he didn't intend to kill Liz. No, even Kai didn't deprive Liz of any power, and she didn't have the power to take revenge. Although it was a sophistry, it at least made Kai feel a little better. Facts have proved that Liz is a good child. Even if Keith was mumbling there to express his dissatisfaction, Liz had already made her choice. Did she really become like that because of the influence of artificial intelligence? Kai hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I can reveal some secrets to you, but you must promise that you will never leak it out." Liz and Keith both widened their eyes. Even the parallel time and space told them, what could be more confidential than this? "We caught her in the Arctic because she created an artificial sun under the Arctic." Well, you can understand it as a super reactor, the kind that will explode. That thing almost melted the entire Arctic. Wait. I just saw the news yesterday, saying that the temperature in the Arctic this year reached a record low, Keith suddenly said. "That's because we used a magical device borrowed from Asgard to refreeze the North Pole," Kai said. "Anyway, that thing almost exploded, and its power could cause the extinction of mankind. She was almost burned to death by the thing she made. Just tell me, would a normal person do such a thing?" Kai said so much, in fact, just to prove that this woman was indeed crazy before. In modern society, lunatics who kill people are not criminally responsible, but will only be forced into a mental hospital. Liz nodded to show her understanding. "So she is awake now?" "Yeah, can I see her?" Kai hesitated. To be honest, if it were him, he would probably kill the woman directly. As for the end of the world, let's talk about it when it comes. Kai felt that he was quite an asshole on this point. But seeing Liz's insistent expression, Kai nodded. "Okay, Peter, you go with me. Kai decided to teach Peter a little lesson and say everything. Oh. Stacy also volunteered to go with him. I don't know what kind of mentality. Keith raised his hand quickly. I want to go too. You are not allowed to go. Kai directly suppressed him. Why? Liz is a good kid, and you? Humph, I think you are too idle. I will tell your teachers clearly and ask them to assign you more homework. Why? In fact, for Keith, high school homework is not a difficult thing at all. The homework here in the United States is actually quite humane. The most prominent feature of American high school homework is the large amount of reading. Many homeworks do not have standard answers, especially for liberal arts homework. Teachers only give questions and give students a lot of room to play, write reports, do projects and speeches, etc., and they also pay attention to teamwork, and often assign homework that requires group cooperation to complete. But it still takes a lot of time. Because I am a celebrity, your teachers dare not offend me. Kai showed the sinister face of an adult. I protest. You are retaliating, double it, double it again. I know. I won't go. Keith could only give in, damn it. America has become like this, all because of you damn adults, wake up. This is the reality. If you want to change the status quo, you must have more power than me, Kai sneered. Damn it, so, study hard. Chapter 1305 Trust Yourself. Liz thought she would be very angry when she saw that woman, but when she really saw Caroline, she found that she was not as angry as she thought. Caroline was wearing a hospital gown and sitting on the bed with lifeless eyes. Helen beside her kept comforting her. It's not your fault, Caroline. It was the octopus lady who did those things, not you. Helen had studied Caroline's brain. She thought Caroline and her teacher were crazy. They dared to directly link artificial intelligence with certain parts of their brains. And according to her subsequent communication with Caroline, she found that Caroline and her teacher actually didn't understand the mystery of the brain at all. The brain is the most mysterious and complex organ in the human body. Without studying it thoroughly, they dared to mess around in their brains. It was because of good luck that they didn't die. Going crazy was the best result. So Helen decided that Caroline didn't need to be so sad because she couldn't control herself. No, Helen. You don't need to excuse me. I know what I did. I can remember those terrible things. I committed a crime, and I thought. Anyway, I know very well what I did and the consequences, but I just can't control it. Caroline didn't think of making excuses for what she did. Because after she woke up, even she couldn't accept the bad things she did, so how could she convince others to forgive her? Liz heard Caroline's confession, but didn't push the door to enter. She stood outside the door. Liz, Peter asked worriedly. It's okay, let's go. Liz shook her head, then turned and left. Liz, Peter hurriedly chased after her, not knowing what happened to Liz. It was you who was coming, and it was you who was leaving. The noise outside the door alarmed the people in the ward. Helen was startled and opened the door immediately. But no one was found. It seems that no one. This is Stark Tower, no one dares to make trouble here. Don't worry. Liz went back without talking to anyone. Kai also understood her complex psychology, so he didn't force her to stay. He felt sorry for this girl, and keeping her to educate her was a bit disgusting. Kai didn't intend to let her accept such a result willingly. After all, this was a helpless choice. Kai himself didn't believe in those big principles. He just simply sacrificed Kelly's power. It was not worth describing himself as so noble. He didn't think he was noble either. Okay, the last one left is Kingpin. Kai thought that if he could get Kingpin as soon as possible, everything would be over. Mr. Wayne, Peter suddenly called Kai. What? Please hand Kingpin over to us. The three little spiders, excluding Benjamin, looked at Kai seriously. Kai looked at them suspiciously. To be honest, among all the superheroes, the one Kai didn't trust the most was Deadpool. This guy was Irby, but this Irby made money recently and took his girlfriend to travel, so he didn't cause any trouble, so Kai just pretended he didn't exist. The second person he didn't trust was Peter Parker. It's not that I don't believe in his ability, but, look at what he has done. He can't even keep such a small secret. What can you expect him to do? Kai can believe that he didn't do it on purpose, but this is worse. If you did it on purpose, it means you have a brain, but if you didn't do it on purpose, that's very telling. Catching Kingpin, such an old silver coin, even Kai has a headache, just relying on his brain? No. Leave it to us, you guys should stay here honestly, Kai didn't give them a chance to speak, and turned away. The mouth is actually the most unconvincing thing in the world. For example, SHIELD and Nick Fury. The mouth speaks better than anyone else, but when it comes to business, they immediately get at a loss. So you should stay here honestly. Seeing that Kai was too lazy to even listen, he left. The three little spiders were very frustrated. But the older Benjamin could understand Kai's behavior very well. Because he is a middle-aged man, he has also experienced the age when he couldn't do anything well. He once thought that he could do everything well after gaining superpowers. What was the result? His girlfriend, friends, his friend's father, his uncle, everything. His life is a mess now. Superpowers don't represent everything, abilities are abilities, and superpowers are just superpowers. Don't be discouraged, you are just too young. But the next second, his shoulder was slapped hard. What nonsense are you talking about? It was Tony. Why should young people follow the rules? Tony didn't know what stimulated him, and he actually became a caring big brother. Kai can't say for sure. Can't you do it yourself, huh? Peter looked at Tony with his mouth wide open. Tony actually always liked Peter and felt that he had potential, and more importantly, he had awareness. Maybe he didn't do well in many things, but who is born to know everything? How can you grow up without trying? If you want to do it, do it. If you want to do it to the best of your ability. If you think Kai doesn't trust you, then you must show your achievements to fight back against him. For an old antique like Kai, you will never try to convince him with words, it's useless. Tony suddenly described Kai as an old stubborn, and even a roadblock to the growth of young people. No matter what others think, it's enough for him to find it interesting. But Mr. Wayne, he has his own plan. If we mess up again, I'll help you. Tony pointed at himself confidently, and Benjamin, and Norman. They can all help you. As for Kai, who cares? Can he kill you? Peter, Parker and Stacy nodded, yes. At most, I'll beat you up. The three looked at Tony speechlessly. Tony also knew that what he said was a bit tricky, but he immediately encouraged, you are not afraid of the danger to your life, and you are afraid of being beaten? Don't worry, Kai will not kill you. With a life cradle, you will be discharged in a few days at most. Hey, what kind of injury requires a life cradle? Benjamin smiled, yes, I can help you. As long as you don't act impulsively and make a good plan, things won't be too bad. Plan? But we don't know anything. I told you, I'm here, always being commanded by Kai. Tony also wanted to try the fun of being a commander himself. Sir. Ghidorah's signs of revival have stopped. It has entered hibernation again. Under a glacier somewhere in Antarctica, a group of monarch technicians are artificially cooling a huge ice wall. Logically speaking, this is Antarctica, cooling. I'm afraid it's not a disease. However, the fact is that a group of people are using liquid gas to cool this huge ice wall. Nick Fury, who has not appeared for a long time, stood at the base command under the glacier and looked at the data on the screen with a serious face. What's going on? Why did Ghidorah suddenly wake up at this time? A technician raised his hand. Sir, I think I found the problem. Nick Fury looked over. Speak. Just a few days ago, our detector suddenly received an unusual energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was very weak, and we didn't pay much attention to it. But after analysis, we found that the frequency of the energy fluctuation had the same band as Ghidorah's brain waves. Perhaps it was because of this that Ghidorah woke up. A few days ago, Nick Fury looked at his intelligence director. Oh, that's the intelligence collection director of the Monarch organization. It has nothing to do with SHIELD and the Skrulls. The intelligence chief immediately took out the recent major events in the world. I think it should be the recent events in the Arctic that caused the changes here. The intelligence chief immediately took out the latest intelligence briefing. Although Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been decoupled, he still has no shortage of intelligence sources. In this world, no one except himself knows how many nails this guy has buried. Anyway, he has infiltrated almost every place that can be infiltrated, more Hydra than Hydra. Otherwise, how can I say that Alexander has always admired Nick Fury? Nick Fury looked through the specific intelligence, then frowned. Artificial sun. Tisk, Hill is going to be unlucky. Combining the context, it seems that it is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault again. Another time the world was almost destroyed. Nick Fury put away the intelligence, then raised his head and looked at the underground glacier in the distance from the window of the base command. In the transparent blue ice crystals, a huge monster was frozen in it. It has 3 heads, a pair of wings, and a body like the dragon in Western legends. It was so shocking that even though it looked like it was dead, one could still feel its unparalleled power. It was called Ghidorah. Of course, it wasn't called this name itself. This was the name given by the monarch organization, just like Godzilla. A monster that eats too much will give itself a name. They were all given by the monarch organization, but the amazing thing is that the monarch organization and the outside world kept the name Godzilla exactly the same. They were all named after the protagonist of a monster special film by Japanese people who were living a good life. As for its origin, the monarch organization has found some clues from the murals of ancient mysterious civilizations. A long, long time ago, it should be tens of millions of years ago. At that time, Antarctica had just entered the Ice Age. According to the research of the monarch organization, about 15 million years ago, the Earth began to cool rapidly. Before that, Antarctica was not a lifeless ice and snow world like it is now, but a normal continent. At that time, there was civilization on the Antarctic continent. Their level of civilization was roughly equivalent to that of the later Mayans. They had their own buildings, sacrifices and even writing. For example, this underground glacier is located above an ancient civilized city. Through the interpretation of texts and murals, the monarch organization roughly guessed the origin of Ghidorah. It came from the starry sky, well, from the universe. It landed on this land. At that time, the civilization of this continent had begun to decline. Because the weather was getting colder and colder, more and more tribes began to migrate to the north, but its arrival caused greater disasters, causing the already lingering civilization to further weaken. People prayed for the help of the gods. Then the gods sent their messengers. A figure that the monarch organization was very familiar with: Godzilla. The murals record that the messenger of God, that is, Godzilla, came from the bottom of the sea and fought with a three-headed demon. The battle was very tragic. Countless city-states turned to ashes, and even the traces of their existence were destroyed. They fought from summer to winter until the earth was frozen, and the winter was decided. In the end, the messenger of God won. It defeated Ghidorah and threw it into the deep lake. But the consequences followed. Winter became extremely long, and an indescribable cold winter came. The remaining civilization prayed to the gods again for salvation, and used the last of their strength to build this relic to praise the gods, hoping that the gods would put away their anger. Of course, the gods ignored them, and Antarctica became the current Antarctica. They became extinct. And Ghidorah was frozen until now. But after tens of millions of years, Ghidorah still did not die. The monarch organization could not understand how it survived until now. Such a large body undoubtedly requires a huge amount of energy to maintain, but there is nothing here except ice. How does it replenish energy? Even if it is in a hibernation-like situation, it should have starved to death long ago if it has been there for many years. No matter what the reason is, it is extremely powerful. After the monarch organization discovered Ghidorah, it did not actually intend to do anything to it, but just wanted it to stay here honestly. But someone is making trouble. Who is it? Need I say? Tony has always been worried about the aliens' covetous eyes on the earth, not to mention Nick Fury, who has always been suffering from paranoia. This guy has been preparing in secret, such as King Kong. But he had no idea what to do. So he turned his attention to King Kong. He thought that he could apply his success to other titans after King Kong. Just then, Dr. Sarazol came in. Nick, I think we need to suspend the experiment on King Kong, Dr. Sarazol said worriedly. In fact, Nick Fury was about to agree with Dr. Sarazol's opinion at that moment. After all, if you suffer many losses, you will always learn something. But soon, Nick Fury's overflowing ego slapped the thought to death. What's the use of suspending? Don't be afraid, just do it. No, it has fallen into deep sleep again. It's just that the interference from the outside world has activated its brain waves. Isn't it fine now? Sarazol looked at Nick Fury and felt that his old friend was getting a little obsessed. He seemed eager to prove himself. Nick, I know that what's going on outside makes you feel anxious. But I still hope you can think about it. Nick Fury shook his head. I admit that those things outside do affect me, but they don't affect my judgment. We need titans, and the crisis is not far from us. If we don't have some trump cards, the future of the Earth, we have no choice. At this point, Nick Fury looked at a corner of the mural again. Besides, we have a braking mechanism, don't we? He felt that even if there was a problem, Godzilla would appear to solve the problem. This is Nick Fury, He always plans everything well. But every time he needs others to clean up his mess, even he himself doesn't think there's anything wrong with it, as if well this is as it should be. This is for a greater goal. Even if there is an accident, it is a necessary loss. He is like a seemingly shrewd businessman, putting gains and losses together. But he just despises losses and focuses on possible gains. Sarazal decided to continue persuading. This is too dangerous. If there is any accident, the lesson of the Mudo will appear again. Obviously Nick Fury will not listen to him, just like he doesn't listen to other people's advice. He trusts himself more. Chapter 1306 Accident. When can we act? This was the nth time Wanda had asked Coulter. She and her brother couldn't wait any longer. Coulter was helpless. Their plan was very good, but the problem was that Kai and Tony on the other side didn't play by the rules. They hadn't appeared for a long time. Please be patient. We can't even determine their whereabouts now. How can we act? Coulter said impatiently. Wanda looked at Coulter, then turned and left. Coulter was stunned. She didn't expect Wanda to give in so easily this time. It was unlike her, but who cares? The Super Skrulls were about to succeed. By then, they wouldn't need anyone. The abilities of this woman and her brother would belong to them. Of course, there was no harm in letting her deal with Tony Stark and Kai Wayne. But Coulter overestimated the Skrulls, or he underestimated the Earthlings. How is it, Wanda? Did they agree? Quicksilver waited for his sister to come back, immediately put down the magazine in his hand, and asked hurriedly. Wanda shook her head with a gloomy face. Why is this happening? How long are they going to delay? Quicksilver was very angry. Wanda, no. The situation could be even worse. What do you mean? They are not going to help us? Quicksilver asked with a change of expression. No, it could be even worse. Wanda took a deep breath. They do intend to use us to deal with Tony Stark, but they are also full of malice towards us. Huh? Quicksilver breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. Didn't we expect this kind of thing? Quicksilver and Wanda are both adults, no longer children, so it is impossible for them to think that those people helped them because they were good people, just like when they first joined Hydra. On the contrary, they have long known that these people have ulterior motives. But they don't mind being used, as long as they can get revenge. They are full of confidence in themselves, thinking that as long as they get revenge, they can also escape the control of these people. No, they give me a bad feeling, very bad, Wanda said. They must be hiding something. In fact, Wanda has always been the dominant one between the two siblings. Whether in terms of IQ or ability, Wanda is stronger than Quicksilver. Wanda's ability is very complex, not as simple as it appears. To the outside world, Wanda's ability has always been the ability of thought, but in fact, Wanda's ability is more than that. Quicksilver quickly took it seriously. Then what are you going to do? He believed in his sister. We need to find out what they are going to do, Wanda said decisively. This is not difficult, after all. This organization called SWORD has been monitoring them all the time. Quicksilver has the ability to subdue them in the first place. I understand. Quicksilver nodded, and then his figure disappeared with a whoosh. At this time, the Skrulls who were monitoring the two siblings immediately noticed Quicksilver's disappearance. Quick! Quicksilver disappeared. Find him immediately. The next second, Quicksilver appeared behind the Skrulls. The first reaction of several Skrulls was to fool Quicksilver, claiming that this was for their own good and so on. Quicksilver was not particularly smart, so he usually didn't listen to such arguments and directly knocked several guys unconscious. But at the moment when those SWORD agents were knocked unconscious, their bodies changed. From ordinary human bodies, they gradually became green, hairless, pointed ears, and humanoid creatures with strange wrinkles on their chins. This is not human at all. Quicksilver was frightened by this change. He immediately grabbed one of the Skrulls and quickly sent it to Wanda. Wanda, Quicksilver pointed at the ugly-looking Skrull and was a little at a loss. Wanda was also startled at first, but she calmed down immediately the next second. Suddenly, a deep red light appeared between her hands, and then she grabbed the Skrull's head and began to use her ability to hold the other's mind hostage. Tell me, what on earth are you? Soon Wanda and Quicksilver understood the origin of this group of monsters. Aliens. Skrulls. Skrull Empire. Extinct. Refugees, taken in by Earthlings. These messages stunned the ignorant Wanda and Quicksilver. They didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns in the process, and even aliens were involved. What are you going to do? Or, what is your purpose? The Skrulls didn't answer immediately this time, but began to resist Wanda's mind control, which made Wanda almost unable to maintain her ability. The opponent's willpower was very strong, and Wanda had only used this ability a few times, so she was not proficient. But in the end, Wanda's power prevailed. We planned to use you to capture Kai and Tony. Wanda could feel that he was still resisting in his subconscious. Although he couldn't lie, he could not tell the whole story. Besides this, what other purpose do you have? Wanda is not a child. A group of aliens, are they really here to eliminate violence and protect the good? After struggling for a while, the Skrull was completely controlled. Tony and Kai have the best connections among all the superheroes. After we capture them, we can copy their appearance, and then wait for an opportunity to capture other superheroes, and finally wipe out the supernatural powers on Earth. Then, we Skrulls can use the power and influence of those people to gradually infiltrate the upper echelons of the human world, and thus secretly control the entire world. Everything is for the revival of the great Skrull Empire. Quicksilver listened to all this with lifeless eyes. They just wanted revenge, and even their target was only Tony Stark from the beginning. The reason why they targeted Kai was because Kai and Tony had a very good relationship, and they thought Kai was an obstacle. But it doesn't mean that they are willing to sacrifice the whole world for revenge. No. You don't have the power of superheroes, how can you replace them? Quicksilver was immediately shocked. Yes, every superhero has his own special features, so how can they be replaced so easily? After a while, it will be exposed. Super Skrulls. We Skrulls can copy a person's appearance, and Super Skrulls can not only copy a person's appearance, but even copy his or her superpowers. Only Super Skrulls are the most perfect creatures in the world, no, in the entire universe. Skrulls are the highest species in the universe, the same goes for you. Once you are no longer of use, we will copy your abilities and then get rid of you. I also want to thank you and Hydra for your research. It is based on your research that we have perfected our Super Skrull plan. By then, the whole world will be under our control. Stupid Nick Fury thinks that as long as he has the support of Captain Marvel, he can control us. Haha, but in fact, when we completely control the Earth, he will not find out. By then, Nick Fury will be replaced by us, and Captain Marvel will be just an object for us to use. We can even copy her. This Skrull was played around by Wanda, and he blurted out all the things that he shouldn't say. Of course, Wanda was not having a good time either. Her face turned extremely pale, but crimson rays of light surged all over her body. Quicksilver knew something was wrong. Wanda. Quicksilver pushed Wanda, but the next second the crimson rays of light rioted and blew Quicksilver away. And the Skrull's head exploded in an instant. Green and white things poured all over Wanda's face. Quicksilver hit the wall and fell down again, but the next second he got scared and rushed to Wanda's side. Quicksilver's metabolism is more than 15 times that of a normal person, which makes him heal much faster than a normal person, so unless it is a fatal injury, he can recover quickly from any injury. Here we have to complain about Quicksilver's physical fitness setting. He is simply a little Superman. His body has evolved completely to adapt to the harsh environment of high-speed movement. His cardiovascular and respiratory systems are many times more efficient than normal people. It is estimated that he can metabolize 95% of the calories in food. Normal people use about 25%. Muscle tissue is also highly enhanced, so that his body does not produce fatigue toxins, a normal side effect of exercise that forces the body to fatigue, such as muscle soreness. Even as he accelerates his breathing through exhalation, his body constantly excretes waste. His joints are smoother and lubricated more effectively than normal joints. His tendons have the tensile strength of spring steel. His bones contain unknown materials that are more durable than calcium and can withstand the dynamic impact of his feet contacting the ground at speeds that humans can never reach or withstand. At the same time, his tears are more viscous than normal, so under the influence of high-speed movement, the rapid evaporation and replenishment of the liquid on the surface of the eyeball is prevented, thereby avoiding blocking his vision. So a small injury like this is impossible to stump him. On the contrary, Wanda's physical fitness is relatively average. As her abilities riot, Wanda's body becomes extremely weak and her face is pale, just like she has been seriously ill. Hurry. Run. We can't stay here. Wanda can pay any price for revenge, even the lives of both of them. But if she wants to drag the whole world to the end, Wanda can't do such a thing. Quicksilver didn't say much, and he wasn't that crazy. He picked up Wanda and ran away immediately. The Skrulls' reaction was not slow at all. After Quicksilver defeated the Monitor, the Skrulls found something wrong. But when they came over, they saw Quicksilver holding Wanda and trying to run away. Catch them! Cart saw his headless compatriots lying on the ground and immediately ordered his men. A group of Skrulls immediately raised their weapons and fired. Quicksilver immediately entered a high-speed state, dodged the attack, and rushed out of the encirclement in one fell swoop. But the next second, Quicksilver had to stop. His body was adapted to the impact of high-speed movement, but Wanda couldn't. With such a high speed, the overload, G, alone was enough to make Wanda fall into coma. This was because Quicksilver deliberately controlled his speed. If he ran at full speed, run. I can handle it. If the overload was too high, it could actually be tolerated for a short period of time. Quicksilver looked at his sister, then looked at the Skrulls chasing him, gritted his teeth, and started high-speed movement again. Faced with such a situation, the Skrulls were naturally at a loss. Find them immediately, Carter gave an order to his gloomy opponent. Then he turned around and returned to his secret office. He turned on the interplanetary communication. Soon several screens appeared in front of him. On those screens, the Skrull leaders from all over the world appeared, including the Skrulls on the Martian spacecraft. An accident happened. We are exposed. Carter had already changed back to the Skrull form at this time. We must control Nick Fury immediately. What happened? The person in charge of the Martian side asked immediately. There is no time. Control him first. The person in charge of the Martian side had no choice but to execute. But after a while, the Skrulls on the spacecraft gave a bad news. Nick Fury is not on Mars. How is it possible? Carter almost jumped up. Didn't you say in your previous report that he returned to Mars? No. That's a substitute. And it's ours. This is more nonsensical. Nick Fury did not return to the Martian spacecraft in person, but sent a Skrull he trusted to return to Mars in his own appearance. And the stand-in for Nick Fury was also very dedicated, and had been acting as Nick Fury. Until just now. Not all Skrulls were ambitious, and many of them were still happy to live a peaceful life. After all, they were too reckless at the beginning, which led to the fall of the wall. In fact, the ability of the Skrulls is really disgusting. So there are quite a few Skrulls who sincerely work for Nick Fury. Of course, if there is really a conflict between Nick Fury and the Skrulls, they are unlikely to really stand on Nick Fury's side against their own people. There is a difference between relatives and strangers. No matter how grateful you are to Nick Fury, you can't use your compatriots to please him. Where is he now? Carter asked anxiously immediately. I don't know. Not only the Skrull leader on Mars doesn't know, but other Skrulls don't know either. Here we have to talk about Nick Fury's persecution delusion. He doesn't trust anyone. How can he really trust the Skrulls? He doesn't even trust Phil completely. At least Phil didn't know about Captain Marvel and the Skrull spaceship. He has always consciously separated the forces under his command. Monarch knows about S.H.I.E.L.D., but not S.W.O.R.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows nothing. S.W.O.R.D. knows about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Skrulls, but not Monarch. Phil only knows about Monarch, but not S.W.O.R.D. and the Skrulls. Nick Fury never puts all his eggs in one basket. What should we do now? This is a big problem. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1307 The Secret War begins. We must catch Nick Fury immediately. Otherwise, we will all be doomed, Carter shouted anxiously. If Nick Fury calls Captain Marvel in the universe at this time, it will be a disaster for the Skrulls. Captain Marvel is not like the people on Earth who know nothing about the Skrulls. Once it is confirmed that the Skrulls have invaded the Earth, who knows what Captain Marvel will do? Even if they are exiled, it will be enough for the Skrulls. At the beginning, they had nothing, and it was relying on the resources of the Earth that they slowly recovered some vitality. If they were driven away again, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for them. No one would be as stupid as Captain Marvel to accept them. This is also the reason why many Skrulls are unwilling to violate the agreement with Captain Marvel and occupy the Earth, because they really have nowhere to go. If they lose their last hiding place, then what awaits them will be real extinction. But we don't even know where he is now. The other Skrulls were also very angry. Especially those moderate Skrulls were even more angry. A group of Skrulls quarreled. In the end, it was Carter who ended the quarrel. Okay. It's meaningless to find out who is responsible now. We must save ourselves. How to save? Everyone looked at Carter. Carter has always been the leader of the Skrulls and the most powerful warrior among them. Unfortunately, after Nick Fury came to power, he deliberately threw him to Earth, not letting him on the Skrulls' last spaceship, and keeping him away from the center of power. Now in a critical moment, whether moderates or radicals, they can only listen to him. Start in advance. Control those superheroes on Earth first. No. In that case, Nick Fury will summon Captain Marvel as soon as possible, and we will die faster, someone objected. No. On the contrary, we are in a misunderstanding, Carter said. Why should we be afraid of Captain Marvel? Because, she is very strong, right? Carter spoke more and more smoothly. In fact, he had a little flash of light a long time ago, but he never connected it. But just now, he straightened everything out. Because she is very strong, we are afraid of her. But my compatriots, don't forget that she is not the only strong one on Earth. Yes. This sentence made many people think suddenly. There are many strong people on Earth. Isn't Kai strong? Cart shouted loudly. Is Batman strong? Is the Night King strong? Why do we dare to fight them, but are afraid to face Captain Marvel? His words made all the Skrulls fall into deep thought. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Cart continued to question. What do you mean? Someone asked tentatively. It would be best if Nick Fury can be caught, but if he can't be caught, forget it. Our first priority now is to activate the Super Skrulls and start our war, a secret war. As long as we control this world, even if Captain Marvel comes, what does it matter? We can even get her power. In this way, the Skrulls will truly rise. Cart's speech quickly excited the people present. But some people still hesitated. Is this really the only way for us? This idea is actually not surprising. After the fall of the Empire, the Skrulls have experienced too many tramplings. They are no longer the Skrulls who are rampant throughout the universe. There are always people who want to be content with a small fortune. Do you want to admit your mistake to that arrogant, incompetent black guy? Come on. We all know that bastard. He is not a person who will forgive betrayal. He doesn't have that kind of mind. He didn't trust us in the first place. He was just using us. Do you think he will forgive us after knowing our betrayal? Haha, what a stupid idea. I can tell you, it's impossible. That black guy will only find a way to eliminate us. He will definitely. The Skrulls who were originally hesitant made up their minds immediately after hearing this. That's right. Nick Fury will never forgive betrayal. Especially for them. I don't know what Nick Fury would think after knowing this. The Skrulls, who were originally unwilling to go against humans, would make up their minds to rebel because of him. From this point of view, Kai's evaluation of Nick Fury is so accurate. He has no effect except dragging his feet. In fact, the best way for him to protect the Earth is not to do anything, but to do nothing. Just leave it there, and the Earth will be better than it is now. Let's start our secret war. Kai didn't know yet that the crisis on Earth had come again because of Nick Fury, and it might even cause a worse chain reaction. If he knew, he would definitely find Nick Fury as soon as possible and kill him cleanly. He is now with a group of meteorologists. Why meteorologists? Because Tony, that bastard, didn't know what was going on and went into seclusion again. Didn't Kai tell the SHIELD last time that he wanted to cast the ice box in Antarctica? This is really not something Kai said casually, he really intended to do it. The time in the Arctic, although Tony calculated, it still caused some bad consequences. That is, this winter is particularly cold. After Christmas, the entire northern hemisphere entered the coldest winter in a century. The rolling cold wave swept across the entire northern hemisphere from the Arctic, causing the average temperature to drop by about 5 to 7 degrees in the new year this year. Don't underestimate this number. This is the average temperature. The extreme temperatures in some places have even broken historical records. For example, in Russia, in Siberia, the temperature has dropped to a historical level of minus 60 degrees Celsius. In China and Europe, the cold wave has caused a huge impact at the same time, causing a lot of trouble. And all of this is due to the ice box and Tony's miscalculation. In fact, it is not a mistake, but the weather is too variable, and there are too many variables to consider. If you don't pay attention, you will immediately get a result that is a million miles away. Although Tony has tried his best, he is not a professional meteorologist after all, which led to Kai's excessive effort. The current low temperature is not the end of the matter. There will be huge impacts in the future, but it has not yet begun to appear. According to meteorologists, this spring will be a cold spring. This will bring huge variables to agricultural production. Meteorology is a very rigorous science. A little bit of variable will produce earth-shaking changes, and even a little bit of change will be infinitely magnified in humans. So this time Tony specially summoned the most professional experts in the industry together at Stark Tower for deduction. For such a request, governments around the world actually support it. Everyone knows the harm of global warming, but the problem is that knowing is knowing, and whether it can be done is another matter. Like what the white leftists in Europe and America say, the whole world should reduce carbon emissions. Haha. Of course, there is no problem for developed countries. Their industries are either transferred or upgraded, and the demand for carbon emissions is very low. But what about those developing countries? They don't develop industry? Don't develop modern agriculture? What do these countries eat and drink? Those white leftists can do nothing except to move themselves. In addition to accusing developing countries of polluting the environment, why don't they say that European and American countries have been polluting for more than 100 years? They are full and not hungry, but there are billions of people who are hungry. In order to satisfy their own sense of morality, or simply put, their pitiful vanity, these idiots require billions of people to starve to death? In fact, these idiots are just tools. They are just tools of those with ulterior motives. They actually whimsically promote carbon emission quotas. What's worse is that they don't give quotas according to the degree of development. If developing countries want to develop industry, it will inevitably cause carbon emissions to exceed the standard. The quotas that exceed the standard need to be purchased from developed countries. To put it bluntly, they have to pay taxes to them. These people want to use environmental protection to control the development of all developing countries, so that they will always be in the position of exploiters and controllers. So there is no environmental protection, there is only business. Everyone knows that global warming is happening, but no one is trying to stop it. They don't want to stop it. They treat it as a business and a political solution. But if someone proposes a solution that does not require any cost, what? Of course, they are welcome. After all, everyone knows that the disadvantages are the same for everyone, and no one will get special privileges. Of course, there are also people who oppose it, such as Kai's approach, which destroys the laws of nature and causes losses. But Kai doesn't care much. This world will always have such a group of people, who do not do things and do not allow others to do them. They think they are so-called awake people, but in fact, they are nothing. Just a group of garbage that no one cares about. Will Kai care about them? Of course not. You ask them to say these words in front of Kai? They dare not. Because everyone knows that Kai will not indulge them. Kai has proved this again and again. But, for now, Kai is actually quite troubled. Because these people, what are they talking about? He can't understand it at all. But he had to be here, because they needed the icebox, all their models were based on it, so Kai had to stay here and use the icebox to provide data. Of course, Kai also knew that there were definitely spies from many forces among them. But Kai didn't care. If humans could study the principle of this thing, it would definitely be a good thing in Kai's opinion. Of course, Kai was not optimistic. The frost giants spent thousands of years and years to create an icebox. If it was so easy for humans to crack it, then the frost giants should just find a piece of tofu and die. Don't embarrass yourself. What's worse is that the frost giants didn't follow the scientific route at all. They followed the magic metaphysics route. But human natural science is completely two different roads. Kai didn't dare to say whether these two roads intersected, but you, who studied plastics, turned around and made tanks. The span is a bit too big. The span between magic metaphysics and science is even greater than this. If this could be studied out, then Kai wouldn't have to worry about humans. They would have rushed out of the earth and ruled the universe long ago. Sir, just when Kai was about to fall asleep, Jarvis' voice suddenly appeared. What's going on? Kai woke up with a start. There's a little trouble in New York, Jarvis said. Which blind idiot is causing trouble in New York again? Kai sighed. It's the center of the universe. All kinds of weird things will happen. Thanks to the fact that there are many superheroes in New York, there has never been any big trouble in New York. But small troubles are still continuous. It's just that New Yorkers are used to it, and even regard it as a feature of New York. Don't say it, there are really those who are not afraid of death and want to join in the fun. The way to distinguish locals from outsiders in New York is very simple, that is, when a riot occurs, those who have no expression on their faces and leave the scene quickly are basically locals. New Yorkers also wanted to join in the fun for a while, but over time, they have also summed up lessons. Don't join in the fun blindly. Even if you want to know what happened, you have to find a safe place to talk. Even if you can't see the fun, the omnipotent TV station can tell you what happened later. Well, the most dangerous profession in New York now is not the police or something like that, but the reporters and pilots on the ground of major TV stations in New York. So the salary increase for these two professions is frightening, but many people are flocking to them. It is exciting, profitable and easy to become famous, so naturally many people are willing to do it. No, it's Peter Parker and his friends. Jarvis popped up a holographic screen in front of Kai. It was the news. It was the Upper West Side of New York. Looking at the building on the screen, it seemed to be the biotechnology laboratory building of the Osborne Group there. Then countless monsters rushed to the street, and pedestrians on the street were fleeing. Those monsters all had animal heads, tall and strong bodies, and uncontrolled violence. At the same time, there were streams of green gas spreading everywhere. Any ordinary person who came into contact with those gases would immediately mutate and become a monster to join the riot. What the hell is going on? Kai was shocked. The animal version of Dead Rising? Or the New York version of Man in Nature? The meteorologists who were originally discussing fiercely all looked over. Kai waved his hand, letting them do their own thing, and then turned and walked out of the meeting room. What the hell is going on? Kai asked again. Then Kai saw a familiar figure on the holographic screen. Iron Man. Why is Tony there too? Isn't he in seclusion? Yes, that's Mr. Stark, Jarvis said honestly. They are going to capture Kingpin. Kai's face suddenly fell. Damn, it's okay for those teenagers to be impulsive, but what's wrong with Tony? Is puberty delayed? Tell me. What happened? Don't hide anything. Chapter 1308, War Begins. The matter was simple. In order to prevent Kai from obstructing the spiders from realizing their so-called self-worth, Tony specially paid for the best meteorologists from all over the world to come here to hold this so-called seminar. In fact, Kai didn't need to participate at all. Tony had the data model of the ice box, which he got from Asgard. In fact, he only needed to take the model to discuss a feasible plan with those meteorologists, but Tony fooled Kai and held a 5-day seminar with a group of academic masters that he couldn't understand at all. Those meteorologists were happy to do this. After all, this was the first time in the world that they had weapons that could change the climate, so they were naturally happy to participate. But Kai was uncomfortable. Out of respect for scholars and knowledge, Kai basically accompanied them throughout the 5 days. Tony took the spiders to hunt down Kingpin. The process was not smooth, but a breakthrough was made. They finally found Kingpin and his men and broke Kingpin's conspiracy. They planned to create a virus to seek benefits for them and even use the virus to threaten the world. But the spiders stopped them. They destroyed the original strain of the virus. But this also completely annoyed Kingpin. Kingpin originally planned to use a softer way to gain power, but now the original strain of the virus has been destroyed, which means that this road is blocked, so Kingpin simply revealed his gangster nature. Use violence to coerce. When developing that mysterious virus, Kingpin scientists accidentally created another magical potion. A potion that can combine human genes with animal genes. They even created wild boars and rhinos for this purpose, although they were finally defeated by Kai. But it also made Kingpin and his team see the prospects of this thing. They originally planned to use this thing to develop beast warriors. But now that they have been hit by Spider-Man, they can't care about much. They decided to turn all the people in New York into monsters that are hybrids of humans and beasts. After all, only they have the ability to solve problems. They can also threaten the US government. Of course, the problem now is that they must first escape the siege of superheroes. Fortunately, Spider-Man messed things up. Kingpin and his team succeeded. They used the equipment of the Osborne Group to produce a large number of beast potions and spread them out. So, they turned New York into a safari park. Kai asked coldly. I don't quite understand your sense of humor, but they did screw up, Jarvis said. Kai walked out without saying a word. Sir, speak, are you going to solve the problem? What else? Kai said unhappily. Mr. Stark advises you not to intervene, Jarvis said. What nonsense is he talking about? Or has he also been tricked? Kai said dissatisfiedly. No, Mr. Stark thinks that his children can solve this problem. Kai stopped and said in disbelief, Tony knows how many casualties this will cause, right? Yes, Mr. Stark knows. Then he's still stopping me, Kai asked angrily. No, on the contrary, Stark is just preventing more casualties. Those lycanthropes can recover. They are already working on this, but if you take action, besides killing them, do you have any other way to stop them? Kai's footsteps stopped suddenly. Tony got to the point. What's the use of Kai going now? It seems that he doesn't have many good ways except to kill those beast patients. Because he doesn't seem to have any other skills except this. He is not God, so he is not omnipotent. So you mean I will do nothing? Of course not. You can lead the New York police to minimize the impact. Fuck, Kai cursed directly, which was to let Kai be an assistant. After this is over, I will personally settle accounts with Tony Stark. How is it? Kai sighed. Norman Osborn asked Tony Stark beside him while operating the equipment. Well, I agree. But I guess I will be beaten, Tony said with a bitter face. In fact, Tony has been watching the conversation between Jarvis and Kai. He doesn't dare to talk to Kai now. It is estimated that once they talk, Kai's voice will be all beeping, all muted. He also knows that this time is a bit reckless. But Tony really doesn't think he is wrong. It's not that he doesn't care about the lives that disappeared because of this. He's even glad that he brought Spider-Man to find Kingpin. Otherwise, more people would die. He had seen the virus prepared by Kingpin. It was a virus with a very high mortality rate and transmission rate. If the virus leaked, it would take less than 10 days for the whole of New York to become an epidemic area, and then the whole world would be infected with the virus. In that case, more people would die. In comparison, lycanthropy is not a particularly terrible disaster. After all, this thing is not a virus. It needs to be spread by drugs. The contact area is fixed, and it will not be infected. They did not expect that Kingpin would have such a trick. From here, we can see the change of Tony. If it was before, Tony would definitely put all these responsibilities on himself, thinking that he did not do enough, which led to the death of those people. But Kai always instilled in him the idea of you are not God, so that Tony did not have that kind of saint complex. It was Kingpin who caused all this, not him, Tony. If he took all the responsibility for Kingpin's bad deeds on himself, then he was simply sick. Hurry up, the little spider outside can't hold on for much time, Tony said so. He didn't want to talk to Norman about his fate of being beaten next. He secretly brought the little spiders out to cause trouble, and used those meteorologists to get Kai out of the way. The matter was not over so soon. Kai was directing the New York police to deploy in the Osborne Industrial Park to block those lycanthropes in the park. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of work. They had to use non-lethal means to stop those monsters. After all, they were human beings, and they were people who could be treated. Kai couldn't really use force to kill them. But at this critical moment, his phone rang. Hello? Harrison, I'm glad you called me, but now is not the time. I'm busy. You should have seen it on TV. It was Harrison Wells, the head of the Los Angeles Star Laboratory. Strictly speaking, he was Kai's subordinate, because the Star Laboratory was acquired by Kai a long time ago. However, generally speaking, it was Merlin who contacted Harrison. Harrison himself rarely contacted Kai. Perhaps it was because since Kai took over the laboratory became unprofessional. They took Kai's salary but provided logistical support to Baron Allen, the Flash. He looked like a salary thief. Fortunately, under Merlin's operation, Star Labs also took on some of Kingsman's scientific research projects, so Kai's investment did not go to waste. However, Harrison still rarely contacted Kai directly. This time he called suddenly, which really surprised Kai, otherwise Kai would not answer the phone. Barry's in trouble, Kai was stunned. The Flash? What could happen to him? What happened to him? Someone kidnapped him, huh? Kai almost thought he had heard it wrong. Kidnap the Flash? Can you catch him? Then kidnap him. It's true. Harry's combat suit has our special locator, but now the locator has lost the signal. The combat suit of the Flash was specially designed for him by Star Labs. It is a reinforced 3-embedded polymer material with a special coating on its surface. The material is a kind of high-temperature resistant fiber coating specially developed by Cisco, so that the clothes will not catch fire due to friction with the air when moving at high speed, and it can effectively reduce the friction between the clothes and the air. Inside the combat suit, there is also a special polymer conductive material that can collect the energy generated by the friction of the suit to power the various technological components inside the suit. Those components are also specially customized to withstand high temperatures, friction, and impact. They are very difficult to destroy. In short, everything is designed and manufactured for the Flash's ability. So generally speaking, that thing is difficult to be destroyed by external forces. Unless Barry takes the initiative. This is also a secret signal between Barry and his logistics staff. If Barry's signal disappears, it means that Barry is in danger. Once this happens, it means that the trouble is not something that everyone in the laboratory can solve, and he must ask for help. As for who to ask for help, is there any need to say it? This is also an emergency plan tailored for Barry by the Star Laboratory. Now this plan has been launched. What is Barry doing? He just went on a date. Harrison was also speechless. Barry has always liked his adopted sister Iris West, well, that is, the daughter of his adoptive father Joe West, a black female reporter with a boyfriend. But it seems that Iris knows nothing about this. By the way, her boyfriend is Joe West's partner. And Barry is a forensic officer in the police station where Joe works. So he can see his dream lover and boyfriend kissing each other almost every day. But today, Iris suddenly wanted to date Barry. This surprised Barry very much, thinking that his waiting had finally paid off. He also excitedly asked everyone in the laboratory for advice on how to give Iris a romantic date. This made Caitlin Snow, the laboratory's bioengineering expert, so angry that her chest hurt. This female academic bully lost her fiancé in the explosion of the particle accelerator experiment in the Star Laboratory last time. It was Barry's delicacy and thoughtfulness that gradually made Caitlin walk out of the haze, and thus this female academic bully developed a good impression of Barry. Everyone in the laboratory, including the cleaning lady, knew about this. Dr. Caitlin liked Barry Allen. Only Barry himself didn't know, and this guy was bent on being a licking dog for Iris. God knows what that black female reporter is better than Caitlin. You know, although Caitlin is a top student, she is actually very beautiful and has a good figure. In short, Barry went on a date happily and then disappeared. Everyone thought that Barry just didn't want anyone to disturb his romantic moment, but when they heard from Joe that Iris was not in the city at all, but went on vacation to the beach with her boyfriend who had a conflict a few days ago. The reason why Barry believed that Iris wanted to date him was because Iris had a conflict with her boyfriend. It was said that the quarrel was very fierce and she had even proposed to break up. Barry thought he had an opportunity. Unexpectedly, others had already reconciled and went on vacation together. Then, who was Barry dating? Then everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. In order to ensure that there was no misunderstanding, they also contacted Iris. As a result, Iris was still on vacation in the Caribbean. It was impossible for her to fly back to date Barry. Well, it was confirmed. Barry was deceived. As for where Barry went, no one knew. So everyone rushed to investigate. The result of the investigation was that someone really saw Barry and Iris go in and out of a restaurant, and then go to a hotel to get a room. The hotel did have a record of Barry checking in, and it was Barry who checked in. But there was no one in the hotel room. Then he could only ask Kai for help. Kai was speechless and didn't know what to say. However, this plot made Kai realize that there were some familiar elements in it. Kai looked at the chaotic Osborne Industrial Park and thought about Barry again. Kai decided that he would rush to Los Angeles as soon as possible, and before that, let them continue to investigate Barry's whereabouts. But just as Kai hung up the phone, another acquaintance called Kai. It was Matt, Daredevil. Matt, the relationship between Kai and Matt, how to say it, they are not actually friends. Matt doesn't like Kai's ruthless methods, and Kai also thinks that Matt's methods are a bit saintly. When they are free, they basically don't contact each other. Something happened. I hope you are referring to the trouble in the Upper West District. In that case, I am solving it. Kai had a bad feeling. No. There's something wrong with Luke. Well, it seems to be another trouble. Kai's intuition is correct, but Kai doesn't feel happy at all. Luke refers to Luke Cage, Matt's good friend, also known as Wonder Man. They formed a small group and have been doing justice in New York. They belong to the group of good neighbors in New York and adhere to the principle of not killing. Jessica is also a member of it, but Jessica's job is in the Special Reaction Force, commonly known as the Special Forces, which belongs to the sequence of urban civil servants. In addition, she is deeply influenced by Kai and her actions are not light or heavy, so she has always been a peripheral member of that small group. What can go wrong with that big fool? Kai asked. He knew that something big must have happened, otherwise Matt would never call him. The Luke of today is no longer the Luke of the past. Kai groaned for a moment. Are you sure you're not telling me something like a riddle? No. Someone has replaced Luke. Although he has the same voice and the same abilities as Luke, I know that he is not Luke, but a stranger in Luke's skin. Kai frowned. Damn, this sounds more and more familiar. You mean, someone has replaced Luke's identity? Chapter 1309, coming one after another. Well, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm sure that's not Luke, Matt emphasized. He actually didn't have any evidence. Matt was blind. When he was a child, he was in an accident. Matt's eyes were corroded by chemical waste, which caused him to be blind, and even his nerves were necrotic. But this accident also made his other senses abnormally developed. Most people often use vision to remember a person, such as what this person looks like, what actions he likes to do, and at most hearing, such as the sound of his voice, what catchphrases he likes to say, etc. These senses are combined to form an impression in the brain. But Matt's is much more complicated. He has no vision, so to remember a person, he will start from many aspects. For example, the sound of this person's speech is different from that of ordinary people. He is much more sensitive to sound. He will not only remember the sound of this person's speech, but even the sound of breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow will be recorded one by one, and he can distinguish them very accurately. Not only the sound, but also the smell and touch are his means of recording and distinguishing a person. Just like animals, Matt's sense of smell is enough to distinguish the natural odor of individuals and remember and identify them no matter how they try to cover up their smell. His sense of touch is also very terrible. He is also able to detect the faint impression of ink on paper, allowing him to read by touching ordinary paper. He can also feel the slightest changes in temperature and pressure, enough to feel the body 5 feet away, due to body heat and air disturbance. His sensitivity to heat allows him to feel the temperature of people and objects in order to determine whether a person is alive, how long he has been dead, and other changes in body temperature. A person's voice, smell, and even body temperature make up Matt's impression of a person. These things are simply like a fantasy to ordinary people, but to Matt, it is as common as ordinary people using their eyes to distinguish things. He can't tell the subtle differences between one person and another in words, but he just knows and will never make a mistake. That Luke is not his friend. He is not the original Luke. Because except for the voice, all other characteristics have changed. And this is impossible. So Matt is 100% sure that it is not his friend, but someone who has replaced his friend. Okay. I think I might know what happened. Hearing this, Kai already believed Matt. After all, this kid wouldn't call him and tell him such a lie for no reason, because it was meaningless. Moreover, this plot and Barry's matter reminded Kai of a group of people that Kai had never had time to deal with. You know, Matt was stunned, and then asked anxiously, please tell me. What happened? For the time being, you can't help. Kai thought about it and found that this matter was really troublesome, and Matt's ability really couldn't help. Matt didn't feel resentful about this. He was different from those young people like Spider-Man. He was an adult who had a deep understanding of his abilities. He would not prove himself for the so-called face. That was not helping, but just fighting. But there was one thing he really couldn't let go. But, what about Luke? This was Matt's only question. Kai thought for a moment, although it's a bit cruel, if he's not dead, then I'll solve everything and he'll be fine. But if, then your anxiety now will be useless. But if we can subdue the fake Luke, can we find clues about Luke from him? Are you sure? Kai asked directly. If Kai's guess is true, then the other party is not easy to deal with. And it's the kind of enemy that Matt hates to deal with the most. Although Matt has super senses, in terms of physical fitness, he is a little better than ordinary people, but he doesn't exceed the human limit. Although he is also a superhero, he still relies more on his brain to do things. If you have to make an analogy, he is a blind and bankrupt version of Batman. Luke is called Wonder Man because he is indestructible and has infinite strength. It can be said that except for not being able to fly and shooting lasers from his eyes, he is a small Superman. The other party can subdue Luke, whether it is using force or technology, which is obviously not something Matt can deal with. I am sure I can subdue him, but no matter how bankrupt Batman is, he is still Batman. Matt may not have any cool superpowers, nor the power to suppress everything, and he may not even have money, but Matt can always solve problems. Kai was silent for a while. If I tell you to stay, you will never listen to me, so what else can I say? Take care of yourself, and wait for me if you can't. I'm here. Before Kai finished speaking, Benjamin called. It was an emergency call. Unless it was an important matter, the kind that affected the world, this number would never be dialed. Remember, don't be stubborn. Kai had no choice but to remind Matt and then answered Benjamin's call. You'd better be okay. Help. Kai? Come and save me. Benjamin started to ask for help without waiting for Kai to say the second sentence. What's going on? Kai didn't know what to say. Captain America has betrayed, Benjamin almost shouted. Huh? Kai was confused. Are you sure you're not on drugs? Who did you say betrayed? Captain America. Steve Rogers. He betrayed? Fuck. What's going on? Benjamin's personal bodyguard Benning took the call and quickly explained the whole story. The White House was attacked before. It needs to be rebuilt. This is the second time. Benjamin had to move out of the White House, and it happened to be Christmas. The president simply went to Camp David for a vacation. On this point, even those who criticize the government think it is normal. The president has just experienced a life and death crisis. Everyone can understand that he should take a vacation to relax. This time, the president did not bring his huge staff and cabinet on vacation. He had just experienced such a big thing, and there were so many things to deal with that he needed people to solve them. Benjamin only brought his family and his presidential guard. But while on vacation, Miss Carter and Captain America suddenly visited. Benjamin naturally welcomed them warmly. These two are legendary figures. And Benjamin thought that these two people must have something important to visit him suddenly. To be honest, Benjamin didn't really like them visiting him. It was bound to be bad. But something went wrong during this meeting. After the White House was attacked twice, and the Secret Service headquarters was completely destroyed this time, the U.S. government has attached unprecedented importance to the personal safety of the president. Not only has it selected elite soldiers to supplement the Secret Service personnel around the president, it has also specially selected several mutants to join the president's security team. Among them is a mutant named Garnet, codenamed Early Warning. This mutant's ability is very weak, and he is no different from an ordinary person, with a combat power of about 2 chickens. But his ability is very special, just like his codename, Early Warning. He can sense malice, and he can sense any malice around him. It is a very useless ability, without any combat power. But at the same time, in a sense, it is a very powerful ability. The government also saw his ability, so it sent him to the president as a human radar. Just when the president was about to enter the living room to meet Captain America and Carter, Garnet suddenly issued an early warning. According to the latest presidential security regulations, once the early warning is issued, the Secret Service personnel around the president must immediately move the president to a safe location and then eliminate the safety hazards. Benjamin was grabbed by the special personnel from the door of the reception room, in front of Captain America and Carter, and taken away. Captain America and Carter were stunned, and then they launched the attack directly. At first, the Secret Service personnel were going to explain something. After all, they didn't quite believe that Captain America and Carter would be the source of danger. But soon, they found that there was no need to explain. The two killed several Secret Service personnel very cleanly, and at the same time, unidentified objects suddenly appeared around Camp David and attacked the manor. Well, it's confirmed that these two people are coming for the president. Benjamin was taken to the underground base of Camp David. As the most commonly used vacation place for the U.S. president, Camp David itself has assumed many responsibilities beyond vacation. For example, at certain times, it can be used by the president as a temporary command center, and there is also an underground fortress here that can be used to resist nuclear bombing. What's the situation on the scene? I don't know what happened, but Kai was very calm after hearing this. It's not because Benjamin is the president of the American Ghosts that Kai doesn't care. After all, Benjamin and Kai have a very good relationship. He is Kai's biggest supporter in the government, otherwise Kai wouldn't lie so freely. Kai should be very concerned about his safety. But the problem is, Benjamin has been in life and death crises a little too many times. As a result, Kai has a feeling that, this kind of thing is very common. Benjamin won't die anyway. Kai doesn't have much impression of this guy, but his life is first-class hard. No matter what happens, this guy will be safe in the end. We have closed the door of the underground bunker, and a large number of support will come soon. In fact, according to Banning's idea, they don't need to worry at all. This is Camp David. Even if Captain America has the upper hand for a while, there is no need to panic. As long as the president is fine, the Marines around Camp David will arrive soon. In addition, Camp David is the first choice for the US president to go on vacation. In addition to the good environment, another factor is that it is close to Washington. It only takes half an hour to fly here by helicopter from Washington. Support is coming, very fast. So Banning doesn't think they need to ask Kai for support. Kai is far away in New York. In fact, it's not too far, only about 400 kilometers, and it only takes 3 or 4 hours to drive, but Benjamin seems to trust Kai more. This makes Banning feel ashamed, but he can't say anything. The Secret Service protects the president, but Kai needs to come to the rescue every time. It's no wonder that the president trusts Kai, a non-staff member, more. Then close the door and wait for rescue, Kai said angrily. I thought it was a big deal. That's it? Kai? You're not coming to save me. Benjamin was obviously a little hurt. Please. Boss, I'm doing my job. Do you want the New York media to say tomorrow that the people of New York are in crisis, but their president has transferred their superheroes away? Kai's reason is convincing and well-founded. I know I'm safe, but that's not what I'm really worried about. Benjamin is an old politician. He certainly knows that if such news breaks out, his approval rating will plummet. The President of the United States certainly can't put his own safety above the safety of the people. Although this is the norm, as the president, he has to make the people believe that he, the president, really puts the interests of the people first, even if he is pretending. So Benjamin changed his statement to give a reasonable explanation for his previous extreme behavior. Am I worried about why Captain America and Ms. Carter rebelled? The reason behind this is the most thought-provoking. Benjamin's words are also correct. Unfortunately, Kai probably guessed it. I will solve this problem, but at least wait until I solve the trouble in New York, Kai said helplessly. You don't know how busy I am today. Banning is a good bodyguard. He can protect you. Okay, what can Benjamin say? Kai hung up Benjamin's phone immediately and called Raven directly. He thought that the Skrulls were behind everything. What's the matter, busy man? Aren't you busy now? You actually have time to call me. Do you miss me? Raven was also a little surprised when she received Kai's call. There is no news here, Kai asked with a frown. What news? Skrulls. Nick Fury didn't. At this point, Raven suddenly paused. You mean, the Skrulls acted secretly? Are they really out of control? Raven has always known that Kai didn't trust those Skrulls, and he even didn't believe that Nick Fury really had the ability to control those aliens. He always thought that those Skrulls would cause trouble. But according to Raven's investigation, those Skrulls were very obedient. Although Nick Fury sometimes gave orders directly to the Skrulls, most of the time, Maria Rambeau, who was replaced by Raven, would still order the Skrulls. So Raven's focus has always been on Nick Fury. And now Kai's performance made Raven realize that those Skrulls started to make trouble without her knowing anything. Any news from Nick Fury? No. Nick Fury and I have been in contact these days, and he has never said anything about this, Raven said affirmatively. Kai sneered, It seems that our Nick Fury is going to fail again. In fact, Nick Fury's failure this time is very serious. Antarctica. The Monarch organization was suddenly attacked. What's going on? Why was our base discovered? Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 1310. Don't underestimate Nick Fury. Nick Fury has always been very careful to hide the Monarch organization, and even Phil didn't know about the Antarctic base. But this time, he overturned. The reason is that he stayed here for too long. Originally, this visit to Antarctica was just a simple inspection. This is the disadvantage of being the leader of multiple organizations. He needs to appear in front of each organization from time to time, otherwise there will be problems if he does not appear for a long time. It's just that this time, it happened that there was a problem in Antarctica. And because of the previous things in SWORD and SHIELD, he appeared in the United States in a short period of time, so he stayed in Antarctica a little longer. For insurance, Nick Fury contacted his stand-in to make sure that there was no problem on Mars. As a result, there was a problem with this contact. The Ascension on Mars is a Skrull. This Skrull is indeed a moderate member and is very obedient to Nick Fury, otherwise he would not be chosen by Nick Fury for promotion. But the problem is that no matter how obedient he is still a Skrull. Now the Skrull is facing a life and death decision. It is obvious what he will choose. No matter how much you like Nick Fury and the Earth, they are not as good as your own people, right? In the final analysis, Nick Fury is still arrogant. This is not the first time that Nick Fury has been arrogant. He seems to be cautious and always careful, but in fact, Nick Fury has always been an extremely conceited person. It's as if he always thinks that he is the best person to protect the Earth, and he also stubbornly believes that everything he does is right. Without this conceit, he wouldn't have made so many mistakes. The Skrulls have served Nick Fury for more than 20 years and have always been extremely obedient. Nick Fury also believes that the power of Captain Marvel can make this group of aliens honest. Under this idea, Nick Fury's suspicion of the Skrulls has always been superficial. He seems to distrust the Skrulls, but in his heart he doesn't believe that the Skrulls dare to betray him. So he contacted his stand-in with confidence. Then he was betrayed as expected. The Skrulls quickly tracked down the Antarctic base. Then the Skrulls attacked at the fastest speed. Carter. Where are you? Nick Fury asked the people of the Monarch organization to resist while calling for support. He did not ask for help from Phil, because Phil was no longer trustworthy. It was not that Phil betrayed him, but S.H.I.E.L.D. would never turn a blind eye to Phil as before. The relationship between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. had changed. After the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. was eliminated, Nick Fury was a complete negative asset to S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil would never contact him again no matter how you looked at it. So Phil could only be abandoned temporarily. So he could only ask for help from another force he could always trust, the Skrulls. Director Fury? I'm in Eastern Europe now, dealing with the Hydra base. Isn't this your order? In fact, it was not. Carter was outside the base. He had to ensure that Nick Fury was captured as soon as possible and not let him send out a distress signal to track Captain Marvel. After receiving Nick Fury's call, Carter felt ecstatic at the first time. He immediately gestured to the Skrull agents around him, asking them to make a more accurate positioning and directly raid Nick Fury. Send someone to support me immediately. Nick still didn't realize that he had always thought that the honest Skrulls had betrayed him. Indeed, what reason did Nick have to doubt? What good would it be for the Skrulls to betray him? There were very few of them, only a few thousand. Can a few thousand people conquer the Earth? What are they thinking? The Skrulls only have one spaceship, and no matter how powerful they are, they can't conquer the Earth. Secondly, the Earth is not a vegetarian. Apart from anything else, those superheroes alone can get rid of these Skrulls. It can even be said that the Skrulls can survive because of him, Nick Fury. Why did they betray him? Yes, the words and expressions of Carter were completely different. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Nick Fury's location was also sent by him. Please hold on, our nearest team will arrive soon. How long? Nick Fury looked at the poor combat effectiveness of the Monarch organization and asked anxiously. There is no way. The Monarch organization itself was not established for research. What kind of combat power do they want? Can combat power fight big monsters? Wait, I'm contacting. Carter's voice was also anxious, as if he was really worried about Nick Fury. I need your authorization. Use the Skrull fighter. Otherwise, it will take at least 5 hours for our nearest team to get to you. The fastest way to rescue now is to activate the Skrull fighter and support you directly from outside the atmosphere. That fighter is a rare space fighter of the Skrulls. Nick Fury used this thing when he went to Earth. Authorization. Immediately. Come here. Nick Fury looked at the group of unknown armed forces who were attacking the base. Others can be sacrificed, but King Uther. There must be no problem. Yes. Please hold on for 30 minutes. What authorization? It's all acting. But acting should be done in full. Otherwise, the effect of surprise cannot be achieved. This is Nick Fury giving them a chance. No. I'll only give you 20 minutes. Yes, Carter did not hesitate. After all, wasting time was shameful to him. After hanging up the call, Carter said to the people around him, did you hear that? In 20 minutes, go and rescue our director. The Skrulls around him smiled knowingly. Then he notified the Skrulls who were fighting to increase their offensive. 20 minutes passed quickly, but for Nick Fury, it was like a year. But fortunately Carter did not lie. and soon a divine soldier descended from the sky. The battle continued, but a team of Skrull agents successfully entered the base. How is it outside? Nick Fury did not doubt him. At this time, no matter how suspicious he was, he would not doubt that all this was a double act by the Skrulls. Still fighting, the opponent's firepower is very strong, and there are many people. The captain asked me to come here to ensure your safety, a Skrull said so. While speaking, the Skrull's eyes all fell on the giant beast in the glacier. To be honest, the Skrulls had never thought that there would be such a thing here. At the same time, they also saw an ice drill drilling at the location of the 3 heads of the behemoth. Don't worry about me. Go out and deal with those enemies immediately. This place must not be captured. Nick Fury didn't have time to distinguish where those enemies came from. His only requirement now was that Ghidorah could not be exposed. As for what happened next, we'll talk about it later. Yes, the Skrull captain gave his men a look, and those Skrull agents immediately raised their weapons, and then suddenly turned their guns and shot at the people around them and Nick Fury. Nick Fury was shot in the abdomen. The others were killed directly. Nick Fury couldn't believe what happened when he was shot. Why did they betray him? He couldn't figure it out. But before he could ask, he was subdued by several Skrulls. Then a Skrull quickly searched him, and soon a BB machine that looked like a DIY was searched out. The Skrulls present were relieved. Chief, we have subdued Nick Fury and got the stuff. Well, it was not triggered. Then there was a burst of gunfire outside. The base was breached by the Skrulls' attack from both inside and outside. Why? Why did the Skrulls betray me? Nick Fury covered his abdomen and tried his best to look up at the Skrull agent. The agent showed a trace of shame on his face, and then sighed, everything is fate. Director, the Skrulls want their own home. He is a moderate, but at this point, there is actually not much difference between being moderate or radical. After all, they have to die together. The radicals have made up their minds to rebel, and they have to follow. The Earthlings will no longer believe them. Didn't I give you a home? Nick Fury asked excitedly. In a short period of time, he experienced 2 betrayals. Both were betrayed by the people he had always trusted. This made it a little difficult for him to accept. But they want more. We don't want, then why do you? Nick Fury said excitedly. He actually knew that some Skrulls were not willing to work for Earthlings like him, but so what? He didn't need them to be willing, as long as most of the Skrulls recognized him. But he didn't expect that group of people to actually rebel. We are of the same race, Director. We have no choice. Once things start, it is impossible to stop. Nick Fury was very clear, and he immediately understood the thoughts of these moderates. The rebellion has begun. Even if the moderates don't participate, can he, Nick Fury, still trust them as before? Nick Fury himself doesn't believe this sentence. After all, there will be a second time if there is a first time. In the future, there will still be Skrulls who are dissatisfied with the status quo, and it may be another rebellion. How could Nick Fury allow this to happen again? The best way to avoid betrayal is not to give them the opportunity to betray. Even if some Skrulls did not participate in the rebellion, Nick Fury would still find a way to clean them up afterwards. You can't succeed at all. Without me, you will be found soon. You know, you can't win. Nick Fury looked a little weak. If we really can't win, how could we rebel, Chief Fury? Just then, Carter walked in with a group of Skrulls. Nick Fury looked at him with difficulty. Haha, those superheroes, especially Kai and his friends, will definitely find you and kill you. You are just courting your own destruction. Carter was not in a hurry, but laughed. Maybe, his attitude made Nick Fury's heart sink. However, Carter did not explain anything, but looked at the monster in the glacier. It's really spectacular. It seems that our choice is right. The Earth does have great potential. It is indeed our destiny. What do you want to do? Nick Fury was stunned, and then shouted anxiously. Do what you want to do, Carter said with a smile. Those technicians outside said everything. Really, Nick Fury? Sometimes I really admire you. You can always come up with some wonderful ideas. Controlling such a giant beast. There won't be anything on this planet that can fight it? Maybe I should build a statue for you to commemorate your contribution to us Skrulls. Don't even think about it. Nick Fury knew that he screwed up again. If Ghidorah was controlled by this group of Skrulls, it would definitely be a disaster for the Earth. But what can you do to stop me? Looking at Nick Fury's madness, Carter looked at him with interest. He had already won. Nick Fury arranged everything. They just need to pick up the ready-made ones. Unexpectedly, Nick Fury's expression suddenly became calm. Carter immediately had a bad feeling deep in his heart. Although it seemed that Nick Fury was played around by them, Carter knew very well that all this was full of too many coincidences. If they hadn't accidentally obtained Hydra's research data, which enabled them to complete their Super Skrull plan, they wouldn't have dared to rebel. If they hadn't been lucky, Nick Fury wouldn't have discovered what they were doing, and they would have been exposed long ago. If Nick Fury hadn't expected them to rebel, they wouldn't have been able to capture Nick Fury so easily. There was too much luck involved in all this. So Carter knew very well how difficult Nick Fury was. This man should not be underestimated at any time. You won't succeed. Nick Fury's breathing gradually stopped. Soon a Skrull agent grabbed Nick Fury's neck. Then he shook his head at Carter. He's dead. Dead. Carter felt unreal. Did this man die so easily? It was at this time that a series of beeping sounds suddenly appeared in the command room. What's that sound? Carter asked loudly. The Skrulls immediately grabbed a captured researcher. What's going on? It's a self-destruct device, said the researcher. The base's self-destruct device. Carter grabbed the researcher and asked loudly. No, the researcher's eyes were filled with fear. It's the big ice block in front of us. The director wants to release the Titan. What's going on? There are some bombs placed around the ice block. They are linked to the director's physiological monitor. Once the director's heartbeat stops, the bombs will be activated and blow up the ice block that freezes King Uther, releasing it from the ice block. Chapter 1311 King Uther. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded. The sound was not loud, which meant that the explosion equivalent was not large, but the problem was that if you want to blow something up, you don't need much equivalent. As long as you find the right position, a small yield explosive can still destroy a building. The bomb on the ice block is like this. Their distribution has been carefully calculated. Crack. The sound of ice blocks cracking rang out. Cart is actually still not panicking until now. It has been frozen for who knows how many years. Even if it is still alive, can it be revived immediately? But unexpectedly, the researcher in his hand was very scared and trembling all over. No. Run. Run. Ghidorah is coming back to life. Cart looked at the researcher. Although he thought that the other party was a little fussy, he was also a scientist after all. Why did he have such an expression? Anything that has been frozen for so many years, it is good enough not to become a mummy. Can it crawl up and bite people as soon as it is unfrozen? In fact, it was not just the researcher in his hand. The captured members of the Monarch organization also began to riot. Many of them even broke through the guards and fled. Even when the Skrulls used force to coerce them, they still tried their best to escape. What on earth is this? Cart was not a fool. Seeing this scene, even a fool would know that it was not good. The next second, Cart finally knew why these people were like this. The crackling sound became more and more frequent. Cart raised his head and looked at the glacier in the distance. As a result, he just saw the monster in the ice open its eyes. The huge, golden pupil opened and looked at Cart. At least Cart thought it was looking at him. Cart felt his heart skip a beat. That was the look of a top predator. When Cart faced a monster, his first reaction was not to run away, but to be at a loss. It was a fear from the depths of his DNA. He met his natural enemy. But the problem is, he is a Skrull. They have no natural enemies at all. It is even more impossible for natural enemies to appear on Earth. But he just felt this way. He couldn't even move his body now. The fear that went to his soul made his brain go blank. At this moment, Nick Fury, who had been determined to die, suddenly got up from the ground with a whoosh, and then took out a gun from nowhere, aiming at the Skrull who had taken his BB machine and fired 2 shots. Then, regardless of the other party's behavior, he directly snatched the BB machine and ran out of the command room. This alarmed the other Skrulls. Carter and the others immediately got rid of the state of absent-mindedness and wanted to catch Nick Fury again, but the next second, 2 stun grenades were thrown out of Nick Fury's windbreaker and jumped in front of the Skrulls. Bang! Then the strong light and noise made all the Skrulls lose their perception temporarily. After Nick Fury rushed out of the command room, he immediately pressed the BB machine in his hand, and then got into the ventilation duct before the other Skrulls arrived, and even did not forget to. When Carter and the others ran out, Nick Fury had already disappeared. This guy is really good at running away. Just when the Skrulls were about to continue chasing him, there was a sudden loud noise. The sound was like splitting a mountain and cracking a rock. Then there was a loud roar, and then there were loud noises. A huge monster crawled out of the ice. "Run!" Carter ran out with his men without saying a word. But the next second, a huge claw fell from the air fiercely. If you say that Antarctica is desolate, it is really desolate. After all, there is nothing here except penguins. But if you say it is lively, it is really lively. A total of 32 countries have established 79 scientific research stations in the polar region. Antarctica has always been regarded as the last unexplored secret place for humans. Everything here is still too mysterious for humans. So, all countries began to explore the polar regions. Among them, the closest to the South Pole is the Amundsen Scott Station in the United States. It is summer in Antarctica, the warmest time of the year. Generally speaking, at this time, there will be no blizzards in the Antarctic polar region. But this year is a bit special. For some reason, a blizzard blew at this time. This forced the people at the scientific research station to change their plans temporarily and end the scientific research trip to return to the scientific research station. Now Professor Scott is driving a heavy snowmobile to the base with his research institute. If you go back late, it is very likely to cause hypothermia. It is very easy to die from hypothermia in this place. Although such accidents have rarely occurred in recent years, the people at the scientific research station still strictly abide by safety rules. Once an accident occurs, do not stay in the wild and rush to the scientific research station immediately. This year's extreme weather is getting weirder and weirder. A researcher looked at the wind and snow outside the car and complained. It was obviously polar day, but now it was dark, it was pitch black outside, and the visibility was frighteningly low. If there was no navigation, you would definitely get lost in this weather. It's not just the weather. I can't understand this world more and more now. Professor Scott looked at the satellite cloud map and responded casually. He didn't understand why the world would become like this. He didn't know when many things he couldn't understand appeared one after another. "Professor, is this why you don't want to go back?" a female researcher joked with a professor. In fact, the personnel turnover in the research station is quite large. Generally speaking, there is a rotation every year. This year's rotation has just been completed. And not everyone can come to the research station. After all, the research station has this design limit and can only accommodate so many people. So many people will leave after staying for 2 years at most, not just to make room for the newcomers. It is also because there is nothing in this broken place. If you stay for a long time, you will have many psychological problems, especially in winter, when everyone can only stay in the research station most of the time, which is particularly difficult. Professor Scott is a weirdo. He has stayed here for 5 years and has never been rotated. If you were not in authority, the research station would have driven people away long ago. That's right, the outside world is too complicated. It's better here. And, Professor Scott laughed at this, here you don't need to worry about waking up one day and there will be alien monsters or something like that. This joke made everyone in the car laugh. Indeed, compared to the hustle and bustle outside, Antarctica is at least safe even if it is a little boring. Just when the team member driving the car was about to join the conversation, he suddenly caught sight of something and braked hard. However, the friction on the polar ice cap was not enough. In order to stop the car quickly, the team member driving the car had to swerve the steering wheel to make the car draw an arc. This made the people who were still laughing and talking stagger. "Hank, what are you doing?" a team member complained. But he immediately saw Hank pointing out a window, opening his mouth as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. Boom. A sound of ice breaking. It is not uncommon for glaciers to break in Antarctica, especially in summer. Sometimes the sound of glaciers breaking can be very loud, almost like an earthquake, and the momentum is even more terrifying, but that is on the periphery of Antarctica, not near the pole. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction Hank pointed. Just then, they found a giant beast breaking out from under the ice. Roar. As the giant beast overturned the ice like a mountain and climbed out of the ice, a loud roar followed. That sound even covered up the loud noise of the glacier breaking. Then countless lightning bolts appeared in the sky out of thin air. This is Antarctica. There is no thunder at all. But now they are lucky enough to see this scene. Under the reflection of the lightning, everyone finally saw clearly what it was. It has 3 heads that look like a dragon, a long neck supporting the head, 2 tails and other features, and its body is covered with the golden scales. A pair of huge wings replaces the wrists, just like the giant dragon in ancient legends. But this thing is terrible. It is estimated to be nearly 200 meters tall. At the same time, When the giant dragon spread its wings, everything in sight was covered by its wings, as if covering the entire sky. What is that? Professor Scott looked at all this in amazement. This has gone beyond his cognition. This kind of creature is completely out of line with the category of earth creatures. Roar. Another roar. Along with the roar, a trace of lightning appeared on the surface of the golden dragon's body, and then the lightning spread in all directions. Soon the lightning swept across their snowmobile. In an instant, all the electronic devices inside the snowmobile went out, even the lights went out. At this moment, everyone lost the ability to speak. They stared at everything that happened in front of them with dull eyes, and their brains came to a halt at this moment. Everyone had countless questions, but they didn't know how to express them. Fortunately, the giant beast never noticed that there was a human snowmobile parked not far from it, because that thing was too small. Then the three heads of the dragon spewed out golden lightning, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, in the inner world of the earth, in the holy city of Camelot, all the kingsmen stopped what they were doing and looked up outside the city. Countless roars made the entire inner world of the earth extremely lively. Countless inner creatures began to run around like crazy, as if a natural disaster had come. This is indeed the case. Countless titan beasts that were originally in deep sleep suddenly woke up from their sleep. The giant beasts had awakened once before, and that was when the Mudos woke up and made a big fuss on the surface. The giant beasts went berserk. And it was only when Kai used the trident of Poseidon to appease the monsters that the titans fell back into sleep. The kingsmen watched the giant beasts as huge as mountains awaken from their respective sleeping places, and they were trembling with fear. They couldn't handle this scene at all. So the kingsmen notified their masters immediately. In New York, the riots gradually subsided. Tony, Norman and Benjamin worked together to create an antidote and launched it into the sky, forming a rain of antidote, which turned most of the beastmen back into humans. As for those monsters that were not exposed to the rain, the little spiders joined forces to force them to inject the antidote. Kai didn't have time to clean up the mess, so he planned to go to Benjamin first. But before he turned around, he got another call. It was still an emergency call. It came from Kingsman. Kai answered the phone with a bad face, and the number was still an emergency call. Kingsman's people wouldn't contact him for no reason. Only if something big happened and it was urgent, they would risk contacting him in this way. And that was the fact. What did you say? Kai couldn't even suppress his emotions and yelled out of control in public. As for what was said on the other end of the phone, it goes without saying. Fuck. What's going on today? Is it some strange festival? Why is it so lively? Kai cursed out of control. At the same time, Nick Fury also contacted SHIELD. What did you say? Hill's expression was similar to Kai's, even worse. Are you kidding, right? Nick Fury? Hill didn't want to believe it, and even lied to herself. After all, Nick Fury never joked with her, and they didn't have any personal relationship. Two cold and suspicious people would never be friends. No. I really want to be joking, but now things are out of control. I need S.H.I.E.L.D. to go out immediately, otherwise when Ghidorah goes to the human world, it will cause endless disasters to the whole world. Hill is worthy of being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. She keenly heard a lot of unusual things from Nick Fury's words. Tell me. Nick Fury, that thing has nothing to do with you. This is another self-deceiving statement. If it has nothing to do with Nick Fury, how could he know so many things? He even called out the name of the monster directly. Nick Fury's face was embarrassed, because it was not just that. The trouble he caused was not just Ghidorah. No time to explain. Hurry up and get S.H.I.E.L.D. to go out, Nick Fury. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I need a detailed and true situation. I will judge what to do. Now tell me, what happened? Hill is worthy of being Nick Fury's successor. She does not accept this kind of assignment without a beginning or an end. She can't be like a fool and fight a titan without knowing anything. You know, she still remembers the damage that Godzilla and Muto had done to the United States. Nick Fury sighed. He knew he couldn't hide it. He could only say, I found Ghidorah, but there was an accident. Hill's eyes went dark. Damn. Kai was right. Nick Fury, you are a scumbag. Such a big thing has been concealed until now. What accident? Hill said coldly. Don't try to fool me. I'm not those idiot politicians. Nick Fury couldn't get away with it at all. My people rebelled. Nick Fury still tried to avoid the main point. Who? Hill didn't give Nick Fury any chance to fool. Nick Fury opened his mouth. He wanted to conceal it. but suddenly thought that hiding this kind of thing would only make things worse. Skrull. Hill was stunned. She knew about the Skrull. Kai had killed a Skrull at the beginning, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had studied the corpse. But she didn't expect that Nick Fury really mixed with aliens. So, Kai's accusation is true. You betrayed humanity. Hill still felt that he should be young. She never believed that Nick Fury betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone that Nick Fury would betray humanity. But now, Nick Fury himself has confirmed it. No, I didn't betray humanity. On the contrary, everything I did was for humanity, Nick Fury argued, but the next second he realized that now was not the time to explain this, now is not the time to talk about this. Those Skrulls have already rebelled. They will definitely infiltrate human society. No. Maybe they have already started. They want to control the world in secret. We must stop them. Hill was numb. Damn it, Nick Fury, you bastard, you are really a troublemaker. You actually caused two troubles at once. The key is that each one is enough to shake the whole world. Now Hill understands why Kai hates their S.H.I.E.L.D. It must be a sin in the previous life to have to deal with someone like Nick Fury. Chapter 1312 Monster Appearance. It's Mr. Wayne's call. Benning handed the president's private phone to Benjamin. It can also be seen here that Benjamin trusts Benning. This is a private phone that ordinary people can't access at all, even the White House staff can't do anything about it, but Benning, a Secret Service officer, can hold the president's phone. Secret Service personnel are civil servants, not employees of the president. In fact, they don't need to be responsible to the president. He has his own superiors. But Benjamin is still willing to hand over his private phone to Benning for management, which is very telling. Kai? Are you here? There is still a battle outside, but Benjamin has calmed down now. More and more support is coming. The enemies outside should not be a problem, and they can't break through the underground fortress. Benjamin. There's bad news now, do you want to hear it? Kai was a little embarrassed. The president was like this, but he still gave him bad news. But the problem is that there are many things that Kai can't do at all, and can only rely on the government to get it done. Is there any worse news than me being attacked by a rebellious national hero? Benjamin was still in the mood to joke. I don't know if he can still be so calm later. Much worse, Kai sighed. Much worse. Hearing this, the ease on Benjamin's face disappeared immediately. This is going to be a big deal. You? Benjamin hoped that he hadn't received this call. Benning came to Benjamin again at this time. Mr. President, Ms. Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to talk to you. Now, Benjamin felt that he might be the most unlucky person in American history. When his personal safety was threatened, he actually had to care about those national affairs. Maybe what she wants to say is the same thing as what I want to say. Kai's voice came from the phone. It's not surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. found clues. After all, the only thing that can cause a Titan riot is another Titan, just like the last time. Each Titan is 100 or 200 meters tall. This thing is extremely conspicuous wherever it appears. There is no need to worry about not seeing it. It's normal for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find it. Kai just didn't know the location of the Titan creature. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. came to his door, he could listen. Okay, Benjamin signaled Benning to connect Hill's communication. Soon Hill's face appeared on the holographic screen in front of Benjamin. Director Hill, let's skip the boring nonsense and tell me directly what happened that made you listen to your report when your president was attacked. Benjamin would not give Hill a good face. I'm sorry, sir. Hill didn't know what else to say except this. Okay. Let's get to the point. He is the one who talks the most nonsense, right? Yes, sir. According to reliable intelligence, a Titan creature has awakened in Antarctica. Antarctica. Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It's better to stay away from the United States. After all, it is half a world away, and the United States is temporarily safe. But the next second, Benjamin was no longer relaxed. But we must solve it as soon as possible. Why? Although Benjamin did not mean to sit back and watch, it seemed that the most anxious was not the United States. Wait, is there any country in the Southern Hemisphere that can take on such a responsibility? The answer is no. Think about it again. How many countries in the Southern Hemisphere are allies of the United States? This thought is incredible. More than half of the countries in the Southern Hemisphere are the younger brothers of the United States. Especially South America, which is the back garden of the United States. If it is hit hard there, it will also be a big trouble for the United States. After all, it is a dumping ground for American goods. In addition, There's Australia, a die-hard younger brother of the United States. Thinking about it this way, the United States really can't relax, especially at this stage. South America and Australia are almost the basic base of the United States. If they give up, the United States will have no status at all. However, things are more serious than he thought. Because, Hill took a deep breath and said, if we can't stop it as soon as possible, the Earth will be completely finished. Benjamin didn't say anything but just looked at her quietly. He needed an explanation. At least he just needed to know why the world was going to be gone again. This Titan creature is different from other Titans. It is not an Earth creature. In order to live better on Earth, it will arbitrarily transform the Earth's ecological environment according to its own preferences. This has devastating consequences for Earth creatures. It may even cause mass extinction of species. The Earth's ecological environment is a very complex and rigorous system, and it can even be said to be fragile. Once there is something wrong with one link, it will immediately cause a serious chain reaction. And the creatures in this environment cannot adapt to environmental changes in a short period of time, and then the emergence of mass extinction of species is not alarmist. Wait, at this time, Kai, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted. How do you know this? Kai didn't even know what the Titan creature looked like, but SHIELD was able to know so much information. This is very abnormal. Hill was a little stunned when she heard Kai's voice. She didn't expect that when she was talking to the president, Kai was also talking to the president. However, she soon calmed down because this matter had nothing to do with SHIELD. She would not let SHIELD take the blame this time. In fact, I just found out about it. Hill tried to relax himself. Our intelligence comes from Nick Fury. Nick Fury? Benjamin's expression became serious. Director Hill, I need an explanation. Why would my intelligence agency be connected to a traitor? It's not us who contacted him, but he who contacted us. Hill tried his best to separate S.H.I.E.L.D. from it. Oh my God. God knows how much I hate this bastard. Every time I hear his name, it's definitely not good. So this time those aliens ran over to attack the president and it was related to him, right? The end of the world and Nick Fury. These two things can basically be equated. Wait, what aliens? Benjamin didn't understand. Captain America and Ms. Carter who attacked you were not them, but aliens pretending to be them. Kai directly said is speculation. In fact, it was not a speculation. What about Captain America and Ms. Carter? Benjamin asked blankly. In fact, he didn't believe that these two legendary figures would rebel, because there was no reason. This is not the feudal era, where you can usurp the throne by killing the king. In fact, even in the feudal era, it would not be so trivial. What's more, it's the democracy era now. If they kill me, there's no benefit at all. They will be hated by everyone. What's the point? I don't know. Maybe they're dead, Kai said. This possibility is very high. If I were a Skrull, I would kill them. After all, there's no reason to keep them. What? Benjamin was shocked. Get the point, Benjamin. The world is about to be destroyed. Although their experience is very distressing, we don't have time to pay attention to it now, Kai said helplessly. If possible, Kai certainly hopes to save Steve and Carter, but obviously they don't have time at the moment. But the monster is not there. Why don't you just send someone to deal with it? For example, the Night King or something like that, Benjamin thought very clearly. Since the monster appeared, there was no way to hide, so he had to deal with it quickly. Although this was very serious, he couldn't figure out what happened to him. That thing was obviously not something that ordinary humans could solve. On the contrary, Captain America was more anxious for him. If Captain America died, he would be in trouble. No. If it was just that, I wouldn't call you. The real trouble is that Titan wakes up, other Titans will also wake up. I need you to contact various countries to prepare. The monster is coming. Wait, there was too much information, and Benjamin was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Let me sort it out. In other words, what we are facing now is not just a monster. Yes, that monster will also change the Earth's ecology. Yes, in addition, as it wakes up, other monsters will also wake up. That's right. In addition, there is a group of shape-shifting aliens making trouble. Oh, fuck, Benjamin cursed directly. And all this has to do with Nick Fury's brother Nee, right? This time it was Hill who spoke. According to him, the group of aliens were his subordinates, and the monster was also discovered by him in Antarctica. He seemed to be planning to do something to the monster, but his Skrulls rebelled and released the monster. Where's that brother Nee? Find him. Kill him immediately. No one at the scene accused the president of his racially discriminatory remarks. After all, anyone who heard these would want to kill Nick Fury. I order you SHIELD. Find Nick Fury and kill him. If you can't do it, then I and Congress need to consider the loyalty of SHIELD. Kai didn't care about this question. He was more curious about another question. Nick Fury, how did he know about Titans? As for Titans, the people in the world who know the most about them, apart from Kai's kingsmen, are Kamartaj. They wouldn't be bored enough to tell these things to Nick Fury. This guy is a madman. His favorite thing to do is to provoke those forces that he can't control at all, and then let others clean up his mess. I don't know, Hill said very straightforwardly. No one knows how many secrets he has. Mr. President, Banning suddenly broke in. This is very unusual, because he is just a special service bodyguard and is not qualified to participate in such confidential talks. Unless there's an emergency. Did the enemies break in? Benjamin asked. No. Watch the news. Mr. President, watch the news. Banning ran to the TV in the room and turned on the TV. It was broadcasting the news. In the news screen, a huge monster was walking between the high-rise buildings. It was a huge hairy monster. A bit like a mammoth, with a pair of long teeth, and the teeth were even as tall as its height. At the same time, it was a bit like a sloth. Its forelimbs were very developed, and it had long claws like a sloth. It walked between the high-rise buildings in Rio de Janeiro, and countless vines and plants grew rapidly in the modern steel forest. It seemed to have a special hatred for those reinforced concrete, and was constantly using its huge teeth to destroy the buildings in the city. They have woken up. Benjamin was shocked to see the news screen. At this time, a presidential aide rushed in. President. Arizona was attacked by an unknown monster, but someone was faster than him. Well, TV news. The TV news was showing a monster walking in the desert. The monster in the picture looked like a mixture of spiders, octopuses, and conchs, with 6 huge and slender legs, and its body was disproportionate to its limbs. The head was shaped like an octopus, and there was a shell similar to a conch on its body. However, this was not the most bizarre thing. The most bizarre thing was that the place where it passed by actually began to freeze. As the monster passed by, wisps of cold air fell from its body, and the surrounding heat seemed to be absorbed in an instant. Countless ice crystals appeared on the ground, and then grew wantonly, and countless bizarre ice crystals appeared on the ground in the desert. That was the Sonora Desert. The ground in the desert was frozen. It was unscientific no matter how you looked at it. Poor Arizona. Then, without anyone reminding him, more news appeared on TV. In the Black Forest of Munich, Germany, a mountain peak actually started to move. However, if you look closely, you will find that it is not a mountain at all, but a monster. Its appearance is as huge as a mountain, and its back is covered with rocks and vegetation. It crawls on all fours, like a turtle carrying a mountain peak, except that it has 2 huge horns like a bull on its head. The neon Mount Fuji, this active volcano erupted again today. In fact, it is not surprising that Mount Fuji erupts. It is an active volcano itself, and it erupts every few decades, with varying degrees of power. But today, it seems particularly active. The lava spewing out of the crater on the top of the mountain is hundreds of meters high, and countless lava flows down the mountain like a mountain torrent. In the center of the crater, a red, 8-headed giant snake covered with lava emerged from it, constantly spewing hot volcanic ash and flames at the surroundings. In the Manpupuna rock group in the northern part of the Troitsky-Ural Mountains in the Komi Republic of Russia, a monster with a black body like a rock is swimming on the ground. The monster is a bit like a mixture of locusts and scorpions. It has a strong ability to dig the ground. It swims unimpeded in the earth as if it were in water. Wherever it passes, great geological changes will occur. Mountains collapse, and plains become gullies and valleys. It has changed the local landforms. Of course, the worst is Mexico. In Mexico's Isla Mara, it was originally just a peaceful seaside resort and a tourist paradise, but today, it has become a hell. The originally peaceful Isla Mara volcano suddenly erupted, but it was not the volcano itself that caused all this. This volcano is not an active volcano and has never erupted for many years. But today, a huge monster woke up from the volcano. And the entire island was shrouded in volcanic ash. It was a giant pterosaur-like monster, with cracks on its body covered with lava, and flames constantly erupting from its body, dyeing the entire sky red. The air became extremely hot under its baking, and countless humans were burned to death because of inhaling the scalding volcanic ash before they could escape. When it spread its wings and flew over the city on the island, the city burned under its wings. Chapter 1313 Titan Rage. There are many more monsters, so I won't talk about them one by one. There are a total of 17 monsters, all awakened and began to become active. What happened to this world? Benjamin stared at the news screen in a daze, and he was completely dumbfounded. But no one answered, Hill didn't know what to say, and Kai hung up the phone. Benjamin was fine here, but something big happened outside. But soon Hill's voice interrupted Benjamin's daze. Mr. President. I think there's something you must know. What? Those titans are moving in one direction. Benjamin suddenly woke up, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. After all, the chosen country, whenever there is bad luck, the United States is likely to be affected. Their direction is, towards us, the United States. Hill didn't know what to say. But according to the direction of movement of those monsters are all over the world, but as long as you draw a line along the direction they are moving, there is only one intersection in the United States. Oh God, what did we do, to make you punish us like this? Benjamin was about to cry. Go away. Don't come over. Why is it us? It happened to be the United States. Soon, Benjamin calmed down. Things have already happened. Instead of praying to God, it is better to find a way to solve it. Banning, contact my staff and cabinet members. We need a brief meeting. Then Benjamin looked down at the phone in his hand and found that it had been hung up. He shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that Kai has taken action, so we should do what we should do. Yes, Mr. President. Banning hesitated and asked, then outside, did they break in? Benjamin was in a very bad mood now, so his words were inevitably a bit hard. But Banning was very generous. If this kind of bad thing was placed on him, he would not do better than Mr. President. He would probably go crazy a long time ago. It was very rare for the president to be so calm. No, then wait until they break in, and then we will discuss this issue. They handed it over to our soldiers. I believe in them. So now, hurry up and prepare for the video conference. Yes. In New York, the aftermath work began, and ambulances from all over the city were dispatched. The wounded needed treatment and the dead needed to be restrained. The New York government, Stark Group and Wayne Group had jointly established a charity fund long before. All medical expenses for casualties caused by such group vicious incidents would be paid by this fund. This can be regarded as a little support from Kai and Tony to the injured people. It is also for the reputation of superheroes. After all, fighting with those extraordinary criminals will inevitably cause accidental injuries. If superheroes do not care about the aftermath after the fight, it will inevitably cause resentment among the people. Although everyone knows that those things are not the fault of superheroes, the people are not courts or saints. They do not need evidence, and they will not have such a high level of awareness, so this measure is necessary. Mr. Wayne, Kai just hung up the phone, and the three little spiders came to his side quickly. There is also Kingpin. Peter looked at Kai happily, and was about to explain to him how they successfully found and captured Kingpin. But Kai ignored him, just waved his hand and dialed Tony's number. Tony was a little hesitant, but finally answered the phone. Hello. Without waiting for him to speak, Kai said directly, let Jarvis tell you what happened. I don't have time to explain. Follow me now. After saying that, Kai hung up the phone, and then transformed into the destroyer and flew away. The three little spiders were left there looking at each other. Tony was stunned at first. He didn't expect Kai to not blame him. But he reacted the next second. Something big happened. Otherwise, how could Kai let it go so easily? Jarvis. What happened? Tony followed Kai's direction and flew out, while saying to Jarvis. As a result, countless news screens popped up. Tony took a breath. Sure enough, Tony sped up to catch up with Kai, and by the way, he began to organize the arsenal, so that his Iron Man Corps would be ready at any time. No, just activate them all. On the other side, in the Monarch Organization's base number 03. This base is located on an island in the Caribbean. It was once Captain Nemo's secret base. After decades of expansion by the Monarch Organization, it has become a huge base under the sea level, and it is also the largest base in the Monarch Organization. After Nick Fury escaped from Antarctica, he immediately came to this base. However, he still lost a lot, such as his partner Dr. Sarah Zoe. This partner who worked diligently with him to develop the Monarch organization also sank in Antarctica. Nick Fury is a human being after all. He may really not trust anyone, but if you say who he is least suspicious of, Dr. Sarazol is definitely ranked first. Because Dr. Sarazol is not strictly speaking an administrative staff. He knows nothing about administration, but that's it. Let him lead a research team, no problem. But let him run such a large organization, that's a big problem. What's more, he is obsessed with research and doesn't pay much attention to other things. Sarazol is more like the spiritual leader of the organization. Because of this, Nick Fury is most confident in him. The cooperation between the two is definitely the best partner. But now, he's dead. Silently and worthlessly died in Antarctica. Director, at this time, a woman came to Nick Fury. Nick Fury immediately abandoned the little weakness in his heart and cheered up to face his subordinates. Emma, what happened? Emma Russell, a senior researcher of the Monarch organization and the developer of the Titan weapon plan. We just received such a Titan band. Emma Russell handed over a tablet. Nick Fury glanced at it and said, just tell me the conclusion. Emma Russell's research direction is to communicate with Titans. After so many years of research on some Titans that have been discovered, the Monarch organization found that Titans, regardless of size, type or appearance, actually have great similarities. What they care about most is that Titans can actually communicate with each other. Especially after King Kong was obtained, they became more and more certain of this. According to the dissection of the Mudos and the research on King Kong's brain, they found that there is an area in their brains that is exactly the same and will respond to a special sound wave. That sound wave is very special and complex. But with high-tech means, Emma Russell still analyzed the sound waves. And after a deep analysis, she was able to recover some simple information. Ghidorah is summoning all the Titans, Emma said. Nick Fury turned his head to look at Emma. Emma nodded and confirmed, yes. The awakening of Titans around the world is caused by Ghidorah. It is summoning them. Why? Nick Fury didn't understand. According to ancient civilizations, Ghidorah should be an alien creature. It should not be able to control other Titans. Emma shook her head. No, not control. I am more inclined to provocation. It is claiming sovereignty. It wants to regard the entire Earth as its own territory. You mean, they are enraged, so they wake up and find Ghidorah? Well, for now, only this explanation is the most reasonable, Emma Russell said. Nick Fury looked up at the huge screen. It was playing pictures of monsters in action all over the world. Those monsters that are awakened in remote areas were okay, such as the Titan Abaddon that appeared in Russia. Oh, by the way, the name Abaddon is the name given to the Titan by the Monarch organization. The name Abaddon means land of destruction in Hebrew. According to the Book of Revelation, Abaddon refers to the angel of death. It is described as a terrifying monster with an army of locusts. There is no city on its route at all. It has been operating in the wild. The biggest damage it has caused now is the destruction of many roads. Not many people died, just a few thousand. Although it is a bit bad to say this, after all, it is a modern society. The death of thousands of people in one place is definitely a disaster. But compared with other places, Russia is really nothing. For example, Methuselah, who awakened in Germany, in the Bible, Methuselah is a representative of longevity and can connect to the apocalypse. According to the research of the Monarch organization, this Titan is the oldest Titan they have discovered, so they took such a name. Methuselah is a Titan with camouflage ability. It can hide on the plains and blend seamlessly with any rocky environment. It has a moving giant mountain on its back. Although the research of the Imperial organization proves that Methuselah should be the least offensive Titan, even so, Methuselah still destroyed the entire Munich, because for many Titans, even if they just walk on the ground, they will cause devastating damage to the surrounding humans. Methuselah's ability is weight. It is the heaviest Titan. Even if he does nothing and just walks, it will cause a strong earthquake. This Titan with the lowest desire to attack still caused hundreds of thousands of deaths and injuries. Not to mention the walking disasters like Yamada no Orochi and Rodan. Yamada no Orochi started from Mount Fuji and passed through Tokyo into the sea. The route was not long, but it still burned most of Tokyo. At the same time, a large amount of hot volcanic ash also covered the entire Tokyo, causing large-scale fires in the Tokyo area. Various water sources were polluted, and animals and plants died. Not to mention Rodan. This Titan was not on the observation of the Monarch organization. Before this, the Monarch organization had not discovered it at all. After all, It was hidden in a volcano, and there had never been a similar legend in the local area, so the monarch organization had not discovered it at all. Although Yamada no Orochi also stayed in a volcano, there has been a legend of Yamada no Orochi in Japan since ancient times. The monarch organization finally confirmed its existence based on the legend. This can be seen from the name of Rodan, which is a temporary name. Unlike other Titan names, which all have their origins. However, it is this Titan that the monarch organization has not discovered, but it has an aggressiveness that other Titans do not have at all. It seems to have a different kind of malice towards humans. Since it appeared, it has flown over more than 30 cities or towns. It is also the only Titan among all Titans that does not follow a specific route. It prefers to go to areas where humans gather, and then deliberately fly low, using the fire on its body to burn the city in existence to ashes. Yes, it was intentional. Its overall route was southward, but that didn't mean it would always fly southward. It would change direction at any time. Once it noticed a human gathering area, it would change direction without hesitation and attack human cities. Now the whole of Central America is shrouded by its wings. Originally, according to its flying speed, it should have appeared in South America long ago, but it is still wandering around Central America. Compared with the countries where the Titans appeared, Russia's loss can indeed be ignored. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's eyes also showed a trace of regret. But Nick Fury soon put away this regret. By the way, how is China? China has known about the existence of Titans for a long time. Mothra is very honest, just a little active, and there is no unusual movement. The monarch organization can still get this information. After all, China is also very interested in the monarch organization's research on Titans. Relying on this, the monarch organization can get some information from China. Nick Fury couldn't help but complain, why is China always like this? They always get all the good things. Nick Fury was of course jealous of China. In other countries, all kinds of crimes are emerging one after another, but in China, a murder can make the headlines and make the whole city discuss for several days. In other countries, mutants and other superpowered criminals have always been a headache for the authorities, even including those superheroes. But in China, this kind of thing doesn't exist at all. There are even many Chinese people who envy the existence of superheroes in foreign countries, and keep asking why China doesn't have them. What the hell is there to envy? The emergence of superheroes shows that social justice has been challenged. The law and law enforcement agencies can no longer punish those criminals, so superheroes appear to replace law enforcement agencies and laws to punish those people. What does this mean? This shows that society is in chaos. And what about China? Not only is the crime rate low, but the government is also strong. No lawbreakers dare to jump, not even mutants and superpowers. This should be an ideal society. Nick Fury wanted the United States to be in the state under the management of S.H.I.E.L.D., but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Emma kept silent. She didn't express any opinion on this thing. How about King Kong? Nick Fury took a deep breath and asked. Emma hesitated a little. Do we really want to send King Kong? It's not yet an adult. There is no way it can be a match for those ancient Titans. King Kong was not yet an adult, and they found out after they captured King Kong. In fact, this can be seen from the height. None of the Titans they have discovered is less than 100 meters in height. When King Kong was first discovered, it was only 30 meters. When they captured it decades later, it was just over 80 meters. But compared with other Titans, it is still a half-grown boy. We have no choice. The whole world is crying because of the Titans. We must do something. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1314 Chaos. As Nick Fury spoke, Nick and Emma's eyes involuntarily fell on a huge ecological park below the headquarters. A large forest actually grew densely under this island, and in the forest, a huge gorilla wearing a strange device on his head was eating. It was King Kong captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. from Skull Island. Since it was captured, it has been transferred here. The Monarch Organization spent an astonishing price to transform the underground base of the Monarch Organization into an artificial ecological park close to the ecology of Skull Island, and then placed King Kong inside. This place is naturally much smaller than Skull Island, but it is undoubtedly more humane than the Iron Cage. King Kong naturally does not want to stay in such a cramped place. Unfortunately, after capturing King Kong, the Monarch organization, under the order of Nick Fury, gave King Kong a controller. This controller goes deep into King Kong's brain and is directly connected to its nerves. Once King Kong disobeys orders, the controller will make King Kong miserable. They treat King Kong like a beast. King Kong himself also has extraordinary wisdom and quickly understands his situation, so he can only be controlled by the Monarch organization. Emma is the person in charge of this project. She is very opposed to treating King Kong in this way. She believes that such monsters should have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. After all, their brains are more than 10 times larger than human bodies. They cannot be brainless creatures. She thinks they should communicate with the Titans to achieve harmony between the two. But Nick Fury is obviously not a member of the animal protection team. What he wants is an obedient weapon, so he simply rejected Emma's proposal. However, Nick Fury still agrees with the communication. After all, if he can communicate, he can better control the Titans. So Emma is still promoting the communication project to analyze the connection between the Titans. Soon King Kong ate up several trucks of food. Then there was an alarm over the base, and then all the base personnel left the ecological park in an orderly manner. Then, huge mechanical cranes lifted huge pieces of mechanical armor to King Kong. Let it put on the armor, since it is a weapon, it naturally needs to be well maintained. After learning that King Kong is still a minor, Nick Fury must consider the problem of King Kong facing other Titans. In order to make up for the difference in size, Nick Fury ordered the Monarch organization to build a set of Titan armor for King Kong and train King Kong to fight while wearing the armor. Emma had no choice but to come to the instrument and input a series of instructions. Soon the sound wave generator translated Emma's meaning into sound wave signals that the Titans could easily understand. King Kong blew out a thick breath, and then reluctantly began to wear the huge and heavy armor. First of all, the chest armor. This thing is actually not very high-tech, because high-tech is useless for many Titans. The last time the Mudos had demonstrated that electronic equipment was instantly broken under their pulse waves, so the so-called high-tech is not as good as being stupid and rough. So this chest armor is at most to fit King Kong's body shape and make a fuss about the material. For example, it is used to fight their imaginary enemy Godzilla. Godzilla's last battle gave the Monarch organization a great shock. And Nick Fury hopes to capture Godzilla. He believes that Godzilla is a better war weapon than King Kong, so his ultimate goal is actually to capture Godzilla. According to the clues left by the ancients, Godzilla is undoubtedly the king of monsters. For this reason, it doesn't matter even if King Kong is sacrificed. The material of the chest armor is specially prepared to deal with Godzilla's atomic breath. After putting on the chest armor, the next is the gloves. This is the ultimate weapon that the Monarch organization has worked hard to create. The two gloves are very large and can wrap King Kong's two forearms. Not only that, there are also field generators at the fist position, which can cause tons of damage. Then there's the gauze shoulder cannon installed on the back of the chest armor. Because of the hardness of the Titan skin, both shoulder cannons use real bullets instead of energy weapons. The two gauze shoulder cannons use the electromagnetic launch principle to launch the shells made of tungsten gold at an initial velocity several times the speed of sound. However, due to the weight and volume, the two shoulder cannons are only equipped with 6 shells. But this is enough to make King Kong a super war monster suitable for both near and far. As the electronic valve of the equipment was locked, everything is ready. Whereas Ghidorah, Nick Fury retracted his gaze and asked about the culprit of this crisis. Ghidorah has flown out of Antarctica and is heading north. It is now speeding along the Atlantic coastline of the South China Sea. Then can we intercept it halfway? Nick Fury asked. If everything goes well, we can intercept it in the Caribbean Sea, then start deploying. But, Emma suddenly said, Ghidorah can fly. Nick Fury paused. If it is at sea, King Kong will not have any chance of winning against Ghidorah. Ground tour will definitely be at a disadvantage. Just relying on mobility alone can be defeated. What's more, it is at sea. The only place where King Kong can stand is on the ship. There is no room for maneuvering, and it is a live target. Then intercepted in Florida, Nick Fury stared at Ghidorah's information after he finished speaking. He wanted to study Ghidorah's shortcomings. Ghidorah, the head scan shows that his 3 brains have different frontal lobe densities, which means that each head has different degrees of cognitive function, and even independent thinking. The three heads in the movie have different personalities, with the middle head as the dominant one. According to the scans of his three heads by the Monarch organization, it shows that his three brains have different frontal lobe densities, which means that each head has different degrees of cognitive function, and even independent thinking. The three heads in the movie have different personalities, with the middle head as the dominant one. In addition, there is a trace amount of gold in its epidermis. According to research, the gold acts as a conductor that can store bioelectricity in Uther's body. In addition, after Uther woke up, the Monarch organization did not stop observing him, and more intelligence came. It is now confirmed that the bioelectricity in Uther's body can form a golden electric current and spit out from his mouth. The Monarch organization calls it gravitational rays. This strange ray can affect the gravity of the four fundamental forces. When this ray hits an object, it will immediately change the gravity inside the object, causing gravitational disorder, and its manifestation is explosion. Its wings have extremely strong stretching force. The huge aerodynamic effect during flight can generate hurricanes. Combined with a body that releases bioelectricity, the water vapor in the air will be heated to very high temperature, and it can even create its own storm system when it flies. In short, when Uther flies, the stratosphere will be torn apart by a thunderstorm that seems to come from another world. Height 158.8 meters, weight 141,056 tons, wingspan 1,700 feet, 518.16 meters, flying speed up to 926 kilometers per hour. Combined with these, this monster has no shortcomings at all. Director Nick Fury looked at his subordinates who suddenly broke in. Rodden's flight direction has changed. It's heading for Uther. Nick Fury was shocked. Great, Rodden's cruelty has been proven by a series of tragedies. This is definitely not a good thing and is extremely aggressive. Not to mention Uther, it is not an Earth species at all, and its harm to the Earth will only be greater. These two disasters meet together, whoever dies, mankind will win. It would be best if both died together. Of course, if one died and the other was injured, that would also be acceptable. Monitor the situation of both immediately. Oh, right. Contact the US government immediately and ask them to send fighter jets to provoke Rodan and let it go directly to King Uther's area. Nick Fury immediately thought of a solution. He needed time now. He had sent a message to Captain Marvel, hoping that she could return to Earth as soon as possible. However, the fact is that Captain Marvel received the message. The pager used the most advanced quantum leap communication method in the universe, which can send information to a fixed object in a very short time. When Captain Marvel saw that it was a message from Nick Fury, she knew that something big had happened on Earth. She did not hesitate at all and started to rush to Earth. But the problem was that Captain Marvel was now unknown how many light years away, and she wanted to return to Earth. Even she herself was not sure how long it would take. It can only be said that Nick Fury's expectations were completely in vain. Hill soon received a notice from Nick Fury. Hill also quickly contacted Benjamin. After listening to Hill's request, Benjamin turned his head and looked at the Air Force commander. "I think I need a few outstanding guys," Benjamin said. The Air Force commander stood up, saluted and said, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." There was no point in saying anything else at this time. Soon the Air Force commander began to deploy the fastest aircraft in the Air Force. Aurora. The Aurora Hypersonic Strategic Reconnaissance Aircraft, also known as the Aurora Fighter, is a new generation of strategic reconnaissance aircraft in the United States after the SR-71 Blackbird Strategic Reconnaissance Aircraft. The Aurora has a huge triangular lifting body with a 75-degree sweep angle, and a huge streamlined body shaped like an eagle's beak on the side. Its official number is CP-140 or SR-91. Although the U.S. official has repeatedly denied the existence of the aircraft, in fact, as early as the mid-1980s, the U.S. Air Force and NASA had already begun some research plans for the Aurora. The spy shadow of the Aurora was first exposed in 1985. In February 1985, the 1986 budget report submitted by the United States to Congress included an unclassified weapons procurement document. Among them, in the strategic reconnaissance category, there is a sub-project named Aurora under the project of the U-2 Reconnaissance Aircraft Improved Version, TR-1, which was submitted by the U.S. Air Force to Congress for review. In addition, the U.S. Air Force retired the famous SR-71 Blackbird high-altitude and high-speed strategic reconnaissance aircraft at the time, but did not propose a new strategic reconnaissance aircraft to replace the Blackbird. Therefore, The outside world has been speculating that the Aurora is the successor to the Blackbird. In fact, this speculation is completely correct. It's just that a real prototype only appeared at the end of last year. It has been in the design stage before because the actual combat demand is not high. In fact, this project has been plagued by insufficient funds since 1985, and the research and development funds have been cut. After 1988, it has completely lost its trace in the Air Force budget. The outside world speculates that it may be that the research and development has successfully entered the production line, so there is no need to invest, but the fact is that this project was completely cut that year. But since the new century, the Air Force has restarted the project, but the investment has not been too large, so it has been slow to enter. It was not until the year before last that the world changed dramatically, and the US government immediately accelerated the advancement of the project. It was not until the end of last year that the first test flight began. So far, the Aurora has conducted less than 100 test flights. Usually after entering the test flight stage, it is generally required to fly safely for about 1,500-3,000 hours. Different aircraft may have different requirements, that is, at least a few hundred times, and more than a few thousand times. If there are some problems during the test flight, the number of flight hours will have to be increased, and then it can be mass-produced and installed after it is confirmed that there are no problems. In other words, the Aurora is now an experimental aircraft. However, the U.S. Air Force obviously can't care so much now. The Aurora reconnaissance aircraft is designed to cruise at a speed of about Mach 6, using the latest nuclear pulse explosion engine propulsion system and magneto-hydrodynamic technology. The maximum speed can reach Mach 8. May God bless America. Benjamin prayed for the United States again. Benjamin is not a devout believer, or even a believer at all, but now he doesn't know who to turn to. Even the superheroes who had never disappointed before seemed unable to solve the problem this time. There was no way. With so many monsters coming from all directions, how many of them could the superheroes, no matter how powerful, stop? Any titan that entered the United States would cause unpredictable damage. He could only hope that God would show up. On the other hand, the entire United States entered a state of emergency because of this sudden incident. The key is that no one knows what to do. Even if Benjamin issued a national state of emergency, people didn't know where to take refuge and which places needed to start taking refuge. For a while, the entire United States was in chaos. What happened? Inside the Stark Tower, Pepper was with the little spiders. Did Kai and Tony leave any words? Peter shook his head. Mr. Wayne didn't say anything to us at all, he just called Mr. Stark and left. Jarvis. Where is Tony now? Pepper could only ask the smart butler. Mr. Tony is heading towards Mexico and has entered Texas, approaching the US-Mexico border, Jarvis said. Do you need me to connect you to Mr. Stark? Forget it. No, he is doing something right now. I don't want to disturb him. Although Pepper wanted to ask Tony what happened, she thought that if she really needed to know, Tony would definitely inform him. Since he didn't inform her, she didn't want to disturb him casually. Okay, Mom. In addition, there is something here that you need to personally inquire about. What is it? There are 2 visitors. I think you need to receive them in person. What visitors? Then Jarvis projected the images of 2 people. 1 man and 1 woman. The man had white hair and the woman had red hair. Chapter 1315. I'm sorry it's late, but I still coded it out. I'm half sleepy and begging for monthly votes. Is there anything special about them? Pepper looked at the video curiously. The 2 were surrounded by the building security, but they were not panicked at all. They just kept talking to the security. It seemed that something was really wrong. Jarvis did not speak, but just sent another video. In the video, 2 people suddenly appeared in a place that was originally empty. Okay, Pepper understood these. The 2 visitors claimed that there was something extremely important that needed to be told to Mr. Stark, but in view of the seriousness of the matter Mr. Stark is dealing with now, I think it is the best solution for you to take over and deal with it. Thank you, Jarvis, please let them in. Pepper thanked Jarvis very politely. If it were before, Pepper really didn't dare to contact this kind of mutant with unknown origin. But now it's different. Pepper is no longer a weak woman who can't tie a chicken, so even if the other party's ability is very strange, she still feels that she has the power to protect herself. What's more, Spider-Man and the others are there. Soon Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were taken to the top floor. Hello, I'm Pepper Potts, and I'm the president of Stark Group. Wanda frowned subconsciously when she saw Pepper dressed like a strong woman. "We are here to see Tony Stark. Where are his people?" Pepper was not angry, but smiled and said, "I'm very sorry, Tony has more important things to deal with now, so he can't see you for the time being," Quicksilver said to his sister Wanda dissatisfiedly. "Let's go, Wanda. Since he doesn't care, we don't have to care about the life and death of that bastard." He was actually very reluctant to come to Stark Tower. He couldn't forget the death of his parents. According to his idea, they could hide completely. Anyway, he didn't believe that the aliens could do anything to them if they joined forces. Even if they really wanted to stop those alien bastards, they could think of other ways, and there was no need to come to see Tony Stark, the enemy. Wanda was much calmer than Quicksilver. Although she still hated Tony Stark, she was very clear about one thing: personal grudges are personal grudges, but if it involves the safety of the entire world, then they can put aside their personal grudges. As for finding other people, first of all, where should they find them? They knew that Tony Stark's lair was in Stark Tower, because they had been monitoring it. After all, they were looking for revenge on Tony Stark in the beginning. As for other people, let alone Kai Wayne, even the President of the United States, they didn't know where to find him. The White House? Haha, the White House is now a construction site. What's more, they don't even know where Washington is. And besides the White House, they don't know where the President will stay. How can they find him? So Wanda ignored Quicksilver. She looked directly at Pepper. "We have something very important to tell Tony Stark, very important. It's related to the safety of the entire Earth." She felt that Tony Stark must not value them, so he didn't see them, so she decided to reveal something. The safety of the Earth. Pepper was a little speechless by the words of this little girl. Tony is fighting for the safety of the Earth now. What else can be more important than those monsters now? What do you mean? Wanda was a little angry. She felt that this woman was mocking them. Peter on the side said a little strangely, "Don't you watch the news?" As a result, the two still looked confused. Now Pepper and others are sure that they really don't know. But it's incredible that there are still people who don't know what happened in the world. Although Pepper is full of doubts, she still shouted to the air, "Jarvis." "Yes, Mom." Jarvis's voice scared the two Eastern European bumpkins. "Show them the news about Titan." Then something that made the two even more stunned appeared. Several holographic projections suddenly popped up in front of them, all of which were news about Titan creatures. "Is it fake?" Quicksilver spoke quickly, almost without thinking. "Indeed, this thing really makes people feel like watching a Japanese special effects movie. At most, the picture is a little more realistic." Then Quicksilver saw the expressions of others looking at a leopard. "Don't you watch TV?" Stacy noticed something was wrong. The expressions of these two people did not look fake. Quicksilver and Wanda were silent, because she was right. They really didn't have time to watch this. Just before this, they had been escaping from the pursuit of the Skrulls. Those aliens seemed to have installed trackers on them and kept chasing them. Moreover, those aliens not only had various high-tech weapons, but also some strange superpowers. They were chased to the sky and into the ground, and they were in danger several times. In this situation, let alone watching TV, they had to think about stopping to take a breath. If they hadn't suddenly given up chasing them, the two brothers and sisters would even doubt whether they could enter Stark Tower. Seeing that they really didn't know what happened, Parker finally couldn't bear to embarrass a little girl like Wanda, so he took the lead in explaining the whole story. "Those monsters are now wreaking havoc all over the world. Mr. Stark and Mr. Wayne have already rushed to deal with them. They are really not here. In fact, the little spiders also know a limited amount, but for now, it is enough. Those monsters seem to be much more urgent than the aliens. These monsters have appeared for less than 2 hours and have caused hundreds of thousands of casualties. If they delay any longer, I really don't know how many people will be killed by these monsters. Aliens are a problem, but compared to the interests of millions or even tens of millions of people, they are nothing." So Wanda and Quicksilver froze for a moment. "Can't you say that their side is more important? Since they can choose to put aside their hatred and find their enemy Stark first, it means that they can still distinguish between right and wrong. Pepper is a person of what kind, and naturally she can see the problem." So he asked very smoothly, "Although I am not Tony, I am still willing to listen to the crisis you are talking about. Maybe I am not as strong as Tony, but I think I can still do my part." Quicksilver looked at his sister. "This matter really cannot be delayed. Although this matter is not as urgent as the big monster, it has endless troubles. Once the aliens really succeed, it will be a huge threat to the entire human race. Wanda looked at Pepper and several Spider-Men, and finally nodded. There is a group of aliens who are planning to capture superheroes and replace them. Tony Stark and Kai Wayne are their targets. Not only that, they also want to use their identities to infiltrate the upper echelons of humanity and secretly control the entire human world, Wanda said. They call themselves Skrulls, and have the ability to transform into other people's appearances. Recently, they seem to have made a breakthrough in this ability and can copy other people's superpowers, so we must eradicate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they spread, it will be a huge trouble for humans. Wait. Skrulls, Pepper really knows this. She was held hostage by Skrulls last time. Wait for me. Pepper immediately took out her phone and called her sisters. Hello, honey, I'm busy right now. If it's not important, can we make an appointment next time? It was Natasha. What are you doing? Pepper heard that Natasha seemed to be doing exercise and was out of breath. Coupled with Natasha's natural charm and slightly hoarse sexy voice, there is always an impulse to make people think of something wrong. Fight. Defend the world. What else do you think? Natasha said unhappily. Is it because of the Skrulls? Pepper asked directly. How do you know? Natasha was stunned, then became serious. Did that group of alien bastards come to you? No, it's like this. I have 2 mutants here. They found out the Skrulls conspiracy, so they came to remind Tony, but Tony was not here, so, that's good. Natasha was not actually worried about Pepper's safety. First of all, Pepper was very strong. At least Natasha thought she was not Pepper's opponent. After the extremis virus was developed to the 3rd stage, it was impossible to kill her unless her head was torn off and completely blown up. In addition, with the ability to control high temperature, she was definitely a good hand. What's more, other people may be at a loss for the Skrulls' ability to change, but for them, it is not a problem. In the universe, the Skrulls are already yesterday's news. In order to deal with the Skrulls, the Kree naturally needed to study the Skrulls' ability to transform. After several centuries of research, they finally found the Skrulls' weaknesses and developed a detector that could easily identify the Skrulls. That's not all. What's even more cruel is that the Kree also spread this technology directly into the universe. What is the most terrifying ability of the Skrulls? Naturally, it is the ability to transform. This ability makes the Skrulls the best spy race in the universe. Countless interstellar civilizations have been defeated by this method. When the Skrulls were strong before, others naturally had no way to retaliate. But when the Skrulls were defeated by the Kree, they naturally had to take revenge for their grudges. What's more, there is no essential difference between disputes in the universe and disputes between countries. They are all for interests. Although the Skrulls were defeated by the Kree, it was not the Kree who really destroyed the Skrull Empire. The Kree occupied a large area of the Skrull Empire, but it was other civilizations that really devoured the Skrulls. Those civilizations don't even need to have any grudges against the Skrulls. With such a large piece of meat placed there, even if there is no grudge, it will become a grudge. The subsequent hunt for the Skrulls was not done by the Kree alone, but by everyone. No one wants to wait for the Skrulls to come back one day. This is also the reason why the Skrulls were hunted down and almost exterminated. Otherwise, the Kree alone might not be able to make the Skrulls become what they are today. Everyone wants them dead, and they'll really die. It is also because of this that the detectors for the Skrulls are not really a technology worth keeping secret among star civilizations, and can even be said to be commonplace. Of course, for the Earth, it is still an unknown area, but the problem is that it is not for Kai. Asgard has the corresponding technology. When Natasha betrayed SHIELD last time, Nick Fury arranged for the Skrulls to be undercover next to Kai, and then after being exposed, Kai decisively asked Asgard for this technology. After all, it was a common technology, and Asgard would just let it gather dust, so he gave it to him very happily. If we were to ask who in this world is the least afraid of the Skrulls, it would be Kai and his group. Don't worry, I've already contacted my allies, and we'll get everything done soon, Natasha comforted directly. Kai originally planned to deal with these aliens, but he didn't expect that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and the Titans made trouble. In other words, this is the additional damage after the Skrulls' rebellion. Although this additional damage is much more serious than the consequences caused by the Skrulls themselves. But in the final analysis, it is still these bastards who caused the trouble. Of course, if you insist on investigating, Nick Fury, This bastard is definitely the culprit. Anyway, Kai doesn't have time to take care of this group of stray dogs, so he can only let others deal with it. Natasha is one of them. It's a coincidence that when Natasha was notified and planned to plan with Raven how to solve this problem, the Skrulls came to her door. Because the leader of the Skrulls, Cart, died in Antarctica. This made the Skrulls, who were already in internal confusion, become a mess. It seemed that everyone had their own ideas and no one could suppress anyone. So later on, they simply became a mess, and many Skrulls formed gangs and factions to do their own things. They all thought they were saving the Skrulls. Some people started attacking superheroes according to the original plan. Some people directly infiltrated the human top level and attacked the President of the United States. Among them, there was a group of people who planned to kidnap Maria Rambeau, the director who replaced SWORD, and then use the power of SWORD to better hide them, so that the Skrulls could continue to live in the human world. Then Raven and Natasha directly confronted the Skrulls. "Where are you? We'll go help you." Hearing this, Pepper said immediately, "No need. We can handle it." Natasha did not accept Pepper's suggestion, but she did not really not need help. "If you're free, you can go and help Daredevil. Kai just told me that Luke Cage seems to have been replaced by a Skrull, and Daredevil plans to solve the problem alone." Kai is a little worried. "I originally planned to go there by myself, but... shit. Is there anyone in SWORD who is not a Skrull? Why are there so many alien bastards? Anyway, I don't have time now, you go over and take a look. Other parts have also been solved by others." Chapter 1316, Fever and Cold. 2,000 words today, make up tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket at the end of the month. "What's going on?" Kai asked Tony, looking at the mysterious fighter plane whizzing over his head. "It's the government's move." Tony quickly recognized the Aurora. When this fighter plane was first proposed, Stark Group actually participated in the bidding, but at that time, Howard had just passed away and Tony was still studying. He was not yet an adult and had no chance to participate in the research. Therefore, Stark Group lost to Lockheed Martin in that bidding. By the way, the previous generation of Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft was also designed and produced by Lockheed Martin. But after becoming the president of Stark Group, Tony still checked the relevant information. Some things are confidential, but they also have to be classified by the right person. For a behemoth like Stark Group, understanding the research and development intelligence of the rival company is the most basic quality. However, this reconnaissance aircraft completely became a scrap project after the Cold War. After it was restarted, it had nothing to do with Stark Group. After all, Tony had closed the weapons research and development and production departments of Stark Group and completely bid farewell to the identity of arms supplier. But he was still quite concerned about the Aurora. That was the Aurora secretly developed by the Air Force. They must have received orders from the top to send it out at this time. Kai answered Benjamin's phone without saying anything. Benjamin did not hide the fact that he was in a meeting and answered the phone directly. "I sent them. That's suicide, Benjamin. They can't be the opponents of those titans." Kai was not happy to see such a pure suicide act, especially when those guys still accepted the mission when they knew they would die. "But America needs to be protected, Kai. We have no choice. As long as there is a 1% chance, I will try it." Benjamin's was very firm. The United States has suffered too much damage, and Benjamin does not want his people to continue to accept such tragedies. "Also, please be careful, my friend. We have sent our fleet, which is carrying destructive weapons, to block them in the Caribbean Sea. I will not allow those monsters to get close to my country." Nuclear bombs. Kai's first reaction was this: that thing is useless to Titans, it's just food for them. Those Titan creatures all feed on radiation, and bombing them with nuclear bombs is like throwing cakes to them. "No, it's, what is it?" Benjamin asked someone over there. "Oxygen destroyer," someone over there said. "Yes. Oxygen destroyer." Kai looked at Tony, and Tony quickly gave the answer. It was a destructive weapon invented by the US military during the Vietnam War. It was originally developed to destroy the Vietnamese forest. In Vietnam, the US military was beaten by the Vietnamese guerrillas in the jungle, and they didn't even recognize their fathers. There was even a famous stalk of talking trees. Vietnamese agents basically don't wear military uniforms and often mix in with ordinary people. Either sneak attacks or hide in the jungle to shoot. This approach caused the US military to suffer. Vietnam was no match for the US military in a direct and open fight. At the beginning of the war, the U.S. military was unstoppable, but after advancing into the rainforest in the heart of Vietnam, the Vietnamese army played its advantages to the fullest. The U.S. military was beaten to a psychological breakdown, and the United States was so angry that it used aircraft to spray defoliants on a large scale. Unfortunately, the effect was not ideal. At that time, the U.S. military wanted to solve the problem once and for all, so the Japanese-American scientist Honda Ishiro developed an oxygen destroyer in water. This special substance can completely destroy the oxygen in the water in an instant, and nearby animals and plants will die due to lack of oxygen, achieving the effect of clearing the field. The U.S. military does not talk about environmentalism, let alone humanitarianism. Naturally, they want to use this substance to change the battlefield situation. As for what kind of damage it will bring to Vietnam, they don't care at all. But just when they were about to weaponize this substance, the situation on the battlefield changed. After years of militarism, the United States could not hold on. It could only withdraw from Vietnam in disgrace. In addition, the wave of thoughts that followed, which made the thoughts on environmental protection and other topics surge, the weaponization of oxygen destructors was interrupted all of a sudden. Until Muto and Godzilla were wreaking havoc in the United States, and the last trump card of mankind, the nuclear bomb, was useless against such monsters. The oxygen destructor in water was turned out from the pile of old papers again. And it was weaponized in a short time. That is what Benjamin just said, oxygen destroyer. So far, this thing has not even been tested for explosion, only small-scale simulation experiments have been carried out. After all, the harm of this thing is too great. Once it explodes in an area, there will be no grass growing in that place for decades. But now the United States can no longer care about many things. Kai also knew that he had no position to blame the other party. After all, as the President of the United States, Benjamin naturally puts the United States first, and this is the same no matter who is the president. May God bless the United States, Benjamin prayed again. On the other side, Rodan was signaling the direction of King Uther while slaughtering humans wantonly. It is unclear why it has such great malice towards humans, but whenever it encounters a human settlement, it will lower its altitude. With its 100-meter height, 1,000 foot, 304.8-meter, wingspan, and unreasonable speed, once it flies over a human settlement at low altitude, the airflow caused by its huge body alone is enough to destroy a city, not to mention its unscientific high temperature. Whenever it flies over a city, the high temperature, hurricane-force winds, and destructive sonic waves will immediately cause huge damage. Just as Rodan was playing such a game, two missiles suddenly hit Rodan. The missiles could not really hurt Rodan. Its skin had been melted in the volcano for many years. Over the years, magma flowed through its body wrapped in rock-like scales, forming geothermal armor, which also became a camouflage close to the volcanic rock environment. This kind of lava armor that has been accumulated over time cannot be broken by ordinary weapons. But this is enough. Rodan raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. 5 strange-looking aircraft flew over his head. This made Rodan very angry, perhaps because he was beaten, or perhaps because his position as the king of the sky was challenged. So Rodan immediately flipped his body in the air with a nimble posture that was completely inconsistent with his huge body, and chased after the bugs who dared to challenge him. Chapter 1317 is the first update, making up for yesterday's. I'm still suffering from a cold, so please give me your monthly votes to comfort me. I still have some. Rodan's speed was very fast, much faster than the speed obtained after the initial observation. It was hard to imagine that such a huge body could have such a fast speed in the air. This discovery made everyone who was paying attention here feel incredible. This is totally unscientific. Tony is now wearing the Mark 46 model. This mecha is a transitional mecha designed by Tony for himself. His nano mecha has reached the final draft stage, but it has not been completed yet, so he has integrated the characteristics of previous generations of Iron Man mechas. In addition to those detachable parts, he has also specially increased the number of reactors to further strengthen the energy system. At the same time, he has also optimized the mecha's external connection system, which can better allow the mecha to load more weapons. Of course, all of this is just excessive. His ultimate goal is still the nano mecha. For this reason, he also specially left the Euro metal he extorted from Asgard to the nano mecha. His set of mechas is still made of vibranium alloy. Of course, he wants to use a full set of vibranium, But that thing is too expensive, even for Tony's wealth. Tony has personal assets of hundreds of billions, but this does not mean that he really has that much money in his bank account. Most of these assets are stocks and real estate, as well as the valuations of various industries. His personal liquidity at his disposal is only a few billion. Of course, if Tony really wants to call for more funds, there are ways to do it, but for a transitional mecha, spending so much money, Tony, even if he is willful, can't do it well. Although vibranium has begun to appear in the market at this stage, it is also priced out of the market. The demand for it in various countries is too great, which also leads to the fact that although the price of vibranium has dropped, it is still an astronomical figure. In short, Tony can use his own connections to get some vibranium, but it is still too extravagant to use vibranium to make a full set of mecha, even for him. Look at the Black Panther, he only dares to use vibranium to make a thin layer of combat suit. The mecha requires much more vibranium than the combat suit. In short, although Tony's Mark 46 mecha is excessive, its performance is still guaranteed. At least in all aspects, it is definitely better than the previous model. In terms of speed, it can reach Mach 8, which is the fastest personal aircraft in the world. But Rodan's flying speed obviously exceeds this speed. How on earth can this thing fly? And it flies so fast, the US government's Aurora was caught up by Rodan even though it had the upper hand. This is simply a myth. You know, Aurora is only 29,480 kilograms, and with the external missiles, it is about 30 tons. And what about Rodan? According to the current calculations of various institutions, it is at least 39,000 tons. Although it is possible to fly a brick with great strength, but how much force is needed to make this behemoth fly, and fly so fast? Tony doesn't understand it at all. This has completely subverted scientific common sense. Although Godzilla and Mutos have subverted common sense, they can at least be explained away, but Rodan's is too exaggerated. Put away your scientific thinking. Damn, when did these things conform to scientific common sense? Have you ever seen a creature that can eat nuclear bombs as snacks? Kai complained about Tony's damn desire to explore while hurrying with Tony. So, after we kill that pteranodon, I'll decide that you can study its corpse. That's good. But my question is also very important. If we can figure it out, it will be much easier for us to deal with it. Tony knew that Kai was a potato who didn't understand scientific research, and he couldn't explain it to him. Instead, he simply used his authority to mobilize several private satellites to monitor Rodan with all his strength, hoping to study it better. On the other side, Rodan was killing planes one by one. But those guys did their job well, and they were getting closer and closer to the storm created by Ghidorah. Of course, this was also due to Rodan's cooperation. It seemed to have some kind of bad taste. It had the opportunity to kill all 5 Aurora goddesses, but it just wanted to destroy them one by one. It liked the feeling of wrestling with the planes. It would stare at a plane and chase it. What it likes most is to grab the fuselage in the air with its claws, then peck the cockpit directly with its beak and eat the small bugs inside. Maybe that thing is not delicious and there is not much meat. But it enjoys the feeling of hunting more. Even later, it developed a new way to play. After one of the planes was caught by it, the pilot directly turned on the ejection system and escaped. This scared Rodan, and then flew towards the poor bug, swallowed it in one bite, and then chased the next one. With this experience, it did not peck open the cockpit again, but waited for the pilot inside to jump out by himself, and then swallowed it in one bite. But fortunately, after sacrificing all the planes, Rodan finally came to the hurricane. A huge hurricane was rampant on the sea ahead, and countless wind, rain and lightning occupied the entire sky. Such a strong storm would make anyone who saw it feel awe, but Rodan was not afraid. Instead, he let out a loud roar and then plunged into the hurricane. In outer space, spy satellites of almost all countries have their sights on the eye of the storm. Everyone is looking forward to something. When two monsters meet, will both be injured, or will nothing happen? Kai and Tony also arrived not far away at this time. However, they did not move forward, because the US government had already sent the only remaining US domestic fleet. After the Atlantis incident, all the major US fleets were severely damaged, and the only 2 fleets that still had vitality were probably 2 fleets. Among them was the 6th Fleet of the Atlantic Fleet, which was on a routine visit to the home port of Norfolk Naval Base at the time and escaped the disaster. The 2nd Fleet of the Atlantic Fleet, which was also on a cruise mission at the time, was not so lucky and disappeared directly in the vast ocean. The Sixth Fleet is also known as the Mediterranean Fleet. Its jurisdiction covers the Arctic Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, and Indian Ocean surrounding Europe and Africa. Its headquarters is located in Naples, Italy. In fact, only the flagship of the Sixth Fleet and a few supporting ships are based in the Mediterranean region, while the rest of the ships are based at the Norfolk Naval Base on the east coast of the United States. The other fleet was the Seventh Fleet under the Pacific Fleet. At the time, the Seventh Fleet was undergoing maintenance in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and escaped. Unfortunately, this fleet still did not escape the fate of being destroyed. In the subsequent Muto incident, it was destroyed in the battle between Muto and Godzilla. Chapter 1318 Second Update, The Last Day, The Last 20 Hours. Now the Americans have sent out their last vitality. In recent years, the United States has been building up its navy, and even hopes to obtain the technology of the Atlanteans. The huge warships that can dive underwater have already made the U.S. Navy cry with envy. For this reason, Benjamin and the government leaders not only hope that Kai can be the middleman, but even Arthur's old father, Atlanta's human lover, has been persuaded by the U.S. government, hoping to make some efforts. Unfortunately, Arthur's father, a poor old man whose name the author has forgotten, is a memory of Atlanta. If you want to talk about feelings, there must be some. But first of all, Atlanta is the queen of the Atlanteans. She can't go against the interests of the entire Atlanteans for her own feelings. Giving the Atlanteans technology to humans, that would not be of any benefit to the Atlanteans. The resources that Atlantis needs are all in the seabed. They are richer and more efficient than humans. It can be said that the land has no attraction to the Atlanteans, otherwise, the Atlanteans would not have never thought of entering the land for so many years. What will happen after humans get the technology of Atlantis? They will covet the resources in the seabed, and then they will definitely compete with the Atlanteans. This is not a good thing for the Atlanteans. They were living well in the seabed. Why should they cultivate a competitor for themselves? Not to mention that it was just the queen's mistress. Even if the queen herself was willing, the Atlanteans would not be willing. Kai is even less likely to make such a request, because it is simply impossible. Don't talk about global integration and jointly responding to crises. That's useless. Ordinary people in Atlantis are the same as ordinary people on the surface. They can't see farther just because they are more educated. So Kai never mentioned it at all. But Daddy Arthur really mentioned it because of the lobbying of the U.S. government. You can imagine how embarrassed Atlanta was at that time. In short, the matter was left unresolved. The U.S. government had no choice but to continue its naval construction plan. But this is not without benefits. The U.S. Navy is indeed the best in the world, but the hidden worries are also obvious. That is, the development direction of the U.S. military is chaotic, with all kinds of weird operations. The Independence-class and Freedom-class littoral combat ships, the Zumwalt-class destroyer, and the Ford-class nuclear-powered super aircraft carrier are known as the three most sci-fi surface ships in the world. These three surface ships are really good-looking, at least the light shapes of the littoral combat ships and the Zumwalt-class destroyers are very sci-fi. However, these three sci-fi warships have made the U.S. Navy a big victim. However, in comparison, the Ford has not formed combat effectiveness after 5 years of service, and the Zumwalt has a lot of problems and no bullets are available. At least the cost of the littoral combat ship has soared to an exaggerated level, and the maintenance cost is also excessive. The littoral combat ship's overstandard power system, complex propulsion method, and flashy aluminum alloy hull add up to the direct consequence that the annual operating cost of the Independence-class littoral combat ship is as high as $79 million. There have also been some engine failures and power outages on the entire ship. But the littoral combat ship has formed combat effectiveness quickly. No matter how bad it is better than not being able to form combat effectiveness. But the U.S. Navy has proved with facts that you should never underestimate the degree of black heart of the military-industrial complex. I thought the pit of the littoral combat ship was a little smaller than that of Ford and Zumwalt. However, after the Freedom-class littoral combat ship was exposed to gearbox failure, the Independence-class littoral combat ship actually had a hull fracture problem. Among the 13 Independence-class littoral combat ships delivered by the U.S. military, 6 had cracks in the high-stress area of the structure. And the reason for this problem is not accidental, but because the design strength of the 36th and 45th hull frames of the Independence-class littoral combat ships is insufficient. It's a pit. I can only say that the U.S. Navy is really the world's #1 wronged species. The U.S. Navy's surface ships are 100 to 300% more expensive than surface ships of the same level worldwide, and even the difference between the contract price and the final price can be 50% minus 200%. The estimated cost of Ford-class aircraft carriers in 2005 was $8 billion, and the final cost was $13 billion. In 2006, the U.S. Navy estimated that the unit price of Zumwalt was $1.279 billion per ship. In 2006, the U.S. military planned to purchase 2 ships at $2.568 billion, but the final unit price was $4.5 billion per ship, calculating the average cost of research and development. The unit price of littoral combat ships rose from $220 million to $670 million and $704 million. That's not all. The key is that the contracts have been signed, and there are many interests involved. Even if the U.S. Congress knows that the Navy is talking nonsense, it still cannot be suspended because Congress itself is also involved in the division of interests. It is naturally impossible to go against oneself, so even if everyone knows that it is a pit, no one dares to stop it. Now it's all gone. Relaxed, you can paint on a blank sheet of paper. Of course, this cannot change the reality that the U.S. Navy fainted in the toilet. You know, the U.S. Navy lost more than just those surface ships in the previous disaster. It also includes hundreds of thousands of excellent naval officers, sailors and various ship technicians. If the ships are gone, at most they can be built. It is just right to use this to revitalize the American industry, with a large number of orders. But those excellent naval officers, sailors and various technicians are not so easy. That is the real foundation of the Navy. The Navy is a high-tech branch of the Army no matter what era it is. It is not a soldier in the Army who can go to the battlefield with a gun. It takes a lot of time to cultivate professional knowledge to train a qualified naval officer. In addition, professionals in the combat department and service department also need to be extremely professional. Not to mention the combat department, just the logistics department, such as the takeoff control personnel, landing commanders, refuelers, firefighters, damage control, etc. on the deck of the aircraft carrier need a lot of theoretical learning and training. But now all of these have suffered heavy losses. However, the U.S. Navy cannot retire the existing personnel to keep the fire, because they still need these people to stay in the 6th Fleet to maintain combat effectiveness. Because the recruits still need a lot of training before they can board the ship to form combat effectiveness. For this reason, the U.S. Navy has to recruit a large number of retired Marines to supplement combat effectiveness. This has led to the emergence of many sailors who are over the age limit in the U.S. Navy. But now, this last only seedling has also been sent out. It is enough to explain the attitude of the United States. After all, if those monsters are really allowed to land in the United States, the blow to the hearts of the American people will be devastating. They have always believed that they are the best in the world, and their own system, civilization and even ideas are naturally the best. However, repeated blows have changed the mentality of the United States that they are invincible. But the arrogance of being the best in the world is still in their hearts. Most Americans still believe that the United States is God's chosen country. There are really many Americans who think so. The most typical one is the idea of exceptionalism. American exceptionalism believes that compared with any other country, the United States is different and outstanding in temperament. It is better from both a social and political perspective. It means, Americans are naturally superior to those born in other places. Therefore, Americans have the responsibility to spread their form of freedom and democracy around the world, which is due to their qualifications. This very rogue and obviously populist idea is very popular in the United States. But the United States does not have the Chinese thinking of if God wants to give a man a great task, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, his body empty, and his actions disturbed. To put it bluntly, they are a group of spoiled bear children who think that everything is as it should be. After all, they are exceptions. But if those disasters come again and again, the things that Americans once believed in will be shaken. Don't you say that God has chosen the country? Why do disasters come again and again? Then the negative effect of exceptionalism will be reflected. Why doesn't God favor them? It is definitely because they have been abandoned by God and they are wrong. That is catastrophic to the United States. In short, Benjamin and the American upper class are actually more sober than everyone else. After all, All the popular thinking in the United States is concocted by them, and they are more aware of the negative effects of those things. So even though they knew that if they did that, the U.S. Navy would be completely reduced to third rate, they did not hesitate to send the Sixth Fleet. Let's get back to the point. Just as the U.S. Sixth Fleet was rushing over quickly, Rodan finally ran into King Uther head-on. Rodan was not at all inferior to Uther, who was much bigger than him. The legendary Rodan in the movie was only 47 meters tall, with a wingspan of about 265.5 meters, while Uther was 159.8 meters tall and had a wingspan of more than 518.16 meters. What the hell? It was as ridiculous as a kindergarten kid fighting with an adult, so I changed the setting and changed Rodan to the data at the fourth generation Rodan, with a height of 100 meters and a wingspan of 265.5 meters. It spread its wings and pounced on Uther. Uther didn't seem to expect that he would be attacked by such a small guy. Rodan and Uther are not only different in height and wingspan, but also in weight. Rodan is only 39,000 tons, while Uther is 140,000 tons, so when Rodan pounced on Uther didn't react at all. Rodan's claws on his wings grabbed Uther's two heads, and then pecked at Uther's chest. Roar! Rodan's beak fiercely inserted into Uther's chest, and then he turned his head and tore off a large piece of meat from Uther's chest. Uther was immediately enraged, and its empty head bit Rodan fiercely, but Rodan didn't expect that. He grabbed Uther's heads on both sides with his wings and smashed the middle head fiercely. Uther's attack was smashed at once. This was not over yet. Rodan raised his claws and grabbed Uther's abdomen, and his sharp claws almost ripped Uther's belly open. The 200-meter-long beasts fought in the air, and the movement was not ordinary. Even Kai and Tony, who were far away from them, could hear their roars. They fell down. Tony pointed to the distance and shouted. Sure enough, in the distant sky, the two beasts fell from the high-altitude hurricane and kept biting each other. Scales and flesh kept falling from them, and then fell on the sea. Where are we now? Kai suddenly thought of something and asked Tony. Tony hadn't thought about this question yet. He was also stunned when he heard Kai's question, and then said, we are about 120 nautical miles south of Hispaniola Island in the Greater Antilles. Kai looked at Tony. What's wrong? Tony was confused. He felt it was inexplicable. Do you think I know the string of nouns you mentioned? Kai really had never heard of these two words. Oh, Hispaniola Island is Haiti and Dominican Republic. Tony immediately understood why Kai said that. Indeed, most people really don't deliberately remember such complicated nouns. It would be much more eye-catching if you just say the country name. Kai is not familiar with Haiti and Dominican Republic, but at least he has heard of them, which is much clearer than the Greater Antilles and Hispaniola Island. That means, there are a lot of people not far from here. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and notify the other party to evacuate. 120 nautical miles, for most people, can be said to be very far. But for these two monsters, it's not far. With their flying speed, they can fly there with two more flaps of wings. Tony sent a message to the United States with a depressed look on his face. He really didn't expect it. Roar. Rodan was hit on the chest by Uther's golden lightning breath while wailing, and then he had to let go of Uther's body and fell into the sea from the air. Uther was not satisfied and rushed down from the air relentlessly. But Rodan was not a vegetarian either. The sea surface where Rodan fell was rolling, and a large amount of bubbles and steam gushed out from under the water surface, and the water surface was also dyed red. Then, just as Uther was about to approach, a huge ball of fire, like a burning sun, broke out of the sea and rushed towards Uther. It was Rodan. At this time, Rodan was covered with surging flames, just like the golden crow in ancient Chinese legends. It seems that the temperature of Rodan's body is too high, so that even the rock carapace on its body is melted, and countless lava falls from it. The skin under the lava is exposed. Interestingly, Rodan's skin is now the same color as the bright red lava, making it look like a big bird made of lava. Roar. As the lava on his body melted and peeled off, Rodan's speed became faster, so that Uther's golden lightning breath could not hit it at all. Instead, Rodan grabbed one of its heads fiercely and directly broke the dragon horn on its head. When Rodan occupied the high altitude, Rodan also started his own breath weapon. It opened its mouth and spurted out a column of fire fiercely. The huge column of fire sprayed fiercely on Uther's body. The temperature of the column of fire was unknown. It actually destroyed the scales on Uther's body in an instant. Its scales dried, burned and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1319 Order. Seeing the two monsters fighting to the death, all the humans who were paying attention here were full of excitement. Great! Just like that, fighting to death. Unfortunately, Ghidorah didn't seem to intend to follow this script. It seemed that the pain stimulated Ghidorah, and its middle head suddenly went crazy and attacked its other two heads fiercely. That's right, it was hitting itself. Roar! Roar! The head on the right quickly responded to the roar of the middle head and looked fiercely at Rodan in the sky. As for the head on the left, in fact, anyone who has seen Ghidorah can easily see that the head on the left has not been in good shape. It always looks around and is curious about everything. Even when Rodan rushed out of the hurricane just now, this guy actually paid attention to the wreckage of the plane left by Rodan at the first time, and even wanted to stretch his head to bite it. Unfortunately, his body didn't listen to him. This made it very unhappy. Yes, humans can actually tell from this head that it is unhappy. Isn't it amazing? But now, after being beaten, the middle head of Ghidorah finally couldn't stand it anymore. According to the scan of Ghidorah's three heads by the Monarch organization, the three brains have different frontal lobe densities, which means that each head has different levels of cognitive functions, and even independent thinking. Now it seems to be true. And it is obviously dominated by the middle head. Of course, the other two heads seem to be able to control the body, but when the other two heads are not in a good state, it seems to affect the operation of the whole body. The head on the left is obviously more independent and more disobedient than the head on the right. It is always dragging its feet there. At this moment, the middle head is unhappy and asks its two brothers to wake up. After a period of loving education, the other two heads, especially the one on the left, seem to wake up all of a sudden. They grinned at Rodan stupidly. Then countless golden lightnings suddenly burst out from all parts of Ghidorah's body, connecting the sky and the earth, looking very scary, but these lightnings don't seem to attack Rodan. Instead, they are more like some kind of trigger. The storm that had gradually subsided after Ghidorah fell from the sky suddenly gathered again at this moment. Countless water vapor and air currents surged wildly. The air currents in the air would generate static electricity due to the friction and decomposition of water molecules. Positive and negative charges would attract each other, just like magnets. When those golden lightnings intervened, it was like pouring a basin of cold water into an oil pan, instantly detonating the energy in the clouds. Countless thunderbolts seemed to have their own consciousness and struck Ghidorah madly. Ghidorah's skin containing gold elements was like a piece of sea surface that absorbed electricity. Countless lightning bolts were absorbed before they touched Ghidorah's skin. The golden lightning on Ghidorah's body became brighter and denser. Rodan didn't care what Ghidorah was doing and continued to attack Ghidorah, but at this moment, Ghidorah's three heads suddenly looked at Rodan, and then the golden lightning suddenly increased, and Ghidorah's speed suddenly soared, just like a car filled with nitrogen, and then stepped on the accelerator. It intercepted Rodan all of a sudden. Before Rodan could react, Ghidorah's heads on both sides bit its wings all of a sudden. Rodan naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so he fought back even more fiercely, using his claws to scratch more wounds on Ghidorah's body, while spitting out a fire column even more violently. Unfortunately, all this had no effect on Ghidorah, but made Ghidorah even more angry. The head in the middle spurted out golden lightning fiercely at Rodan. The huge lightning directly split the fire column into two, and pressed the fire column back little by little. Rodan seemed to realize that it was not good, and began to struggle frantically, trying to escape, but unfortunately the other two heads of Ghidorah bit even harder, and the head on the right even pierced Rodan's wings with its teeth. Finally, the golden lightning hit Rodan's chest fiercely. This time, without the rock armor as protection, Rodan was hit hard. The rock armor on Rodan's body is the product of smelting and condensing in volcanic lava for many years. It is originally the fusion of various rare metals underground, and has a very good defensive effect. But the disadvantage is that it is heavy. This thing was not intentionally put on by Rodan, but a product of nature, but this thing also cleverly put a layer of armor on Rodan. But when Rodan is angry, the temperature in his body will soar rapidly, even exceeding the temperature of the lava under the volcano, and melt the condensate again. In this state, Rodan's defense will naturally decrease, but the speed will increase rapidly. At this moment, the condensate on Rodan's body has almost melted, so naturally there is no defense at all. Now Ghidorah has seized the opportunity to attack him fiercely, and naturally he can't stand it. After a burst of flashing light, Ghidorah's three heads suddenly raised and roared happily. Rodan fell rapidly with flames burning all over his body, like a falling meteor, and fell into the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the originally calm sea surface immediately raised huge waves. Rodan sank into the sea. Seeing this scene, many people fell silent. But this did not include Gitara. After Gitara showed off his might in the air, he immediately lowered his head and began to dive. It seemed that he was going to cut Rodan into pieces and had no intention of letting him go. Tony looked at Kai. What should we do? Are we going to get on? Kai was just about to nod, but soon noticed something and turned his head to look at the sea. No need, Kai smiled. This guy is finally here. Tony was confused. Gitara was getting closer and closer. When he was about to approach the water surface, a huge monster suddenly rushed out of the water, bit one of Gitara's heads and dragged it into the water. Godzilla! Tony looked at the dark monster in shock, pulling Gitara into the water. Then the sea surface rolled violently, just like boiling water. Godzilla is the guardian of the balance of nature. Once something that violates the balance of nature appears in nature, it will always appear and solve all the problems. Great, Tony had heard this, but he didn't expect Godzilla to come so quickly. Don't be too happy too soon. Although Kai was also very happy, he was still very clear in his heart. Although Godzilla will deal with this King Ghidorah, it is definitely not an ally of mankind. Its view on humans is more like neutral. It will not have any malice towards humans. And of course it is impossible to have any good intentions. Or to put it simply, in its view, humans are no different from those flowers and plants. After the Muto incident, Kai and Godzilla had a little communication. Knowing Godzilla's view on humans, that is, he has no view. In its view, there is no essential difference between humans and those fish and shrimps on the seabed. It will not spend time and effort to eliminate humans, let alone spend effort to protect humans. It will only perform its duties, solve troubles when there are troubles, and go back to sleep after solving them, until it wakes up again next time, until the final moment comes. As for how much damage will be caused and how many people will be killed and injured, it has no such concept at all. I understand what you mean. We just watch. Unless Godzilla can't bear it, or the battlefield approaches the city and land, we will immediately help Godzilla, that's what I mean, but I have some doubts whether we can help. Kai looked at the surging sea below, which was like a tsunami. It's hard to say how much effect these two little guys will have if they rush up. But the thing is, it's like this. It's impossible to really retreat because of this. Don't be afraid. I'm ready for this situation. Tony was full of confidence. I hope so. The underwater battle lasted for about 10 minutes. Suddenly Godzilla rushed out of the sea. He was holding a broken head of Ghidorah in his mouth. And Ghidorah's body was looming under Godzilla. Kai also noticed that Godzilla was holding two other heads in his hands and pressed them underwater. On the other side, in the base of the Monarch organization not too far from the battlefield, Nick Fury also stared at the battle intently. Are you sure that the oxygen destroyer can't kill Godzilla? Nick Fury suddenly asked Emma beside him. Emma was a little confused, but nodded. No, although Godzilla is an earth creature, its physiological structure is completely different from ordinary creatures. It is more like a creature created by humans, and it is completely different from carbon-based creatures like us. So although it will be restrained by the oxygen destroyer, it cannot be killed by the oxygen destroyer. That's good. Then what do you think of the current situation? Nick Fury continued to stare at the battle on the screen, but his thoughts began to fly. For now, Ghidorah should not be Godzilla's opponent. In fact, everyone can see that the advantage is too great. Ghidorah's body structure is destined to be impossible for it to be an aquatic creature. After all, aquatic creatures cannot grow wings. Even the most unscientific creatures will not have such a huge wingspan in the water. This structure will not only bring no benefits underwater, but will only be a burden and cannot be used at all. Ghidorah is about 150 meters tall, but has a wingspan of more than 500 meters. But Godzilla is different, a true aquatic monster. Many people even think that Godzilla should stay in the water. After all, with such a solid body and such a huge weight, it would consume a lot of energy just to stand on the shore. Godzilla is in the sea normally, and going ashore is actually a special case. Now in Godzilla's home court, Ghidorah is completely not enough. This also shows Godzilla's cunning. It has been waiting for an opportunity underwater, without alerting the enemy, but patiently waiting for Ghidorah to approach the water surface, and then dragging it into the water in one fell swoop, making the battlefield its biggest advantage. Just like crocodiles, on land, Crocodiles have no way to deal with those beasts on land, but once it successfully raids from the water side and pulls the beast into the water, no matter how powerful the beast is, it is just a piece of meat. What's next? What's next? Emma didn't understand. What happens after Godzilla defeats Ghidorah? Nick Fury asked. In fact, Nick Fury already had the answer, and he didn't need anyone else to give him the answer. What do you think Godzilla will do? Emma didn't say anything. But Nick Fury didn't intend to listen to her. The Muto incident will happen again. Godzilla will go find those awakened titans and continue the war. The whole world will become Godzilla's battlefield. Humans can only tremble under their tyranny. Director, Dr. Emma has heard something. Let the U.S. Navy launch the oxygen destroyer. Aim at Ghidorah and Godzilla. Nick Fury gave orders to his subordinates. Director. Godzilla is helping. Emma looked at her director in disbelief. No. Emma. You have to understand one thing. Everything Godzilla does is not to help humans. Humans are insignificant to them. We have never been the masters of the earth. It doesn't care about us. Nick Fury turned his head and stared at Emma seriously. Don't think of it as a human. It's a titan. It is different from us, all the time, but, no buts, and I never thought of killing it. Nick Fury turned his head and looked at the screen. You think? Emma thought of King Kong. Yes, if we have King Kong and Godzilla, then the other titans will be tamed by us. Nick Fury is very generous. Once he really accomplishes such a feat, he will be a hero of mankind. At that time, the entire human race will be under his protection. With these biological weapons, no matter who it is, he will no longer be afraid. Even Nick Fury has always believed that it is because the Earth has titans that Asgard has never thought of completely occupying the Earth. Because they can't deal with those giant beasts. Otherwise, Nick Fury never understood why Asgard claimed that the Earth was their territory, but turned a blind eye to the Earth for thousands of years and never thought of occupying and developing it. Don't talk about protection, responsibility and the like. Nick Fury doesn't believe in this. He doesn't believe in anyone except himself. Emma wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. The original intention of the establishment of the Monarch organization was to supervise and contain these titans so that they would not destroy the human world. But if it really goes according to Nick Fury's idea, all this can really be realized. Soon, the command ship of the U.S. 6th Fleet received a notice from the White House. General. The White House sent a message, asking us to launch the oxygen destroyer, target, 2 monsters. Admiral Tenz, the commander, turned his head and looked at his subordinates. The subordinate handed over the secret message from the White House. The code was correct. It was a direct order from the White House. Now that the United States has entered a state of emergency, the President of the White House, as the leader of the U.S. military, has the highest decision-making power at this time and can issue orders to the military without going through Congress. Execute the order. Notify all parties to clear the area. As the order was issued, the fleet began to slow down and then locate through satellites. The oxygen destroyer is carried on the most advanced intercontinental missile with a long range, so even if the fleet is still far away from the target, it can still hit the target. What's going on? Tony's Metra suddenly received a request from the Navy to clear the area. Kai looked over. The Navy asked all personnel to leave the sea area, Tony explained. Kai immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately contacted Benjamin in the White House. But Benjamin obviously couldn't sit by the phone waiting for Kai's call. He is the president, not a high school girl waiting for a date call. It was a White House staff member who answered the phone. What's going on? Who told you to launch an attack? The staff member was dumbfounded, but fortunately he knew who it was, so he said very professionally, Mr. Wayne, Mr. President is in a meeting, let him answer the phone immediately. Right now, Kai shouted very rudely. The staff immediately picked up the phone and rushed into the meeting. The White House staff knew the relationship between the president and Kai. Benjamin was stunned by the staff who suddenly disrupted the meeting, but when he saw his private phone, he immediately understood what was going on. He took the phone. You issued an attack order. Benjamin was confused. What attack order? Attack who? Not you. Kai was also confused, but he immediately explained, the 6th Fleet has issued an order to clear the area. They are going to attack. Wait. I never issued this order. Anyone who has the right to issue such an order at this time is in front of me, and none of us has issued such an order. Benjamin immediately knew that something was wrong. The army is not obedient. This is a very serious political incident. Benjamin looked at the participants present, all of whom were senior military officials. He needs an explanation now. The senior military officials attending the meeting were also dumbfounded, and they didn't know about this order either. But it doesn't seem to be the time to tangle with this. We should contact Admiral Tens now, the Minister of Defense said immediately, and his hand had already touched the phone. Immediately. Immediately. I need to know what happened. Chapter 1320 Volcanic Eruption. Prepare to launch. 3, 2, 1. Launch, launch. The call from the White House came at this time. Although Tengzi felt that the White House was a little too nervous, he could understand the worries of those bigwigs. But when he picked up the phone, before he had time to speak, the other side yelled at him. Who gave you the authorization to launch the attack? You are committing treason. Treason? Tengzi was stunned. No. Are you guys having split personalities? You asked us to launch the attack quickly, and then you asked me who gave the order. No. We ordered the attack after receiving the order from the White House. Tengzi felt very wronged. Ah. Right. Attack. Right. Stop the attack immediately. Stop the attack immediately. In fact, the defense minister on the other side didn't know why he had to stop the attack, but now he couldn't care less. Is there anything more serious than the army not listening to orders? Stop. But the attack has already started. Even if Tengzi was not smart, he knew at this moment that something must have gone wrong, otherwise the top wouldn't react like this. On the other side, Ghidorah was struggling desperately. It wanted to stay away from the seawater. Only in this way could it gain an advantage, not like now. Being suppressed and beaten, the seawater is very heavy, especially for a giant beast like Ghidorah. Just the wingspan makes it suffer in the seawater. Godzilla obviously has the upper hand, and it is unknown whether he can even get rid of this big enemy in the sea. In the water, it becomes a super flexible dead fat man. Ghidorah has 3 heads and can't catch up with it in the water. Unfortunately, everything turned into a bubble with a bright meteor. Kai saw the thing and immediately planned to rush up and change the direction of the thing. Others don't know what Godzilla means, but he knows it too well. As long as Godzilla gets rid of Ghidorah, it can return everything to its original position. Those monsters, as long as they don't want to fight Godzilla to the death, will inevitably fall into sleep again. The current environment is not suitable for the survival of those giant beasts. They prefer to sleep. They don't have to fight Godzilla to the death. You're crazy. Tony grabbed Kai. I'm not crazy. Someone is crazy. Kai was about to shake Tony off. But Tony hugged Kai. How could he let Kai do such a dangerous thing? The oxygen destroyer is not just a powerful bomb. The key is its effect. It can destroy the oxygen in the water. Well, does the oxygen in the human body count as oxygen in the water? However, just as the two were entangled, the missile carrying the oxygen destroyer finally hit Godzilla and Ghidorah. A burst of strong light suddenly lit up in the sea. The light was so dazzling that it could deprive everyone of their vision in an instant. When people's vision was restored again, they would find that in the place where Godzilla and Ghidorah had fought, the seawater had actually formed a huge depression, and countless seawater in the depression was still disappearing. Unexpectedly, the oxygen destroyer did not have much explosion sound. Instead, countless blue clouds rose from the sea and gathered into a huge mushroom cloud-like thing, with countless blue lights and lightning constantly bursting out of it. That is because a huge amount of seawater is directly evaporated and decomposed. As for why it is blue, it is because the seawater contains a large amount of other elements. These elements are mixed with hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms and react again in the air, so they appear blue. When the mushroom cloud exploded with a bang due to a huge chemical reaction, forming a shock wave that blew in all directions, the originally sunken seawater pit closed in an instant. The huge water pressure around it collided fiercely like a mountain collapsing. The huge impact force formed a huge wave hundreds of meters high. Then the remaining kinetic energy spread to the surroundings, and waves surged towards the surroundings. It was like a tsunami here. When everything gradually calmed down, countless marine creatures floated up from the water. The ocean became lifeless. At this time, everyone stared at the sea surface, and most people didn't know what they were expecting. What's going on? Tony asked Kai. Actually, Tony's metric can detect the signals of Godzilla and Ghidorah, because their life signals are too conspicuous. Godzilla has very strong radiation, which can't be hidden at all. Of course, Godzilla has no relevance hiding. After all, it is so big, where can it hide? And Ghidorah has a very strong electrical signal, which can't be hidden either. But I have to ask Kai. Fuck, this is Kai's answer to Tony. The next second, a huge figure jumped out of the water. But it was not Godzilla. It was Ghidorah without a head. Although Ghidorah was covered with scars, it seemed that it was not seriously injured, and it still had enough power to flap its wings. The remaining two heads of Ghidorah looked around, and then flapped their wings to the north. Tony was stunned. Fuck. He went to the Dominican Republic. Kai didn't care about Godzilla at this time. On the other side, on the flagship of the 6th Fleet, everyone watched Ghidorah fly out of the sea, and a group of people immediately fell silent. However, some people were still comforting themselves. At least Ghidorah lost her head. It was a loss for both sides, right? But more sober people found a bright spot. The injuries were all caused by Godzilla, and had nothing to do with their oxygen destroyers. What's going on? What's going on? Tens was still holding the phone, and the voice on the other end of the phone changing to Benjamin's voice. Speak. Tens hurried to report. No Godzilla has been observed yet. But Ghidorah appeared and is fleeing north. Well, it should be fleeing, right? What's the status of Ghidorah? Benjamin asked directly without using words. Ghidorah lost her head. That means the oxygen destroyer is useful, right? This is what Benjamin wanted to know most. If this thing is really useful for Ghidorah, then it will be easy. If one bomb doesn't kill it, then use more. Tense froze for a moment. He didn't want to tell the truth. Of course, it's okay for the Navy to lie to the US government. It's a standard normal operation. Over the years, the US military has lied to the government a lot, even turning black into white. Anyway, the US government can't do anything to them. When they get angry, they just use confidential information as an excuse and don't allow them to investigate. But at this moment, he really can't lie. It's useless. Ghidorah is basically unharmed. Benjamin was silent. But Tens could imagine Benjamin's face. After a while, Benjamin's voice came again, but this time his voice became a little hoarse. What about Godzilla? For now, no need to talk nonsense. Benjamin obviously didn't want to listen to fooling people at this time. The radiation on Godzilla is so obvious, I don't believe you can't find it. Tens felt his face burning. The radiation on Godzilla is weakening. Even if Benjamin is not an expert, he can associate a lot of things at this time. That is to say, after all this time, not only did we not hurt Ghidorah, but we also killed Godzilla, a possible ally, right? Benjamin felt a surge in his chest and almost vomited something. But he still swallowed it desperately, but there was a burst of rust in his mouth. Although I don't know if Godzilla is an ally, Ghidorah must be an enemy. Hill had said this before. Now it's alright. The ally was backstabbed by them, but the enemy is fine. Isn't this helping Ghidorah? Tens was speechless. He didn't know what to say. This was different from what was agreed before. And he was also very aggrieved. Did you give the order to attack? Benjamin also thought of this. Now for the sake of the military court, Admiral Tens, I need you to tell me honestly, who gave the order to attack? The military court has come out, and Tens is even more miserable. Damn, I know that the political arena is dark, but I didn't expect it to be so dark. Are you going to use me as a scapegoat? Of course, he was just thinking about it. It's not that easy. It's you. The order was sent directly from the White House. I have a backup here. Such a serious matter will naturally have a backup. We also confirmed that everything is accurate. Tens is also wondering now. What the hell is going on? Impossible. I never issued this order. Benjamin was furious. But we did receive it. Tens felt more and more that he was going to be the scapegoat. But just when Benjamin wanted to say something, he suddenly thought of something. He directly connected to Hill's communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the conference room. Ms. Hill, I hope you can tell me honestly, were you the ones who issued the attack order to the 6th Fleet? Hill was stunned. She didn't expect the president to suspect them. We didn't, but Hill suddenly stopped talking. She thought of someone. Benjamin actually thought of it too, he just wanted to confirm it. It's Nick Fury, right? Benjamin looked at Hill with a grim expression. Hill was speechless, because this really looked like something Nick Fury would do. Forging a secret order from the White House. This kind of thing has never been about whether he can do it, but whether he does it. Even Hill believes that this is basically the work of Nick Fury. Although she doesn't know why Nick Fury did this. Maybe he really wants to destroy two monsters at once. Actually, Nick Fury's expression was not much better. The oxygen destroyer worked. On Godzilla. According to the established plan, Godzilla was beaten half to death. But the plan was half completed. As for the other half, it was completely messed up. Ghidorah was not affected by the oxygen destroyer. What's going on? Nick Fury questioned. The technicians below were desperately looking for the cause. At this time, Emma suddenly interrupted. I remember that Ghidorah is an alien creature, right? Nick Fury was stunned. No one stipulates that all life forms must require oxygen to participate. Earth creatures cannot live without oxygen. This is a consensus, even like the law of the sun rising and setting. Everyone is accustomed to this law and will not even pay special attention to it. And Ghidorah is also on Earth. No one expected that Ghidorah does not need oxygen at all. This is a terrible inertial thinking. Although this sounds a bit unscientific, it seems that it is not impossible to explain. Maybe Ghidorah breathes nitrogen? Even further, Ghidorah does not need to breathe at all. After all, it is an alien creature, and it is the kind that flew directly from outer space to the Earth. It can be explained that it does not need to breathe. As for the principle, it can fly across the universe in the flesh. What principle is needed? Nick Fury was directly silenced. This is really called shooting oneself in the foot. What should we do now? Emma saw the silent Nick Fury and couldn't help asking. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Throwing all his regrets and annoyances aside. Let King Kong load the ship. Let us kill King Ghidorah with our own hands. This is the last chance to make up for it. Even with Nick Fury's superhuman arrogance, he knew that he had caused a big disaster this time. Whether it was the Skrulls or the Titans, it was all his fault. Before, he could use the reason that it is worth making some sacrifices to protect the world to make it up. But this time, he forged the White House secret order, and this blunder is completely irreparable. It can't just be let go so easily because of your words of I didn't expect it, right? He is just conceited, and he doesn't really think he is the wild father of the whole world. In short, unless he can use King Kong to turn the tables, he will really become the world's public enemy. Of course, Nick Fury doesn't know how successful this is. But what else can he do? After saying that, he took out his magical beeping machine. Although he knew that Captain Marvel should be on her way back, Nick Fury still sent a signal again, hoping that she could speed up and return to Earth as soon as possible. On the other side, Kai and Tony hurried, but in the end, they didn't catch up with Ghidorah. This grandson flew too fast. By the time they arrived at Santo Domingo, the capital of the Dominican Republic, Ghidorah had destroyed most of the city. The original Santo Domingo was a coastal city with wide streets, clean city appearance, lush forests, blooming flowers, green grass, and beautiful scenery. It was also a famous tourist destination on the American continent. But now, flames and wailing have replaced the original beautiful scenery and become the mainstream. At this moment, Ghidorah is on a mountain outside Santo Domingo, struggling to destroy the mountain. What is it doing? Before Tony could reply, Kai suddenly saw that Ghidorah's remaining 2 bullets aimed at the mountain he had dug up and spit out golden lightning. Boom. After a loud bang, everything returned to calm. Can it be like this? Tony shouted in shock. What is it doing? Kai didn't think that Ghidorah was digging the soil to make a nest and lay eggs. It must have a purpose. It is detonating the underground volcano. The island of Hispaniola where the Dominican Republic is located in the Pacific Ring of Fire and Earthquake Belt. It has frequent geological disasters and many volcanoes. However, Ghidorah just found a hillside to detonate the underground volcano. This is still too much? But before Tony could continue speaking, the entire city of Santo Domingo began to shake violently. The volcano is going to erupt. Tony looked at all this in a daze. He knew what was going to happen, but he couldn't stop it at all. Boom. With a loud bang, the hill where King Ghidorah was located suddenly exploded, and millions of tons of rock and soil were sent into the sky in an instant. The volcano erupted. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1321 Natural Disaster. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see a huge black cloud rising. That thing is not a cloud, but oil and rocks that were blown up into the sky. So this thing is destined not to float in the air. Soon, they fell to the ground with the acceleration of gravity, forming a meteor that smashed into Santo Domingo. In the center of the explosion, a mountain with a completely burning office department rose from the ground. It was a new volcano, and it was an extremely active volcano. Originally, a mountain in Santo Domingo that was not too high, at this moment, it was forcibly raised by hundreds of meters, and even expanded countless times. It was like a scar of this coastal city, and boiling pus flowed out of it to continue to infect the city. Tony truly understood the weight of the named Titan creatures. They can really change the world, and they themselves represent natural disasters. Kai watched all this in silence, and he could do nothing. In the face of natural disasters, Kai could only watch the humans below fall into catastrophe and fear and pleading. To be honest, this is the first time Kai has felt so powerless since his rebirth. Where are the mages of Camartage? Why don't they show up? Tony suddenly thought of the last time. All the mages of Camartage went out and directly opened up a huge mirror space, pulling the people of the entire city into the mirror space, thus protecting them. But why didn't Camartage show up again this time? You can't count on them. The inner world still needs them. Kai shook his head, breaking Tony's hope. The Titan riot in the inner world this time was even more brutal than the last time. Countless Titan creatures wanted to rush out of the inner world and come to the surface. Although Kai mastered the Trident of Poseidon, which was considered to be the portal from the inner world to the surface world, the problem was that there was not only one way to go from the inner world to the surface. The route to and from the inner world was originally in the minds of the Titans, and they could rush out of the inner world from the whirlpool under the sea at any time, the way that Atlantis exiled Atlanta to the inner world. It was already chaotic enough that there were 17 Titans in the world now. If those guys from the inner world were to come out again, even if it wouldn't bring about the end of the world, it would seriously damage the vitality of mankind. So weighing the pros and cons, the mages of Camartage could only choose the inner world. Tony obviously found it a little hard to accept such a tragedy happening in front of him, but he had to continue to say something. He was interrupted by two roars. On the top of the newly formed volcano, a giant beast crawled out of the crater. It squatted in the lava of the volcano and roared at the sky. However, what attracted Tony and Kai's attention more was its neck without a head. The flesh and blood there were surging, and the neck that Godzilla was about to break was regenerating rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the new flesh and blood approached the original position of the head, and the flesh and blood there began to secrete a layer of transparent substance, just like a placenta, wrapping the broken end, and then nerves and blood vessels began to connect to the center of the placenta, an undeveloped embryo. Then the middle head bit the transparent membrane of the placenta, shook its head and tore it off, throwing the transparent membrane aside. Then the membrane and other tissues developed at a faster rate. Kai could even see the formation and growth of bones. Then the blood vessels and muscles, as if they had their own consciousness, quickly assembled where they should be. In less than a minute, a brand new head appeared again. It first spit out 2 mouthfuls of transparent liquid similar to amniotic fluid, then roared at the sky, and then looked around to find the enemy. Or the middle had hit it hard. It finally reacted. Oh, there is no enemy. Normally, this little interaction would lead to a knowing smile, but in this hellish scene, no one could laugh. At this time, Ghidorah returned to the state he just appeared. Whether it was the wounds caused by Rodan or the damage caused by Godzilla, they all disappeared without a trace at this moment. Kai could even hear the sound of Tony swallowing his saliva. To be honest, Kai himself was almost the same. This thing is completely beyond the scope, right? With such a large body, it still has such a strong regeneration ability. I know what it's doing, Tony suddenly shouted loudly. Without waiting for Kai to ask, he continued to shout, it's absorbing energy. It needs energy to restore its body. No wonder it is not afraid of oxygen destroyers. It turns out that it feeds on energy. It triggered a volcano just to absorb energy for itself. Kai was a little unconvinced. Yes. Its electromagnetic radiation is several times higher than before. Moreover, Dominica is originally in a geological movement-prone area. It can be said that the island itself is on the volcano. It just detonated it, Tony quickly explained. This also explains why it was sealed in Antarctica for so many years. Because there is a lack of energy there, indeed, it was frozen in the glacier. Where can it absorb energy? It is estimated that in ancient times, after it was defeated by Godzilla at that time, it was also seriously injured and had to hibernate. But the more it did so, the more it would plunder the energy around it to heal itself, which further aggravated the freezing environment around it, leaving it with even less energy to absorb. This directly formed a dead cycle, forcing it to remain asleep until now. Logically, its body should have recovered long ago, but it just hasn't had enough energy to wake up. Look, Tony suddenly pointed in the direction of Ghidorah. Kai looked over and found that the volcano that should have been extremely active had gradually subsided, and the surging magma began to gradually solidify. Although the crater was still overflowing with magma, it was much better than the previous one that was like a runny nose. It's absorbing geothermal energy. On the other side, Emma found Nick Fury holding the sonic detector she invented. Ghidorah is sending a message to the world again. Nick Fury looked over. It's summoning all the Titans, and this time it's even more violent. Nick Fury nodded, indicating that he knew. In addition, in Yunnan, China, Mothra has also responded. Only then did Nick Fury become slightly interested. Is Mothra going to wake up? Yes, from the information left in the ancient ruins where Mothra is, Mothra seems to have some connection with Godzilla. Now that Godzilla has suffered a heavy blow, Mothra has also begun to move. Mothra was discovered a long time ago. According to the information of the SHIE, they knew about the existence of Mothra even before Captain Nemo discovered a Titan. However, the predecessors of the SHIE believe that since a giant beast like Mothra is sleeping, it is better to let it sleep and it is best not to wake it up. Therefore, they have always focused on protecting the location of Mothra. Of course, related research will naturally follow up. Mothra was worshipped as a god in ancient times, and the ruins were built specifically for Mothra by the ancient people who worshipped Mothra. But the time is too old, and with the vicissitudes of life, the Mothra ruins are covered by a waterfall, which has caused many cultural relics in the ruins to be eroded and destroyed by the water flow, and a lot of information is incomplete. The Chinese research laboratory only speculated that Mothra's activity cycle was related to Godzilla, but there was no conclusion about the specific relationship between them. So the Monarch organization didn't know how they should define Mothra. Enemy? Or friend? Of course, according to the usual nature of Titan creatures, the Monarch organization still leaned towards the enemy. What is the SHIE going to do? Nick Fury asked curiously. In fact, according to Nick Fury's idea, the SHIE was simply too rigid. Mothra had been sleeping for so many years, and they had so many opportunities to do something to Mothra, whether it was to kill it or control it with common sense, but the SHIE had always adhered to the principle of not disturbing it, and just tried their best to maintain the stable environment of Mothra's sleep. They seemed to plan to let Mothra sleep until the end of time. This was simply a waste. And now, he wanted to see what the SHIE was going to do. They seemed to plan to use mutants with psychic powers to communicate with Mothra, so as to understand Mothra's thoughts, understand the thoughts of a beast. Nick Fury snorted disdainfully. Director, I have to remind you that Titans are not beasts, they have wisdom. Emma didn't like Nick Fury's statement. Nick Fury didn't comment. He didn't care whether Titans were beasts or not, but the existence of Titans itself was a huge threat to mankind. Just when Nick Fury was about to say something else, someone came to report. Director. Rodan is not dead. It is now rushing towards Ghidorah. Nick Fury was excited. Rodan. Good job. That's it. Titan Ghidorah tightly. Tony also received the news at the same time. What should I do? Kai thought for a while and decided to stay put for the time being. Anyway, these two were not good guys. When they were in a stalemate, they would attack at once. Of course, Ghidorah was still the priority. After all, it was a greater threat, but Rodan could be delayed a little. Tony nodded and agreed with this method. If you have two enemies, and these two enemies are also hostile, then you must unite with a weaker one to fight against the strongest one. This is a principle that even children understand. When writing this, I inexplicably thought of the great Song Dynasty. It is so simple, but they got it wrong twice. It is outrageous. However, the development of the matter was completely beyond their imagination. Rodan flew from a distance with great momentum. Ghidorah did not fly up, but continued to squat in the crater. Just when Rodan was about to approach Ghidorah, Rodan suddenly made a big turn and landed on the ground from the air. Tony and Kai thought Rodan was going to fight a ground battle. Although they were also confused, Rodan's small body really had no chance of winning against Ghidorah on the ground. Could it be that it had some secret weapon? But the next second, the two were stunned. Rodan landed, spread his wings, and his body and head were lying on the ground. It is Kai asked uncertainly. Surrender, Tony bit his back teeth and said, he's expressing his submission. On the other side, Nick Fury and Emma did the same. After a long while, Nick Fury finally said to Emma, Doctor. I believe it now, Emma hadn't recovered yet. What, they are indeed not beasts. They are intelligent, yes, how could a beast surrender? Tony and Kai were already going crazy. This guy. He was so brave before, but now he's so cowardly. Isn't the change too big? Does he still have any moral integrity? The three heads of Uther lowered their heads to look at Rodan, and then roared. Rodan immediately trembled and crouched even lower, like a flattering clown. It seemed that this attitude also made Uther very satisfied. It raised its head, spread its wings, and roared again. Then countless golden lightning burst out from all parts of its body. At this moment, it really looked like a god in mythology. Let's go. Kai saw the situation and didn't care about much, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. Tony didn't say anything and rushed out. But halfway, Rodan suddenly stood up and spread his wings to block Kai and the others. It was so servile, he immediately protected them right after they came over. Of course, this was just Kai and Tony's feeling. In fact, Rodan simply stood up, and never thought that he would block the two little ants. Ghidorah didn't care about the charge of the two little ants. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Kai didn't care about Rodan, but accelerated to fly towards Ghidorah. Fortunately, no matter how unscientific Ghidorah was, it still needed to follow Newton's first law, and gravity was still effective for it. With such a huge body, it takes a while to accelerate during the takeoff phase, and it can't increase the speed to the maximum so quickly. Kai finally caught up. After reaching the right distance, Kai directly took out the ice box. A huge blue light hit Ghidorah's body directly. Huge ice crystals began to form on Ghidorah's body, which almost made Ghidorah fall to the ground from the air. Fortunately, it flapped its wings quickly to stabilize its body, and then its three heads turned their heads to look at Kai at the same time. Although Ghidorah didn't quite understand why such a small ant would come up with such a strange thing, it didn't prevent it from fighting back. The three heads sprayed golden lightning at Kai at the same time. The thick lightning would cause an explosion if it touched any object. Even Kai didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only interrupt the ice box and start to dodge the golden lightning quickly. After the light column of the ice box disappeared, Ghidorah immediately flapped his wings to shake off the ice crystals on his body, but just when it was about to chase Kai, Rodan rushed over at this time. Without Ghidorah's order, it took over the job of attacking Kai very dog-leggedly. Very conscious. Ghidorah didn't get angry when he saw Rodan taking over his job. Instead, he continued to flap his wings and began to accelerate into the air. As if Kai's attack was insignificant. In fact, that was also the case. Others can cross the universe in the flesh, and the low temperature of the ice box really can't do anything to it. To put it bluntly, it was frozen because it was severely injured by ancient Godzilla and needed energy to recover, but there was not enough energy in the ice to revive it. It didn't mean that it was afraid of low temperatures. Chapter 1322 Tony's new toy. Rodan is a real grandson. In order to please his new boss, this guy is really desperate. Kai was going to chase King Ghidorah, but Rodan was clinging to him. What's more terrible is that this guy flies really fast. Compared with King Ghidorah's super-sized body, Rodan is much smaller, and its body structure is more suitable for flying. This is reflected in the acceleration. It only takes a few seconds to accelerate from a static state to a high-speed state. Kai can only use the ultimate storm to bombard it continuously to slow down its speed. Even if the ultimate storm can break its defense, compared with the ultimate storm, Rodan is too big. Just now, it was said that it was small. That was only relative to King Ghidorah. In fact, it was no different from a skyscraper in front of Kai. The ultimate storm hitting it can indeed cause it to suffer wounds, but it is definitely not fatal. Instead, it makes it even more angry and chases Kai more frantically. Fortunately, compared to Rodan, Kai's body is much smaller, which gives him an advantage and allows him to dodge more flexibly. But you can't win by just taking a beating without fighting back. He can dodge 10,000 times, but he's done if he's caught once. But Rodan can be hit 10,000 times, but he wins as long as he successfully fights back once. The difference is too obvious. Tony. Are you still not well? Kai dodged Rodan's attack while calling Tony for help. Tony actually participated in the battle before. But unfortunately, if Kai's attack is like stabbing with an embroidery needle, then Tony's attack is about the same as blowing the wind. His ion cannon hit Rodan's body, and Rodan didn't react at all. Think about it, the damage of the ion cannon is only 2 points, high temperature and impact force. But the problem is that Rodan has been sleeping in the volcanic lava for an unknown period of time before, and it is obvious that he is not afraid of high temperature. As for the impact force, Tony's ion cannon can easily knock down a tank, but it has no way to take a mountain. Rodan is that mountain. Now, Tony shouted. He had no choice. Just now, Ghidorah was here. Even if it did nothing, it would cause strong electromagnetic interference. Although Tony's metra had been treated to prevent electromagnetic attacks, external communications were still strongly interfered. This was also the reason why Tony never chased Ghidorah. It would be useless to catch up with him. With all his high tech, it was basically equivalent to committing suicide. The magical lightning on Ghidorah was enough to make him suffer. Just after Tony shouted, 2 meteors suddenly flew in the sky. One of them suddenly changed its lane in the air and flew towards Tony, and began to slow down. The other aimed at Rodan, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Kai? Be careful. Support is coming. Kai looked up at the sky after hearing Tony's reminder and found a meteor flying. For a moment, he didn't care about so much. He stopped dodging and turned around to rush towards Rodan. At this moment, Kai concentrated all his strength and prepared to launch the strongest attack. As Kai charged, the thunderclouds that had originally gathered in the sky because of King Ghidorah became Kai's help. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and concentrated on Kai. At this moment, Kai's speed reached an unprecedented level. Not only that, the lightning bolts that fell from the sky also interfered with Rodan at the same time. Countless thunderbolts kept hitting Rodan, forcing him to stop in the air. Although those thunderbolts were not fatal, they would still cause damage to Rodan. It was also at this moment that Kai's figure completely turned into thunderbolts. Boom! Even Rodan couldn't dodge the speed, and was directly hit in the abdomen by the thunderbolt that Kai transformed into. The huge thunderbolt pierced Rodan's body like a sharp sword and sprayed out from its back. At the same time, the meteor that Tony summoned also hit Rodan from behind. Boom! Another heavy blow directly made Rodan fall from the sky and hit the ground hard. Gah! 2 consecutive heavy blows made Rodan make a series of unpleasant cries. It was like a duck being grabbed by the throat. On the other side, the meteor that originally flew towards Tony also revealed its true face. It was an airdrop pod. These 2 meteors were actually a project that Tony had developed before. It was called the Global Protection System. As early as after the Chita invasion, Tony had been brooding over it. The enemy ran to his home, but the Earthlings were helpless. Coupled with a series of events that happened later, Tony came up with an idea, that is, to create a rapid support system that can be used worldwide. As long as a major event that endangers the safety of the Earth occurs again anywhere on the Earth, he can provide support to the place where the incident occurred at the first time. It can even be expanded to replace superheroes and create a safer world. To put it bluntly, superheroes are also human beings. It is impossible for them to be comprehensive in everything. They can never make the Earth a better place. His original idea was to create a super artificial intelligence and equip it with a batch of steel legions. Let it monitor the entire Earth, and where help is needed, the super artificial intelligence will send the Iron Legion there. Of course, this dangerous idea was stopped by Kai. Because the only consequence of doing so is to cause greater chaos. Tony was very unconvinced and thought that this would only make the world a better place. Create a world without crime and war. Kai didn't even talk to him about the possibility of whether artificial intelligence would betray, because things would never get to that point. Kai told him, even if he succeeded, it would only create a dictator who was above all human beings. Tony really did this, and he would not achieve anything except becoming the public enemy of all mankind. Because that's what Hydra thought at the beginning. Yes, if you want real peace, then humans must hand over all power except security to achieve it. People must put their every move under the surveillance of super artificial intelligence. Tony refuted at the time, he didn't need to be so perverted, he just needed to monitor the general situation, and then dispatch wherever someone committed a crime. But it's still not easy. That is to replace the public power of the country. Let alone other countries, even in the United States. Do you think the US government will agree? As soon as he brings it up, he will probably become a public enemy. Although Tony can act recklessly in most cases, once it comes to core interests, not to mention that Tony is the richest man, even the president cannot do it. In the end, Tony can only give up. There is no way. The world is not as beautiful as imagined. No one will sacrifice their own interests for the ideals of others, unless that person is your father. Facts have proved that even Tony cannot be a father who can rival a country. What's more, his only father is dead. Just kidding. There is no way. Tony can only settle for the second best. A comprehensive support and auxiliary system has been developed that combines a series of modern technologies, such as satellites, drones, and software systems. The main capabilities of this system: not only can it call on the entire Stark Industries global security network, but it can also use multiple national defense satellites, and even unauthorized access to the backends of major telecommunications networks. In addition to the information assistance function, Tony also developed the Neurovika system for long-range strategic support, which includes airborne support for various supporting equipment. Next, Tony plans to add a more flexible drone group to the Neurovika system to achieve global instant support in low Earth orbit. Although this conventional weapon, in the world of superheroes, cannot affect high-end combat power, it is very advantageous for large-scale battlefields. This drone has autonomous flight capabilities and extraordinary endurance provided by micro-reactors. The drone group can achieve most of the air combat capabilities, even space combat. The large number of drones with less loss has realized Tony's concept of global protection to a certain extent, making the defense of the Earth's sudden events no longer limited by personnel and distance. Of course, at present, Tony has only completed the equipment projection in low Earth orbit, and the supporting drone combat group is still under development. At this stage, the Veronica system has just been completed. The Veronica system is a large and complex intelligent logistics system. It mainly includes equipment carrying platforms, reconnaissance satellites, vehicles, suspended platforms and several backup parts and other purpose parts. The entire system is deployed in low orbit, supports orbit changes at any time to follow the global actions of the Avengers, and provides real-time space-based high-resolution video reconnaissance for Tony's actions. There is no way. Tony is too busy. There are too many projects that he is interested in and continues to study. If it weren't for the dragon bone extract, Tony would have died suddenly due to unlimited overtime. Let's get back to the point. The two meteors just now are the products of the Veronica system. Let's talk about Tony's first. When the airdrop capsule came near Tony, the outer wall of the airdrop capsule suddenly fell off, and a huge suspended platform flew out from it, and more than a dozen huge accessories were sprayed on the platform. These accessories have a modular structure and can be installed one by one. These accessories scattered in the air and then began to reassemble with Tony as the center. Soon, a 6-meter-tall, giant-like robot replaced the original Iron Man armor. This was the inspiration Tony got after seeing the Hulk. Tony also called it a fully enclosed power armor Mark 44. This armor is an external device of the Iron Man armor, but it has small reactors installed in each accessory. In other words, this armor itself contains more than a dozen reactors. In terms of energy, it can ensure that this giant armor can fight for a long time in a high-intensity combat environment. Not only that, this armor applies adaptive navigation separation assembly technology and integrated overall assembly technology to the pinnacle of models. The huge body has very rich and complex deformable parts, which supports the automatic, fast, plug-and-play replacement of split parts due to temporary needs. The deformation process of each large subcomponent is equivalent to the use of integrated overall assembly technology, and for the entire body, it is the adaptive navigation separation assembly technology. In order to prevent the replacement of parts in the case of damage, explosive bolts are arranged at the connection points of each part, so that Mark 44 can quickly and forcibly discard damaged parts and connect new parts in critical situations. Vulnerable equipment is built into the armor layer and opened and extended when needed. The upper limbs of the armor are hollow and have a passenger compartment to accommodate the user. Space is enough for a user wearing exoskeleton armor to operate the mecha. The passenger compartment is in the thickest area of the Mark 44's protective layer, and an additional layer of helmet is installed on the top to provide additional head protection and sensor system. When the mecha is started, a new set of holographic display interfaces with a yellowish base color will be activated. The passenger compartment is cylindrical as a whole, and the passengers do not need to put their limbs into the mecha's limb space, so there is no problem of activity restriction. The chest armor and shoulder armor are connected by a buckle-type locking structure. When closed, the passenger compartment will raise an additional chest armor layer, gold, to increase the passenger's defense against impact. In addition, the mecha is also equipped with weapons and equipment developed to deal with large enemies. The Palm Impact Beam Launcher Amplification version shares the nozzle with a palm thruster. The power of this weapon can be adjusted, with 2 shooting modes, burst and continuous shooting. Different output powers have different weapon launch preparation time, energy storage, and the energy storage time is proportional to the power. The medium ammunition launched has the characteristics of strong impact and high temperature. The high power impact beam emitter on the chest, the center of the chest helmet runs through the reactor, and the surface is covered with high strength transparent material. Generally speaking, the output power limit of the high power impact beam emitter on the chest is much higher than that of the palm impact beam emitter. Smart missiles are installed on the arms and back. In addition, there is a high-voltage electric shock device hidden in the golden protective layer of the arm. The imaginary target of its voltage is the Hulk. You can imagine its power. In addition, the double fists are also the latest impact fists. This is made with reference to Batman's vibration generator, which can produce unparalleled impact force, and the target is also the Hulk. Although this mecha was designed to deal with the Hulk from the beginning, it is indeed Tony's most suitable equipment to deal with Rodan and the other meteor that hit Rodan. It is Tony's other secret weapon, Hulkbuster. It is a destructive weapon designed by Tony to deal with Hulk. Of course, this was the initial goal. Later, because Hulk became a good man and no longer ran away at will, it became useless. At first, Hulkbuster was actually an emergency imprisonment cover, made of adamantium alloy that Tony got from Kai. That thing was originally obtained by Kai from William Stryker's base. Kai and Logan destroyed William Stryker's base and got a batch of adamantium alloy from it. Later, the adamantium alloy was given to Tony by Kai. Before Wakanda was discovered, this alloy was considered to be the hardest metal in the world. It is extremely strong. This emergency imprisonment cover can be disassembled to trap the target, and then it can release highly effective paralyzing poison gas and high-voltage electricity in sequence. However, later, after seeing the black hole bomb of the Dark Elves, Tony made a little change to it. It is used as a last resort. If this thing really traps Hulk, it may really kill Hulk. But it seems that Hulk has no chance to enjoy this thing, so it is just right to give it to Rodan. Tony used Hulk's nemesis as a missile and smashed it hard on Rodan's back. How about it? Big Star, can you make your debut? Kai flew to Tony in a mess, and asked after seeing that he had completed the transformation. Of course. Now it's my turn to perform, Tony said confidently. Chapter 1323 Fornade. Rodan was very angry. Being beaten by Ghidorah was fine. He had tried it before and couldn't beat Ghidorah. But being beaten by these villains? He was a little embarrassed. Rodan struggled to lift himself up from the ground. The attack just now didn't cause him much damage, but the humiliation he brought was very great. He burned the 2 villains to ashes and swallowed them bit by bit. Well, this was the most vicious way Rodan could think of. After all, he was just a titan. But before that, he needed to take out the thing on his back. That thing was really inserted into his body. He turned his head and tried to use his beak to get the thing off his back. But obviously, Tony had a different opinion. Game on, Tony directly activated the emergency imprisonment cover. Originally a shuttle-shaped metal column, it suddenly started at this moment. It split into 8 metal columns. Its power was so great that it directly stretched the wound on Rodan's body. Duh. Rodan was a little embarrassed by the sudden pain. The next second, blood as hot as magma spurted out from Rodan's wound. The thing stayed on the ground and immediately melted the ground, forming lava pools of varying sizes, which looked very cool. At this time, Kai also seized this opportunity, raised the ultimate storm, rushed towards Rodan, came to its wound, and slammed the emergency imprisonment cover with the ultimate storm. Bang! It was like the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. The emergency imprisonment cover that was originally exposed outside was immediately smashed into Rodan's body. Rodan jumped up immediately. Speaking of which, when Rodan was flying in the sky, he was very fierce, terrible, and majestic, but after he reached the ground, that feeling immediately changed. Well, how to describe it? That's right. It's a bit like a penguin running onto a hot iron plate. Maybe a goose is more vivid. Spreading his wings and jumping constantly, he looked very clumsy. Of course, given the ferocity of this guy, even if he is so stupid, he can't be ignored. Rodan turned around and sprayed a column of fire at Kai. Kai was hitting another metal pillar, If Tony had maintained the prototype of the emergency imprisonment cover just now, he could have smashed the thing into Rodan's body with one blow, and then Tony would activate the emergency imprisonment cover. Tisk, that would definitely be a sour taste. But this was all hindsight, and he hadn't discussed it with Tony. Facing the spurting fire pillar, Kai immediately left Rodan's body. He didn't want to try how hot this thing was. There was no need. Just after Rodan's attention was diverted by Kai, there was suddenly another sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. It was Tony. He didn't know when he appeared in Kai's position just now, and punched the split metal pillar of the emergency imprisonment cover directly. Rodan was awakened by the severe pain, and turned around to spray fire at Tony again. But Tony had already prepared it, and flew away the moment Rodan turned his head. Before leaving, he fired 4 rockets at Rodan. Those were Tony's special rockets, and they were so powerful that even Rodan was hide and screamed. Rodan's attention was immediately drawn to Tony. Kai seized this opportunity and hammered the metal column of the emergency imprisonment cover again. Rodan's attention was attracted by Kai again. Kai ran away immediately. Their small size also has advantages. That is, they are more flexible. Rodan's size is too big. No matter how fast it is, the air resistance will still teach him a lesson. Moreover, its huge body makes it absolutely inferior to Kai and Tony in turning and other actions. As long as it is not on the sky, Kai and Tony can treat it as a fool and run away. The only disadvantage is that if this guy lands on the ground, it will definitely be a natural disaster for humans on the ground. However, there are not many living people in Santo Domingo at this time, so it doesn't matter. Kai and Tony completely treat Rodan as a game boss and brush it again. One person draws hatred and the other waits for an opportunity to attack. After several times in a row, Rodan also understood the strategy of these two villains. It is really not stupid. So it simply gave up catching the 2 little bugs and flapped its wings to take off. As long as it is in the sky, it is its home. Seeing that Rodan no longer paid attention to them and was going to take off by force, Kai and Tony naturally would not give it this opportunity. Tony understood. Tony immediately activated the click device of the emergency imprisonment cover. The emergency imprisonment cover contains 8 reactors, which can provide a huge amount of energy for the emergency imprisonment cover. Just as Rodan, who had already taken off by flapping his wings, suddenly felt a sharp pain and numbness spreading from his back to his whole body. Those metal pillars of the emergency imprisonment cover penetrated deep into Rodan's body. It can be said that the powerful electrical energy generated by the arc reactor was applied to Rodan's body without reservation. Rodan slammed into the ground with a bang like a weight. Tony also took this opportunity to directly launch all the rockets on his body at Rodan. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions even submerged Rodan's huge body. Tony, do you have that thing? Give this grandson another one. Kai gathered lightning and bombarded Rodan's body while shouting at Tony. Although Kai didn't explain, Tony still understood what Kai meant, that is, to have another emergency imprisonment dome. This thing was launched from outer space, and gravity acceleration can make this thing the strongest bomb in time. The direct penetration of Rodan just now is the best example. At this time, take advantage of its paralysis and shoot another shot at its head, then. I only made one, Tony shouted to Kai while launching missiles. There's no way, the materials are too few. Although Kai gave him a lot of adamantium metal, he has used it up in such a long time. Not only the emergency imprisonment dome, but also many parts of his mecha are made of this metal. In such a long time, he has built more than 40 sets of mechas, and there is not much left. The new vibranium is too little. Even Tony is not generous enough to use that thing to build an emergency imprisonment dome. What's more, the Veronica system has just been tested and this is the first time it has been used. He has no time to make a second emergency imprisonment dome. Although disappointed, Kai is not desperate. Will he not fight without an emergency imprisonment dome? Of course not. He has another way. Heimdall. I need your help. Kai raised the ultimate storm, and now he could only ask for help. Heimdall was obviously looking at the earth. After hearing Kai's call for help, a colorful beam of light suddenly appeared above Rodan out of thin air. Boom. The colorful beam of light hit Rodan hard. Ka. Rodan's body was pressed hard into the ground. At the same time, the whole of Santo Domingo began to shake. Not only that, the ground began to crack on a large scale, and energy continued to spray out of those cracks, causing secondary damage. These were not only Kai and Tony, But also everyone who was paying attention here was frightened by the power of this energy beam. What is this? Nick Fury pointed at the colorful beam of light. Not knowing if it was an illusion, he even felt that the ground here began to shake. Emma had no time to answer him at all. She was staring at the data on the screen with a shocked face. How is this possible? Is this the effect of stupid energy? Emma was dumbfounded as she looked at the data on the data detector. Human technology could not imagine how this was caused. The next second, a technician from the Monarch organization suddenly shouted, "Not good. Hurry up and get Kai and the others to stop attacking." Nick Fury looked over. He needed an explanation. He couldn't understand the headache-inducing data at all. Those energies are stirring up the volcanoes under Hispaniola. If this continues, the entire island will disappear directly because of the eruption of the volcano below. Nick Fury's eyes widened with horror. Of course he knew the thing, the Rainbow Bridge. He had always thought that it was Asgard's teleportation technology, although he was also jealous and very. He suddenly felt how ridiculous his previous vigilance against Asgard was. Damn, he was still thinking, if Asgard did anything to the Earth, how should he respond and how should he fight back? Now, what's the point of fighting back? If someone else used an energy weapon, they would all be finished. Can it kill Rodan? Nick Fury immediately threw aside all the nonsense. The most important thing now was, could this thing kill Titan? If it could, then things would be much easier. Then he saw that everyone else was looking at him with a weird look. Nick Fury was annoyed by this look. He knew that he was not a scientist and did not know as much as they did, but did they have to look at him like this every time? Do poor students have no human rights? You obviously know that I am a poor student, Director, so why don't you just tell me the answer? Nick Fury stared back with his one eye without hesitation. Seeing Nick Fury's eyes, a group of people immediately reacted. This is their superior. Ahem. Emma coughed twice and said, yes, but before that, the entire island of Haiti, also known as Hispaniola, will disappear. It may even be worse. Haiti is located at the junction of the North American Plate and the Caribbean Plate, on the Enriquillo-Bassana Garden Fault Zone. According to the theory of plate tectonics, the Earth can be divided into 6 major plates, and the plates will move and expand. When the plates move, the crust will accumulate stress. When it reaches a critical value and the crust can no longer bear it, it will break and cause earthquakes. The earthquake zone is at the junction of the plates, which is where the plates are more active. However, Haiti Island and the surrounding archipelago are not in a good position. They are on the edge of the 2 major plates. The crust here has gathered huge energy due to the activity of the crustal plates. Once it explodes, it will be a lot of fun. Not to mention the people on Haiti Island. The entire surrounding area will be greatly affected. Even if it is exaggerated, it is not impossible to affect the world. Even with Nick Fury's cold-bloodedness and madness, he dare not gamble with hundreds of millions of people. What's more, this is just Rodan. What about the other Titans? What should we do? At the same time, Tony also began to say the same thing to Kai. Kai? Tell Heimdall to stop. If this continues, the entire island of Highland will disappear. Tony's detector has been popping up red warning signs. Kai has no choice now. He can't kill more people to save people, right? Heimdall. The next second, the energy beam of the Rainbow Bridge disappeared immediately. Asgard's support is very powerful, but it seems a bit too powerful. Can't they develop some powerful weapons that are not that big? This is really a bit unfair to the Asgardians. Originally, the Rainbow Bridge was designed to be used as the ultimate weapon of Asgard. It is a real Star Destroyer weapon, a weapon that can completely destroy a planet with one shot. Note that it is not to destroy the creatures on a planet, but to blow up the planet itself. This thing is an incredible weapon in the entire universe. The key is that this thing can transcend time and space and directly hit the enemy's core. Defense in front of this thing, there is not much meaning. No matter how many defenses you pile up in orbit, it will be useless. It can land directly on the planet and bypass the defense. This is why Asgard is so low-key in the universe, but no one dares to provoke it. Even if the Kree Empire is so powerful, it can only pretend not to see Asgard. There is no way, it really can't afford to provoke it. How is Rodan? Kai asked Tony. The energy at the scene was surging too much, and Kai couldn't sense Rodan's condition. I don't know, Tony couldn't detect it either. They floated above the huge crater caused by the Rainbow Bridge, looking at the burning and exploding crater below, a little overwhelmed. About 10 minutes later, The movement below was still very loud, and it seemed that it would not be so easy to calm down. What should we do? We can't waste time here, right? Kai said a little anxiously. There are problems all over the world, not just here. They still have a lot of things to do, especially King Uther, who should be close to the US mainland now, right? From here to the north, it's the east coast of the United States, where there are many big cities. If something goes wrong, there will be many more deaths than on the island of Haiti. Kai is now considering whether to use the reality stone. Although that would weaken him for a while, if he uses dragon bone extract, he should be able to withstand it. At most, he will feel uncomfortable for a while. In order to save people, he can't care about so much. Tony is also at a loss. Just when the situation is deadlocked, suddenly an unpleasant roar came from the bottom of the pit. I saw a huge claw grabbing the edge of the pit from deep inside the pit. That is Rodan's wing. Rodan looks very similar to a pterosaur, and its front claws are actually wings. Then Rodan's head stretched out from the pit. Half of its head has been severely injured and deformed, and even part of the bones are exposed. Then Rodan's body struggled to climb out of the pit. One of its wings was also severely damaged. The wing membrane between the finger bones disappeared, leaving only some flesh and blood on the finger bones, and even part of the finger bones were carbonized and disappeared. This miserable appearance made its cry sound particularly desolate. It crawled with difficulty, as if it was trying to escape from here. Rodan was not a determined titan. It was obvious from the fact that it surrendered to Uther without hesitation that this guy didn't have many superpowers. It was normal for it to be afraid. Tony suddenly reconnected to the signal of the emergency imprisonment shield Hulkbusters. Hulkbusters was not destroyed in this attack. Tony immediately got excited. Rodan, who was still crawling, suddenly froze again, and then his body began to shake like a convulsion. It was electrocuted again. Chapter 1324 The End of Leighton. Seeing Rodan suddenly become like this, Kai immediately seized the opportunity, took out the ice box again and flew to Rodan's side, aiming at it and starting to spray. The sudden frost made Rodan's condition worse. However, this was not fatal to Rodan. It was still struggling and even wanted to crawl towards the sea. In fact, for it, crawling back to the deep pit should be a good choice. It was warm enough there, and it was not afraid of lava. It was even the most suitable environment for it, where it could sleep and recuperate. But it didn't dare. The attack just now made it still feel scared. If it happened again, it was not sure if it could survive, so its first reaction now was to leave this ghost place quickly. So even if the deep pit was the best shelter, it would go far away and run to the seawater that made it feel uncomfortable. Anyway, with its vitality, it was very difficult to drown it. However, the power of the ice box was beyond its imagination. It felt more and more powerless and uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Rodan immediately summoned up his remaining strength and sprayed a huge column of fire in the direction of the ice box. At the same time, the body began to heat up sharply. For a moment, Rodan's body turned red again, and even the ground was melted by it. But at this moment, a golden figure suddenly rushed in front of it. Boom! It was Tony. It opened all its thrusters to the maximum, turning itself into a supersonic missile and hitting Rodan's head hard. Facts have proved that even titans have a weak point in the head. Rodan would also be dizzy after being hit hard. Without the interference of the fire column, Kai naturally sprayed frost rays more unscrupulously. After Tony succeeded in one shot, he adjusted the direction again and hit Rodan again. Boom! The collision can even cause a huge shock wave. It is conceivable how great the power is. But this is not without cost. Red warning signs popped up everywhere on the panel in front of Tony. The huge collision caused structural damage to the Mark 44 mecha. There is no way, because it is composed of modular accessories, the strength of the connection cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, this mecha has never been tested in real combat. He didn't know that he would experience such an intense combat. So it's normal for problems to occur. Fortunately, Tony had already made preparations. Sir, according to calculations, you can hit it again at the same speed. Mark 44's power fist has reached its strength limit. Stop talking nonsense. Come again. Then Tony adjusted the angle again and hit Rodan's head. Rodan was not really stupid, not to mention that Mark 44 was about 7 meters in size. Even in Rodan's eyes, this size was not too small. So when Tony hit him again, Rodan tilted his head and avoided Tony's impact. He even fought back with his beak. This time, the counterattack directly smashed half of Mark 44's body, revealing the regular Iron Man mecha sitting inside. Without half of his body, Tony managed to control his balance. Then he used the last power to fly away. "Tony. Are you okay?" "It's okay," Tony shouted with blood in his nose, trying to hold back the dizziness. The collision just now was much more serious than he had imagined. But fortunately, he had double protection. After all, the Mark 44 was actually an external system on the outside, and he was wearing a Mark 46 mecha. It was enough to ensure that he was not injured. "Can you still fight?" "Just wait and see. Tony's dad will be back soon." Tony immediately activated the emergency system. I saw bursts of gas from all parts of the Mark 44 mecha, and all the damaged parts were ejected, turning into rockets and flying towards Rodan. The floating platform that had been floating on the edge of the battlefield also started at this moment. It was like a blooming chrysanthemum, and accessories flew out of it one by one. Then it was quickly reassembled on the Mark 46 mecha on Tony. Soon, a new set of Mark 44 mecha appeared again. "Resurrection," Tony made a second-year cry. "Asshole. This time, Tony, I will make sure you are awesome." Although the electric shock of the emergency imprisonment hood can restrict Rodan, it actually has no special effect except making Rodan scream. The damage to it is really limited. Do you expect the electric shock to give Rodan a heart attack? So Tony was just ruthless this time. He directly activated the last killer move of the emergency imprisonment hood. Black hole bomb. This thing is not Tony's invention. Even in the application, Tony follows the most foolproof operation. Tony has not studied the principle of this thing. The principles and knowledge involved are still too profound for Tony. In fact, even other civilizations in the universe regard some of the technology of the Dark Elves as myths. A race that wants to destroy the entire universe and dominate the entire universe. No one will believe that it is not good enough. With the power of the reality gem, the Dark Elves developed their own unique technology. For example, black hole technology. Even now, this thing is regarded as an impossible technology by various cosmic civilizations. But the Dark Elves can use it as a conventional weapon. You can imagine how complicated the knowledge involved is. So Tony's application of this kind of thing is very foolproof, that is, to directly install the black hole bomb in the emergency prison cover. Just start detonating it directly, it's a fool's mess. There is no technical difficulty at all. According to Tony, it's just like tying a rope on a grenade, and pulling the rope will make the grenade explode. Of course, the power of the black hole bomb is the most powerful model of the Dark Elves. As Tony detonated the black hole bomb, Rodan's struggling body suddenly froze. Then, a large concave nest suddenly appeared on its back, followed by a strange twist. The next second, Rodan's back suddenly had a spherical hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Around the big hole, Rodan's flesh and blood were dug away very smoothly, and finally gathered at the center of the sphere, and then disappeared completely. Although the Dark Elves' black hole bombs are very destructive, their destructive range is very small. The radius of a single soldier black hole bomb is only about 50 centimeters. I don't know whether this thing should be said to be powerful or not. A hole of more than 10 meters, even for Rodan, this is a very terrible injury. It's like someone suddenly stabbed a big hole in your body with a baseball bat. It's about like this. Its height is only 100 meters. Rodan, who was still glowing and hot, suddenly faded. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from Rodan's back like a volcanic eruption. A large amount of blood sprayed on the ground and immediately melted the ground. Duh. Rodan's body fell to the ground with a bang. But even so, the big hole on his back still bleeds out like a waterfall. Rodan's previous state was a bit like a human heartbeat accelerating, adrenaline soaring, and blood flowing all over the body at a high speed, which caused the body temperature to rise and the movements to become more sensitive. But this also caused a disadvantage, that is, if someone opened a hole for you at this time, the blood would spray out. Rodan was in this state. Its body was many times tougher than that of a human. Naturally, after it entered that excited state, the blood flow rate and blood pressure in its body would increase by even more terrifying times. Such a terrifying blood pressure would naturally cause a lot of blood loss. A large amount of blood loss would make Rodan half dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai immediately flew behind Rodan, aimed at its huge wound, and increased the power of the icebox. Rodan, who had lost too much blood, had no way to gather his strength to fight such extreme cold. Soon, Rodan's originally bright red and hot body began to cool down, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. The most obvious example was that its epidermis began to fade, gradually changing from dark to light. Finally, Rodan let out a shrill scream, and his head, which had been raised, slammed to the ground. Kai was still not at ease, and continued to use the ice box to attack Rodan's body. That's enough. Kai? Stop using your stuff. The sea is frozen. This is the Caribbean Sea, you don't want to turn it into the Arctic, do you? Tony saw that the frost began to spread rapidly without Rodan's restriction. The ground was still frosted, the seawater began to freeze, and it was actually snowing in the tropical area. So he immediately called Kai to stop. If this continues, the animals and plants on the island will be doomed. This will also be a devastating disaster for the people on this island. Kai finally reacted and closed the icebox. Turning a tropical island into Iceland is indeed a bit too much. Is this thing dead? Kai slowly flew to Rodan's body and found that there was no reaction. Tony looked at the radiation readings on the detector and said uncertainly, "It should be dead. Its radiation level is rapidly decreasing. Is this thing really scientific? When it is alive, the radiation level is much more terrible than that of a nuclear power plant, but once it dies, the decay rate is too fast. It doesn't conform to the laws of physics at all. Titans don't need to really hunt. And with such a large body and such an exaggerated body temperature, if they really have to rely on eating to survive, the damage to the ecological environment will be simply devastating. It is estimated that it will not take many titans to eat the entire Earth into a white land. The way titans survive is to absorb radiation. Rodan is no exception. Their radiation level is very terrible, but the magical thing is that the radiation they emit will be extremely weakened after leaving their body, and directly become harmless. There is no need to be afraid. If you walk by them, you will get radiation sickness. But the detector can still detect the radiation level in their bodies. Their radiation is weakened, which means that their life activities are weakened. It's like, when they are asleep, people can't find them through radiation detection. So judging whether it is dead or not by this, Tony is not sure. This thing can't be explained by science at all. I told you not to explain them by science, it is indeed unscientific. Using such a leaky power system like wings, it can actually carry a body weighing tens of thousands of tons. This doesn't sound scientific at all. What should we do now? Tony looked at Rodan's body. He was still not sure whether it was dead or not. Then let it die more thoroughly. Let's chop off its head. Kai was furious. He was also afraid, if he left this guy here and didn't care, what if it came back to life? This is not impossible. This guy has been sleeping in the volcanic lava for who knows how many years. He can sleep for so many years in such a pitfall environment, what else is impossible? So Kai would rather spend some effort. Just do it. Kai originally thought that it would take some effort to chop off Rodan's head. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, they actually dismembered Rodan. It seems that after losing its vitality, its toughness also began to decline rapidly. Although it is still as hard as a rock, it is much better than before when it was completely indestructible. After chopping off its head, Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing can come back to life, then Kai has no other choice. Then leave this thing here. Tony looked at the huge corpse of Rodan and asked uncertainly. It is still very curious about titans. Normally, he has no chance to study these creatures. After all, each of these guys is not easy to mess with. Now such a good opportunity is left here, he is a little reluctant. Otherwise, Kai asked back, tens of thousands of tons of stuff, what do you want to do? Okay, Tony really didn't have any good ideas. By the way, the 6th Fleet is nearby, Kai suddenly remembered. Tony immediately understood the meaning. Yes. Let them clean up the floor. On the other side, seeing Tony and Kai kill Rodan, Nick Fury also breathed a sigh of relief. Send someone to receive Rodan's body immediately. Nick Fury obviously had the same idea as Tony. Emma was also obviously interested. But someone immediately said, Director, the US 6th Fleet has already headed there. I'm afraid. Nick Fury was stunned. His first reaction was to contact the other party immediately to ask them to stop and let his people take over. But the next second, he reacted. He was not qualified. He had heard from Hill that the US president had issued a must-kill order against him. If he contacted the 6th Fleet now, it would only have the opposite effect. But Nick Fury quickly put his mood back. Let the 6th Fleet do it. Believe me, we will get Rodan soon. As long as King Kong turned the tide and ended this matter, and Captain Marvel came back, all the suspicion and hatred could be explained. He could use the chips in his hand to return to SHIELD and become the respected director of SHIELD. No, it should be greater than before. After all, there's Godzilla. He has the ability to control titans. As long as he has such power, let alone the previous misunderstandings, even if it is too much, those politicians will give in. Focus on the present. Nick Fury kept hypnotizing himself. All sacrifices are worth it. Back to Kai and Tony. Kai, what should we do next to stop Ghidorah? After finding Rodan's body, Tony immediately asked Kai what to do next. Kai was also thinking about it. No, Kai shook his head. We can't deal with Ghidorah, although this was a bit demoralizing. Ghidorah was indeed not someone they could deal with. They had used all their strength to deal with Rodan. Ghidorah's threat was several times that of Rodan. At least, the ice box had no effect on Ghidorah. We're just going to do nothing. Chapter 1325. The monthly ticket is too poor. Please support me with monthly tickets. We won't do anything. Tony was puzzled. The Kai he knew was not the kind of person who would be afraid of difficulties. On the contrary, he was always the one who rushed to the front. Of course not. Is Kai anxious? Of course he's anxious. Those are the lives of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people. As long as you are a human being, you can't be indifferent to such sacrifices. This has nothing to do with the consciousness of the nation. This is the bottom line of being a person. But what can they do now? Rely on the ice magic box in your hand? Or rely on Tony's toys? No. That's useless to Ghidorah. The ice magic box in his hand has been tried before, and it has no meaning to Ghidorah at all. Others can use their physical bodies to cross the void. Extreme high and low temperatures are completely useless to it. As for the emergency imprisonment cover, this thing may be useful, but the problem is, it's gone. The moment the black hole bomb exploded just now, the emergency imprisonment cover was written off, and there was no trace of it in this world. So it's useless for them to chase after it at this time. It's better to do something meaningful. Of course not. We have more meaningful things to do. What? Can you find Godzilla? Kai asked. Although Tony didn't understand what Kai was going to do, he still answered, well, I have lost its signal. Then go ask quickly. Whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury, whoever it is. Give us the location of Godzilla, Kai shouted immediately. Tony reacted at this time. You want to use monsters to fight monsters, Kai said. Tony immediately understood. Now, it seems that this is the only way. Tony immediately contacted Benjamin. The president must have some effect, right? Inside Benjamin's underground bunker command room, Benjamin and the cabinet members who came were celebrating. Finally. Killed a titan. This is an amazing achievement. Humans can defeat these monsters. Since Kai and Tony can kill the first one, they can definitely kill the second one. The future is bright. Benjamin is especially happy. He has always known that many extreme conservatives in the establishment of both parties have always been dissatisfied with his laissez-faire attitude towards superheroes. This group of people do not believe in mutants, and even less in the so-called superheroes. They believe that the only way out for these freaks is to be regulated. They even proposed a series of proposals similar to racial segregation. All mutants should report their information and be strictly regulated. They should be handcuffed and shackled like dangerous elements. Some people even think that mutants and superpowers are against God and should not exist. Or those who are relatively less anti-scientific think that their existence is like Homo sapiens to Neanderthals to ordinary people, and they will replace and exterminate the current human beings. This is a struggle for evolution and living space. Superheroes must be severely cracked down because they violate the law. These are the extreme conservatives who think that everything should be within their rules, because only in this way can they enjoy the current power and interests. Superheroes break the rules and endanger their interests. Benjamin has never bothered to care about these crazy people. The world is changing. Today, the United States is against mutants. Believe it or not. Other countries will immediately find ways to recruit those mutants and turn against Americans. This is something that a president of a country cannot accept. Mutants replace ordinary people? Compete with humans for living space? Huh? There is such a good thing? Now mutants have become an important strategic reserve for the country. Why? Because there are too few mutants. According to statistics and research by experts from various parties over the years, one thing has been discovered. There are very few mutants. Even rare. Let's put it this way, the total number of mutants in the entire United States does not exceed 5,000. This is still a lot. God bless America. The population of India is large enough, right? But according to American intelligence statistics, the number of mutants in a population of more than 1 billion does not exceed 600. In order to match the American superhero group, the Indian government has actually introduced plans similar to the Avengers. But India's Avengers. Let's put it this way, even India itself is embarrassed to mention it. It's so lame. Others are drooling over the United States with envy. Moreover, most of the 3,000 mutants in the United States are of the type with little combat power. For example, there is a mutant who can regenerate limbs after being broken. Well, only his arms, not other parts. There are many mutants like this, but there are very few mutants who can be used for combat. This is a scarce resource, okay? Let alone superheroes. These people are strong and can make the final decision at a critical moment. And most of those who can become superheroes are people with a very high sense of morality, which is much more reliable than those policemen and the like. Now if you go to the street and ask anyone whether he believes in superheroes or policemen, 99% of them will choose superheroes. Especially people of color. At least superheroes will not systematically discriminate against people of color. And most superheroes are different from Kai. Most of them are not willing to kill people, but just subdue criminals. They are much more gentle than American IAI. Even criminals are willing to face superheroes. Of course, the premise is not to meet people like Kai. People like Kai don't win over, but have to create opposition. Are you stupid? Of course, Benjamin is the president, and the superheroes have a good relationship with him, so he can say that, but there are many politicians and officials with dirty butts who hate superheroes. So this faction has always existed. But it is a minority after all. Superheroes have saved the world too many times, and the vast majority of people like superheroes. Politicians cannot compete with a majority of people. They want votes. Even if they don't like it in their hearts, they can't show it. In short, although this group of people is small, they are very stubborn and hate it. But now? What can they say? Protecting humans is always a superhero. Benjamin is right. Mr. President, it's Kai and Tony talking. Benning walked to Benjamin and said to Benjamin. Put it in. Benjamin waved his hand. Very high-spirited. There is no way. Kai and Tony actually called him to report at the first time. Well, you can promote it like this, anyway, they won't care. Isn't this a good thing? What? You don't plan to come back? Benjamin didn't hear their other requests clearly, and heard this. How can this be? If the superheroes don't care about them, then America. Kai frowned and looked at the elites in a mess. It won't be of much use for us to come back now. What we have to do is to end it all, Kai said in a deep voice. Wake up, Benjamin. You have experienced so many life and death situations, don't act like a little girl who has never seen the world. Benjamin's quality is there. He may. No, he is the president who has experienced the most life and death decisions in American history. This is certainly not a good thing. After all, who wants to encounter those bad luck all day long? But on the other hand, it has also trained his psychological quality. Who? Benjamin shouted to others seriously, shut up. Listen to Kai. Kai nodded. This is more appropriate. The only one who can stop all this now is Godzilla. This made Benjamin's face gloomy. Damn it. I knew it. Nick Fury, that bastard, is up to no good. Godzilla is so important, but he was stabbed in the back by humans. No. It was Nick Fury, that bastard, who did it. It has nothing to do with humans. But now Godzilla can still. No. Is it still alive? Benjamin asked in distress. It's not that easy to die, Kai said seriously. At least Kai didn't believe it, but it should be seriously injured, otherwise it wouldn't not appear. What should we do? Nuclear bomb, Kai said immediately. Titans all feed on radiation, especially Godzilla. Nuclear bombs are a perfect tonic for them. As long as we find Godzilla and give him a nuclear bomb, then Godzilla will definitely be able to cheer up again. The most important thing for us now is to find him and give him a nuclear bomb. As for nuclear bombs, the 6th Fleet will be there soon, right? I can authorize you to take one. No, just take a few more. Benjamin was very decisive at this moment, and didn't care about the eyes of his staff at all. That's a nuclear bomb. How can I give it to anyone casually? This is a very serious matter. But Benjamin showed an extraordinary sense of responsibility at this moment, and didn't hesitate at all. But as for Godzilla's location, go find SHIELD. Since Nick Fury has been studying Titan for so long, there must be a way to locate Godzilla, SHIELD. Benjamin's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to his subordinates, "Connect me to Director Hill." Soon Hill's image appeared on the big screen. "We need to know Godzilla's location," Benjamin asked directly without asking or discussing. Hill was stunned. They don't know. "Go ask Nick Fury," Kai said directly without any beating around the bush. "You must have a connection." Hill was shocked. "Can such a thing be said casually?" "Alexander," Kai said directly. Hill was speechless. Benjamin frowned and looked at Hill. Benjamin actually knew about Alexander. There was no way. Hill's subsequent actions explained too many problems. Alexander's subordinates were all purged. If it was just a new emperor, new ministers, it wouldn't be so bloody. It's not a feudal society. The power transition in a civilized society can't be so barbaric. Benjamin is an excellent politician. It's not difficult for him to guess something from it. However, he did not want Alexander to get into trouble. The impact was too great. So he turned a blind eye to S.H.I.E.L.D's cover-up. After all, Alexander was dead. What Westerners are most happy to do is to give honor to the dead. After all, no matter how dead people are, they can't compete with the living for power and profit. I understand your concerns, Director Hill. I promise that we will not pursue your relationship with Nick Fury. Of course, the premise is that you must give me a satisfactory explanation later. Benjamin gave a guarantee. After all, the world has suffered such a disaster, and someone must be responsible. It is normal to find someone responsible for such a big thing this time. Otherwise, Benjamin himself felt that he could not swallow this breath. So Benjamin was willing to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a chance, but the premise was that Nick Fury's blood must be used to prove it. Hill was silent for a while before saying, "I know." After getting the guarantee, Hill did not hide it and directly contacted Nick Fury in front of everyone. "Hill, contact me at this time." "Nick Fury, you were the one who launched the oxygen destroyer for the 6th Fleet before, weren't you?" Hill said directly. Nick Fury was silent. Yes or no, Hill was aggressive. That was a necessary test. Nick Fury couldn't deny it. After all, Hill was not some rookie who could be fooled. Of course, Nick Fury didn't know that their conversation was in public. Otherwise, he would never admit it. "Your test made the only Titan who could help us disappear. We need Godzilla now. I have a plan." Nick Fury was talking about King Kong. Of course, more importantly, in his opinion, Godzilla is his. He didn't want to share this. "I don't trust you, Nick Fury. You've made things bad enough. We need Godzilla." Hill was unmoved. "You plan to use nuclear bombs to revive Godzilla." Nick also thought of this. Yes, Hill didn't hide it either, because there was no need. Godzilla is not a friend. Hill, don't think too well of it. Nick Fury still didn't want to reveal Godzilla's whereabouts. "It's better than you, Nick Fury," Hill said mercilessly. "You caused all this. S.H.I.E.L.D. must make amends and end this disaster." Hill's second half of the sentence was a bit strange, as if he was talking to Nick Fury, but also seemed to be talking to someone else. Nick Fury was silent for a long time before saying, "As you wish." After knowing that the oxygen destroyer was useful to Godzilla, Nick Fury felt that he would still have the chance to get this giant beast in the future. For now, he didn't want to completely fall out with S.H.I.E.L.D. And he himself was not sure whether King Kong could handle the current situation. Soon, Godzilla's search method and final location were sent to S.H.I.E.L.D's computer. In the Drake Passage, Hill said. Kai and Tony didn't say anything nonsense and flew directly to the 6th Fleet. Admiral Tenz, the commander of the 6th Fleet, had received a notice and asked the technicians to dismantle several strategic nuclear warheads. Kai and Tony each carried 2 nuclear warheads and disappeared. The Drake Passage is located between the southern tip of South America and the South Shetland Islands. It is 300 kilometers long, 900 to 950 kilometers wide, with an average water depth of 3,400 meters and a maximum depth of 5,248 meters. The Drake Passage is the widest strait in the world, with a width of 970 kilometers and a narrowest point of 890 kilometers. At the same time, the Drake Passage is the deepest strait in the world. If 2 Hushan Mountains and 1 Hangshan Mountain were stacked in the strait, even the tops of the mountains would not be exposed above the sea. This is indeed an unexpected location. After all, this damn place is really cold. It is right next to the Antarctic. The surface water temperature is 0.5 to 3.0 in winter, and floating ice can float to the southern tip of South America. It is 3.0 to 5.5 in summer. Such a cold place does not seem to be a place where Godzilla would live. Of course. Given the irrationality of Titan creatures, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Vote. Vote. Any vote is fine. Give me a vote. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.